world updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
วิธีลำตรงไหนครับลายเชียร์สวัสดีครับผมเมกาลอสจากทีม 𝐏𝐿 Please ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมไทย4ชื่อทีมครับ
Hello, my name is Pascal. I from Lock You Up.
You confirm ครับ
E5?
อ๋อว่าแล้วเชียร์ลายเชียร์เต็มเป็นเทนเมนต์ครับ
Maybe DC?
ทีมบลิสครับเดา
Day trade gaming?
DCE ครับเดา
DC? I don't know.
วิธีลำตรงไหนครับวิธีลำมันอยู่ตรงไหนอ่ะ PMA ครับ
PNA?
Serverless ครับ
Serverless. Forest.
Are you sure about that?
ไม่รู้แล้วครับบุรีรัมย์ครับ
You confirm?
ทีมนี้ที่เคยได้แชมป์มาเยอะใช่ไหมครับ เอาทีไฟแล้วกันครับโอ้โห
Leader. Yeah.
บีดครับบีดเหมือนกันครับ ไอ้ขาวๆนั้นไม่นับเหรอครับอีอารีนา
EA?
สวัสดีครับก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีม Take Me Peace ด้วยครับเป็นการเดินทางครั้งใหม่ของพวกเรานะครับในวันที่ 19-29 นี้นะครับใน APAC Qualify ครับฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
希望粉丝们多多支持我们这个队伍，在9月的19到29之间举办的 APAC2的比赛里，我们会好好表现的。谢谢大家，拜拜拜拜。
第三。Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình Technology đến từ đội tuyển Sebesar. Hôm nay mình sẽ chơi một mini game nho nhỏ đến từ giải đấu vòng loại PGS.
สวัสดีครับผมมาเรนจากทีม Forest Gaming นะครับก็วันนี้จะมาเล่นเกมทายชุดสีกันนะครับจะเป็นยังไงก็ไปดูกันเลยครับ
P5, I think P5.
เต็มครับ
Sebesar.
เต็มเวลาเหมือนกันครับ
Đồng chí Esports. DCE.
เหมือนกันครับตอนที่ Esports ต่อกับX-Men ครับ ซาเวตเป็น Esports
2 hours later.
รู้เลยครับ
Forest Gaming.
Forest เหมือนกันครับทีมจากประเทศอะไรครับเวียดนาม
Sebesar.
รัสเซียอีสปอร์ตหรือเปล่า
PE Esports. The event label.
PE เหมือนกันครับชอบ PE
ฮะ
ผมรู้แล้วตอบก่อนก็ได้ครับตอบ SGD ครับ
The same brand. SCD.
แต่ผมน่าจะรู้แล้วแหละ
P5.
P5 ครับผมลองตอบเลย X Stadium Esports ครับ
The event label.
นี่ทีมของโซนไหน
Valentine Esports. Đây chết gaming. Sao ta?
เดทเทดครับ อันนี้ของอะไรผมตอบวลีไทยครับ
Tem Entertainment. Sebesar Esports.
Yeah, boy.
แต่เวลาครับ
Nice.
Chào tạm biệt mọi người, mong mọi người hãy ủng hộ cùng mình tại giải đấu vòng loại APAC PGS lần này nhé. Chúc mọi người
ก็ฝากทุกคนมาเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยนะครับ แล้วก็เชียร์ Forest Gaming ด้วยนะครับผมครับ
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. It will be our enemies.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's hope. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Tego fell.
Tego needs help.
No. Escape. Tego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the PUBG APAC qualifiers for Phase 2. And of course, my name is Contra. Joining me is Extreme, as we will be your storytellers for the entirety of the evening. And today, it will be the last chance for our teams to be qualifying into the finals. So we've got a whole lot to talk about here, my friend.
We have a lot to talk about, and we have a lot of games to spectate. 6 games in total, and yeah, like you said, we'll be looking at who qualifies through in that top 8. We also have that Malaysian battle between SGD and PMA that we have to keep an eye on. We have PGC point situations that we also have to keep an eye on, and on top of that, we just have to look out for some fantastic plays. I mean, look, the first 2 days of this competition have been absolutely excellent. I've been loving the play-in stage, even though, yeah, maybe on paper it's a weaker lobby. It has shown us a lot of strength and a lot of good moments.
Yeah, well, I was pleasantly surprised from day one onwards, where we've seen a lot of all these teams thrive, especially for teams hailing from the region of Thailand, where we've seen plenty of brilliant plays. As a matter of fact, 5 out of 6 of the chicken dinners that was played out was won by Thai teams, and TMP is definitely one of those that have been able to show up. But FW Esports, they have gotten 3 chicken dinners so far, as they are the ones sitting at the top.
Yeah, FW seem like that team that they kind of, I don't want to say the wins fall in their lap, because they certainly don't, but they also seem like the team that ends up in just better situations than anyone else in the endgame. They seem like they always have that powerful ridge, they always have that powerful position, and then the win, I mean, it's kind of easier decisions from that point forward, and you kind of just let the game come to you. These are the participating teams, FW there, as we mentioned, along with a bunch of other teams that have performed very valiantly throughout this play-in stage. We've seen now good things, I think, after day 2 from basically every team. I don't think there's a single team that hasn't shown us some form of good play. And so every single one of those 16 teams has shown up to play.
True enough, and of course, this being the very last chance for them to make the final cut into the final stage, and then they will be playing for even higher stakes, as this allows them to qualify to the PGS 5 as well as 6. And of course, with all these PGC points to be accumulated, they will also find their mark to qualify into the Global Championships that will be happening in a couple of months' time. But right now, we're looking at our potential 8 teams to be joining the 8 qualified teams, where a lot of all these names that we are pretty familiar with will be starting to show up on the following week, or should I say next week, as we are already heading into the final day of the play-ins. And then we'll continue on next week from September 5th, and we'll have a break in between on the 27th, and then it will continue on all around the weekend to wrap up the entire schedule of our APAC qualifiers.
Yeah, unlike the play-in stage, the teams in the finals, whoever makes it there actually gets a bit of a day to reset and figure out what went wrong and what went right. You don't really have that luxury if you're playing to qualify for that final stage. $25,000 for first, $80,000 in total. Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic amount of money to be playing for, and I certainly would be trying every single ounce that I can, even in the very last game, to see if I can squeeze an extra bit of money out of this. Also, the individual prize pools, the MVP, who right now I believe is 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿. Well, that's in the play-in stage. The MVP is obviously for the entire, well, I would imagine it's the final stage. Maybe it takes into account play-ins. Who knows? That would be a bit overpowered. But either way, we've got plenty of other individual prizes to look for as well. And we'll be keeping an eye on those throughout the final stage as well. Those are your final stage teams: Cerberus, AGG, the Expendables, names you know from the respective regions, the top teams in those regions. Unfortunately, everyone in the play-ins has a little bit of extra work to do. But as you mentioned yesterday as well, it also gives them a little bit more warm-up.
Yeah, I do think that it could be a really good advantage for teams that needed to have a form of rhythm to be able to find their own form. But then again, there's also going to be that a week-long break, so we'll go back into some recap of what went on in case if you guys have missed some of the action. FW Esports have definitely dominated back in the couple of first games that they play out to be able to back themselves to chicken dinner by the end of the round.
This was just insane as well. This wasn't the only individual performance that Banana One put on yesterday, but this was certainly the highlight. I mean, insanity all across the board. Miramar was also just pretty insane to begin with, and the arena, they finally stepped up, got their win on that exact map. This is when they kind of started to hit their stride, and then Buriram basically right after hit their stride as well. They had a fantastic game here on Ketiga where their DMRs were just on point, just completely hitting every single shot. 𝐾𝐿𝐻𝐿 had some crazy accuracy We saw him hit a nice double heady. And yeah, of course, Buriram were just the strongest team in the lobby at that point. They took that win. Arena came second. But yeah, this is basically when those two teams that we had question marks for on day one started to rise. And then, of course, another win from TMP. They had that fantastic win on day one. This one was a little bit less spectacular, but still a good one nonetheless. And again, I think most of the teams yesterday that had yet to show up, showed up.
Yeah, they definitely did, especially for E-Arena that needed those hollow points in order to make that top 8 cut. And PMA have also been able to find a little bit of glimpse of hope by taking a win of their own back in Wrangle. But it's been absolutely chaotic, and I believe that with last-ditch effort coming in from all of these 16 squad, it's going to be all hands on deck as we will see them fight it all out. As we take a look at the current standings in the leaderboards at the Esports, it's going to be safe enough to be able to qualify to the top 8, but if they have a sleeper run, just like how the Reluctant squad did back in day one, they could still be in a little bit of trouble, I would say. But I would certainly put my focus back onto the teams currently placed at 7th, 8th, all the way up to potentially 11, depending on their performance for the entire course of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. DCE, despite being down there in 11th, absolutely have a chance to push into that top 8. Definitely looking at Forest and PMA, though, as the two teams that have shown us better things, I think, and potentially have a much better shot at diving into that top 8. This is the map schedule for today. We start with the Wrangle. We end on Miramar. I've always said that ending on Miramar can be a little bit dodgy. That map kind of invites chaos, but I think it's good that we can start on a Wrangle. If you're feeling uncomfortable, well, now's your chance to get those points that you so desperately need. Then, of course, we move on to Rondo and Tego, two tertiary maps that some people feel comfortable on, some people don't feel so comfortable on, favors some playstyles, doesn't favor some playstyles, and then, of course, ending on Miramar, as I said, a little bit of chaos, I'm sure, to the night. I mean, look, the other thing that we have to talk about, and I think map schedule actually plays a role in this as well, is the fact that when we ended last night, we mentioned how some teams could come into today focusing on trying to make sure other teams don't qualify into the play-in stage. Map schedule, I think, plays a very important role in that, because if you can get a better camp off on your competitor team on a Wrangle than you can on Miramar, well, the map schedule might allow you to do that. The same is said for Rondo and Tego. If you can only do that kind of camp on Miramar, well, then it might be too late at that point. The team you're competing with, so take SGD and PMA, if SGD has a really good camp on Miramar, then they have to wait until the end of the night to be able to do that. They can't do that early. They can try on a Wrangle, certainly, but they might have to wait until Miramar if they really want to get that done. That's just the kind of theory that you have to be thinking about as we go into tonight.
True enough, and with such a limited amount of time over the course of what a span of probably 8 to 12 hours for them to prepare for this final hurdle, there's only so much that they could basically switch up in terms of game plan. So from yesterday's run, certain teams may not have been able to get as many as they could, but now with this last 6 matches of play, we're definitely keeping our eyes closely onto Forest Natural Gaming, the squad PMA and PUBG Esports to see if they could have some big impact to kick off our run inside of Wrangle, which will be starting in less than a minute at the moment. So, of course, we will still expect to see a lot of these Thai squad to maintain their former pace, and also not forgetting SGD that has been looking stellar throughout the course of the past 2 days of play. So, with that being said, we'll check out our flight path as we will begin our day 3 of the play-in stage. So without further ado, let's go.
Is it a plane path that favors the Fairy Key hot shot potentially? Probably not. I mean, I think that ended yesterday, so maybe we won't get any of those kinds of hot chops, but certainly still looking to see if there'll be any griefing going on. I think for any teams that want to stop their rival teams getting into the final stage, now is the chance to do it. I feel like you have to do it early, otherwise, as I said, you're just going to let that team you're competing with stack up too many points, and then by the time that the night's over, yeah, you've lost your chance. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like a very fair plane path, maybe a little bit angled towards the south, but still quite central. I mean, no one should be unhappy with that one. Have a look. Let's see. I mean, are any of the Thai teams going to try and mess with mess with each other. I feel like 𝐸 and those teams in 6th, 7th, 8th, they're not obviously set in stone in that top 8, so maybe the rivals in Thailand could choose to mess with one another, but for the moment I don't think that's going to be the case. There's the other strategy in which you just have the best possible games you can have, and you're basically guaranteed to qualify anyway. There's no reason to mess with teams around you and potentially throw away a good game. And I don't see anyone exactly going for a hot drop or a massive camp just yet.
Yeah, more often than not, teams will just stick to the standard stuff that they have always been practicing. So there's no shenanigans to kick things off. So like we expected it to be, it will be relatively comfortable. But I do notice that 𝐸 did not stretch all the way down into the military base as they usually do. So this is going to be an alternate location that sees them benefiting, as they are now smack directly in the middle. But we are seeing perhaps a little contest between PMA right now, going for a challenge up against DZX. Now, this seems to be pretty interesting because DZX does have the head start by picking up those weapons, but can they actually find any form of pickoffs? It remains to be seen. So we'll see whether if Upchin could just race up against these vehicles, as they are giving a little chase against One Dragon and also the other member of PMA, but it's already done and dusted with them just moving directly further up towards the north side.
Yeah, PMA gotta be careful. There is a lot on the line for them right now. They just need top 8, which means making up 18 points or more, which is difficult, I think, in a lobby like this especially. But, I mean, we saw them have a great win yesterday. It was a win that they fought for and earned. They didn't necessarily have to move across too much terrain. They did sit in those yellows, but they still got breached a bunch. I believe one of the teams came in from a glider, and obviously they were just entered essentially by 𝐸, and they still managed to deal with it. So PMA have some good signs, and 18 points is certainly doable for them. 𝐸 should be careful. I mean, look, 𝐸 as well. You see 𝐸, Unicorn Cyber, Reluctant Squad. They're both 2 points between each other. Buriram, I mean, look, they're also kind of in that range, but that is such prime vulnerability range for Forest and PMA that I would genuinely not be surprised. We just have to see if 𝐸 can, and those other teams that I mentioned, can be consistent enough to avoid danger.
Yeah, speaking of consistency, out of the few names that you've mentioned early on, 𝐸 definitely had quite the round of games played out from yesterday's one where they've been consistently finishing in within the top 6 ratio. There was only one game where they dropped the ball, whereas members from the side of Forest Natural Gaming, that was probably one of their harsher runs as compared to, you know, PMA, who at least got themselves a chicken dinner for yesterday's haul. But today, with a fresh start, I'm pretty sure that they're very eager to eventually go out proactively looking for pickoffs if they could. PMA seeming to take a little bit of a slower approach, as they are much further from where the phase 1 circle is currently at. So perhaps what they're trying to do is to at least take a little bit of space over onto the central portions of the map and then slowly journey their way through, as they have yet really figured out the rest of the course. There's plenty of all these other cities that will have to cut through, which might actually see them maybe get clipped, but at least for phase 1, they should be good to go. And we do see off of our screen Shuen going for a knock against RTL members, which are currently on rotation.
Yeah, DCE sitting inside Yasnaya. Nice split for them. I mean, they are basically dead center. Police station is such a fantastic spot for them. And no one to contest them just yet either. The kind of rule, I suppose, or the idea if you head into a circle like this is that if there is a Yasnaya team, they are most likely going to hold up in the police station, and one north, one south, or maybe 2 south. Those southern apartment buildings are really, really strong. And so if you're anyone coming into this zone, I think in your mind already you're not thinking about Yasnaya. You don't want to send it in too early, obviously. You don't want to lose the kind of space you can gain by being limited by sending it into Yasnaya. And you also don't want to fight any team that's inside there. They have such power positions. E36 driving dangerously close to it, though. Might be trying to take Alamo or go a little bit more northerly. Might end up at that yellow, or that single, sorry, that we saw on day 1 that was absolute chaos, potentially. I mean, it looks like they're kind of going that direction. They're skipping past the building on the right. going straight towards it. They might even meet QC. QC may be going a little bit higher. Some drive-by action. One of the E36 members is stuck all the way behind. Sylphia is limping. He has to pull up at that yellow building. In the meantime, though, Nuadra's got 2. E36 and QC trade evenly. One of those QC members is still alive. Desperately looking to Pure Boy to be able to finish this off. Create any more pressure, but he gets knocked. QC looking control of the situation.
Yeah, it's not a good look for either one of these teams, but it seems like QC wins out that trade. Managed to clip out 3 of these members, leaving only 1 member alive for Eagle 36 at the moment. And Dongqi just happily peppers them out with a couple of taps from quite afar. Plenty of all these teams are definitely looking forward to gain that control over onto the heels of Stauber, but while journeying their way through, it's just happenstance that sees these 2 teams collapse onto each other for the moment. RTL, now they've received all those form of intel, they might even consider if they want to eventually cutting close to perhaps find the rest of these weakened teams much later on. But Fury is going to take it a lot slower as they're having a little bit more of an air control looking around the region of Lipovka.
Yeah. Powerful spot to be in the glider. I think mostly making sure that they are safe around them, not necessarily looking for any action. They're okay on that edge. They can definitely move in slow, but potentially some information to be gathered on that glider. DCE haven't had to move just yet. In the power position for now, but as we saw yesterday, so many different teams were in what we considered to be, or I guess objectively, good positions, and then the Circle had completely other ideas, and it just turned all of those games into very chaotic messes a lot of the time. Unfortunately for Sylphia, he lost tires on that rotate, and so he couldn't group up with, he couldn't help his other team members as they breached that single house. QC had that man advantage, and Sylphia was just stuck behind, no other option but to try and save the game for E36. It's not a good start to the night for them, but I wouldn't count Sylphia out just yet. Obviously, he's very vulnerable to a breach, but those aren't going to come in until much later in the game, so he can vibe for the moment, he can chill, as E-Arena look towards the emergency pickup, but they do see. DZX just rendered in for us. Where are they going to end up? They might even end up breaching Yaz. That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think that's the safest lead for members of DCX, but as I say that, Donkey is already looking to spray them all down. I think at least a bullet connecting, so they will definitely mark their locations for the moment. Plenty of all these teams were smart enough to not overcommit into the city, but it really seemed like DCX had no other choice for them to take a safer option as compared to the open grounds of Stauber. So let's see all the teams starting to bunch up, and wow, what an initial shot from that team.
You see that car from 𝐿𝐴NG? It was like on its side as he was driving. Insane, bro.
Crazy.
But yeah, no, DZX breaching the north side, it makes sense. I thought they were going to go for DCP, but northern side makes total sense. And I mean, it is a safe option, but they don't have any cars to leave Yaz if they need to. If the circle goes east, if it goes more north, and I mean, worst case scenario would be if it goes south. But yeah, they don't have any cars, so that's the trouble if you take an emergency parachute. But if they get fed, I mean, they will be very, very, very happy with north side of Yaz.
Yeah, it really seems like Khan has been taking his sweet time on the aircraft for the longest time, and he's not even thinking about landing just yet. As I say that, it seems like he will just force to parachute to regroup with his teammates. So good notion, as at least they managed to gain a lot of vital info back for Buram United so that they could easily plan their journey up ahead. I say easy, but almost all these tiny little compounds have already been seized by all the other squads, as we can see right now, to confirm after taking down the rest of the other 6. Finds themselves somewhere in between Yaz as well as Stauber at the moment. Just across the corner is also E-Arena. So just doing a little bit of wear and tear for the moment, as we'll see how the hardship's going to dictate the course of the battle. But it will go further in between Yaz as well as Stauber.
Yeah, not too bad. It's actually not that harsh of a circle. A lot of teams will be totally okay with this. Even if you're on the edge, there's spaces for you to move in. The emergency parachute from DZX turns out to be a pretty decent move from them. The arena in a fantastic spot that's most likely going to get pressured. Even if you're SGD in the southern field here, you're not too upset with this. You've got plenty of time to figure out what you want to do. And well, I mean, Reluctant Squad rotating in front of you means that you're being beaten out by one team, but that's not the end of the world. Guess we're going to find out where Reluctant Squad choose to go. Maybe up towards Irina's warehouses, play the terrain around there. There is that southern ridge on that warehouse high ground that you can play. Hoang, well, similar spot to Sylphia, except he's had to get out on that northern side of Yaz. In fact, they've all breached DZX. I didn't realize this. I thought they'd go past, but no, they've made this breach, and so far they've made it work.
Yeah, DZX pretty scattered all across the other apartments instead, so they will be able to find that pickoff against Bohang. Great initiative play as let's say had a little bit of a hiccup right there at J-Dye getting out. I hope that they're going to be safe for now, because all these teams are still busy trying to pick off leader squads around these vicinity. But Reluctant Squad, they have found a little bit of a spacing for themselves. Right above members of Reluctant Squad will be Savior that will be looking around. Well, I thought it was actually above. I believe he's on the other side of the wall. So he will have to be the first contact for RS to see if they could open more in their account.
I think for DZX, as soon as you see that circle pop, you have to think about where the likely breaches are going to come from. And I think the most likely spots they're going to come from are from the north and from the east. Even though teams have to rotate through the field, that's where they are going to want to end up. Breaching that eastern side of these northern Yasnaya apartments. I don't know whether DZX was set up for it or not, but they've ended up on the far side. Reluctant Squad have taken control of the more powerful side of this position. And so DZX, that were previously in a decent spot, now end up kind of at the mercy of whatever Reluctant Squad choose to do, which is very unfortunate for them. And E-Arena will make sure that no team can rotate out of there, taking out the tires on that coupe. There's probably a car tucked in there somewhere that they could use. Maybe it's got 3 wheels. It probably won't be too healthy, but E-Arena trying to make it very difficult.
Yeah, at least for now, it's not going to be their main concern, because these two teams will have to settle the scores till they even opt to figure out what happens on the later stages of the game. They should have a couple of vehicles to work with, as you did mention. Whereas the other portion of the map seems to be a little bit quiet for now, so we will give more attention to this incoming fight. Saver now. Heard all those footsteps, but he's playing on the outskirts, having a perfect pick as he will be able to catch him off the window. And he gets the doll. Alongside with some help coming from Leo, this is going to be a tough one for RS. What a solid defense. Immaculately played out for DZX.
Yeah, it's a difficult push to make. I'm surprised to see Reluctant Squad try and get that done, but it's well defended by DZX. Xavier was in a really cheeky but really powerful position, and obviously had the backup of Leo as well, so well done from those two. Reluctant Squad tried to finish this fight early, and it didn't pay off for them. That circle, luckily enough, kind of feeds towards DZX and Reluctant Squad, so they can sit pretty for the moment. Other teams won't be so happy with it. PMA breached the single. Industrial Esports involved as well. Shots taken from afar. It's looking like PMA are in control of it, though. They take a knock from quite far away. But you can see now only now is the rest of Rustrial arriving. It's a bit late. That said, PMA find themselves in a bit of strife. Giatin with the nade. It's going to fly past the bathroom. He'll look for the flushes. Maybe go for the res on his teammate. Oh, the pass position makes it awkward. He was almost about to flush his teammate there. You could see him looking at him. Had to turn around to get it. And SGD being a pain in Rustrial's side, as they were for PMA as well. But PMA have been allowed to recover much more efficiently than Rustrial. Now go RTL. PMA, well defended, especially as they were being shot at from afar. They're still being shot at from afar. Banana 1 chiming in. I think, though, PMA should be able to recover. Never mind. No time. Not allowed to recover. Here comes SGD.
Yeah, they have been spawning in for quite a far, and there we go. MML with a perfect spray as they will take out their Malaysian rivals and causing a world of pain for PMA. They managed to at least squeeze in 3 points, which will still put them in the race to get themselves closer to the teams like E-Arena as well as RS, but now with their progress being halted, there's still plenty of chances for E-Arena as well as RS to create a bigger gap right now. And, you know, being in that position is not really all too beneficial, especially with the rush coming from RTL. And PMA just found themselves stuck in between, and SGD have been relentless throughout this course of the game, continuously piling on the pressure onto FW Esports. Now the big nades are being sent right in zigzags. He wants to continue to give chase. Want to wrap around the edges to deny any form of space for SGT to rotate, but he has got a little bit of ridges to at least take cover from. So it really depends on how well zigzag will be able to spray him out.
That play from SGD onto PMA is exactly what you want to see from SGD. That's just them recognizing that their direct competitor in the lobby is weak. No other choice but to breach them. It would be stupid not to, really. And so SGD make the smart play. Not only is it the positional play, but it's also a meta play for the leaderboard as well. So well done from them. FW just skate by as well. They find themselves with another powerful ridge, as they seemingly always do. And 𝐏𝐿𝐶 sit still in Yasnaya. They've moved in from the inside of the city. This next zone is going to determine a lot. Everyone playing well so far. We've lost a few teams, but we end up having to center up on the field. E-Arena, fantastic spot for them. Forest now enter the northern side of Yasnaya. QC will be very happy with where they've ended up, and so will 𝐏𝐿𝐶 Esports. Buram, I mean, they're in a spot in the zone. I wouldn't say it's the best, but they'll be able to survive for quite some time. Maybe get some cheeky third party here or there. It's decent for a lot of teams, but then that eastern side comes into play, and you recognize that there's just not that much to play, and I'm sure we'll get some pandemonium.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned for PRU at the very least. As much as they are in between the direct center of the field, you will expect a lot of teams to be trying for that position to set up an ambush later on. So we'll see whether they can defend later on. While we have long-range taps coming from Unicorn Cyber, trying to deny that space from Lock You Up, as the members of X Stadium took a wide wrap around. They started off from the western corner map and find themselves cutting through the north and back into the fields of Yasnaya. This is going to be a tough call, but they do see themselves a shack. Perhaps that's where they will find a little bit of cover. Reluctant squad, men marching onto them, and it seems like it's just going to be a desperate attempt to keep themselves safe. And X Stadium will be happy that they managed to reach there without any form of casualties. And as I say that, that flew already on the ground. And you got, like, what, DCE also within that close corner. This is not going to be easy for them to play this one out.
How has Metal D ended up all the way on the south? He just skipped past that single and went straight into FW's lines of sight. So they do actually lose one, but not on this single. And Metal D just didn't get the memo, went too far south. But you're right about DCE. They will try to get as close to this as they can. I think the timing is rough right now. There's far too many other teams that can see DCEs push through that car park. And as FW go rotating through the field, they lose Raze out of the car. It'll be difficult for FW to find a spot to actually bunker down. As I mentioned, this eastern side is very claustrophobic at the moment. But I don't see any FW members in the kill feed, so they've found something. They found somewhere to sit for the moment. Maybe that single is more free than I thought. They found a ridge, of course. FW in a ridge. Why wouldn't they be on a ridge? Look at them. Sat inside smokes. They seem to be surviving for the moment. X Stadium, QC making the breach. No, this is the single up on the north. And it's chaos up. I mean, look how many teams are on this eastern side. TMP getting involved there, and arguably the best spot right now. FW wants to see if they can get some third party here, successfully doing so. Down goes one of Unicorn Cyber, and through all of that, the rest of Unicorn Cyber and Lock You Up are just sitting in the bathroom, sitting in that single. They're sharing the bathroom with one another. As Destroy runs in, Juan takes him down. It is absolute... I mean, it's just a brawl. Everyone trying to find space that doesn't exist.
It almost doesn't exist at all, and somehow Lock You Up still is within the check. It is going to be QC and DCE going up against each other, and it's just an absolute bloodbath in the walkthroughs. While 𝐏𝐿𝐶 Esports still hugging by the corner wall, there's just absolute chaos out on the field because there's barely any playable errors really inside the circle. E-Arena, being the kings of the hill, they will wait till the timing is right. But Q confirmed, they tried to do much more and find themselves being in the mix of all of that troubles of the teams that is over on that single. So now, as it slowly settles out, I'm just surprised. XS, they still have these two members outlasting through it all.
Yeah. They've just sat in the bathroom. They've done nothing else. People have ran straight into their bathroom. They've had nades thrown at them, and they've survived through all of it. It's difficult to get nades in there, to be fair, but DCE now have to make that play. And they sit still. Doors closed. Hasn't even been blown off yet. Oh, 𝐿𝐶 steps out. As soon as he steps out, he dies. Down goes Titus. X Stadium fall. And now it's Lock You Up's turn. They've been doing the exact same thing. They've survived through basically the same thing as well. We're getting the similar stories on either sides of the zone. And finally, Buram is tested as well. SGD, having to push out of Alamo, arrived in that field and looked straight to destroy Buram stuck inside this yellow, but difficult to do so when there's so many smokes up. Luckily for SGD and Buram, everyone else in the zone is kind of occupied. FW having to deal with Lock You Up, X Stadium inside that single down there as well. The door doesn't exist, and as FW push in, Lock You Up continue to survive. 𝐏𝐿𝐿 gets the trades, and the other FW member in Banana 1 was nowhere near. TMP now looking to take him out, and then they can focus their eyes on 𝐏𝐿𝐿 in Lock You Up. Banana 1 blinded, can't see a thing. It's an easy peek for Latte, and now they can focus on the single.
It's endless fights and brawls all across the map, and to my surprise, with so little tight angles to work with, they have managed to make magic happen, but just hugging Mike towards the bathroom, and now we get to see that low ground versus high ground. Of course, Natural Gaming tries to pick off the rest of the arena because they have been the bane of their current position, and RS finally gets involved as well by now Olympus. He's going on reverse, thankfully enough. Finding that haystack to get a little bit more of that cover. SGD just continues to block that location, but there is certain pressure coming in from the side of T-Doy. They're being forced into a shack. We've seen so many forced plays happen within that span of Phase 5. As it is drawing to a close, we see how many more players that's tucked by the corner of Yasnapolia Yana that has to get out. We will see a big fight happening once again. So DZX, X Stadium, or whatever is left of it, I wonder what's their next move.
I like how 𝐷𝐿𝐿 have played this. They've kind of avoided having to get involved in any mess and put themselves on that nice ridge. It's just unfortunate that eArena has all of the control in the zone, all of that high ground, and 𝐷𝐿𝐿 is also out of the zone, so they've got to make a move this next zone. I mean, this is eArena's game to lose. They have all the control in the zone. They're hitting shots from long distances as well. As DCE try to move, they fall as 𝐏𝐿𝐿 tries to push out. It's Take Me Please with the control over the exit. Valiant effort from Lock You Up. Incredible shots from T-Doy. Down goes Mings. And that just makes SGD's timing here that much more difficult. They have to use all of the time in the world to try and cross this field. I don't think it's entirely possible, and it's just not. Jervis gets taken down as well. DZX, nice DMR shooting, but they've got their own troubles in Reluctant Squad, who are inside their walls right now as they're going to try push out of Yaz.
Yeah. And it's just tough to even deal with the rest of the arena right now, where teams are just battling to find a safe spot while Reluctant Squad wants to settle a score with DZX, and today they show up. Pull up, and took them a while, but they managed to make the cut. 5 points in, and now we're only left with 5 teams remaining. Despite through all that chaotic mess that's happening all across Yasnaya, DZX has been standing within those compounds for a long time and finally decides to go in for that full commitment. For us now, have to make a decision to either continue with this fight against DCE, who's currently covering themselves with smokes, while they try to take this long shack as defense. Good maneuver for the meantime. Saber does drop in the beautiful nade. That catches the rest of DC, leaving with only Always Me. And that little vehicle left them with no cover. It is eArena here to continue on pouncing from the top. But DC will eventually be withered out. While you take a look at these god angles, he sees everything.
Just a couple taps and down goes 𝐷𝐿𝐿. DZX try to cross the field, but the entire server is looking at them. Savior might be able to make it into those smokes, but I'm sure Forrest will have his number after that, and if not, eArena still have this incredible high ground to work with. It's been sharp shooting. Savior has been spotted, but Scappy yoinks it with the nade. No kill for eArena. Instead, it's Forrest. And now we enter our last 3 remaining teams. eArena have had not much to do but sit up here and just farm DMR damage. Forrest have played this nicely. As soon as they went into Yaz, they took control of the outskirts. They took control of those shacks of this electrical pylon and defended themselves from there. TMP, I mean, they've just had third-party opportunity after third-party opportunity here on the East.
Yeah, and
so it's kind of 3 teams that haven't really had all that much to do. Finally having to actually take some proper team fights.
But the problem right now for TMP is that this circle is going to shift so far off, then 𝐴𝐴RENA has got them pretty much gated off from getting any form of access. And for some reason, we're looking at Forest going for a wide wraparound that will see them seize a little bit more space as compared to the rest of the squad of 𝐴𝐴RENA. But they've already had their eyes all across the field, so eventually when 𝐴𝐴RENA finishes off this fight against TMP, they should be well sorted off to eventually deal with the rest of Forest, and that will make it pretty much an even fight from there on. But not so much for 𝐿aTedo. He's just trying his best to stay alive. Any good pickoff that will be giving him some good chances to at least open up some spacing for TMP to buy more time into this match. But looks to be that this is not going to be any easy task at all for them to run down the field, because there's also Baron overlooking from the bottom end of the ground.
This is so important for Forest. Even if they can get a few kills here onto TMP, these guys are fighting for top 8 right now. That one is valuable. And 𝐴𝐴RENA, they're in probably the best spot in the zone, but it doesn't mean that they're going to win the game. Forest could still pop up and get some important knocks here. Another placement point gathered for Forest. So this is a 12-point game for them so far. That's necessary. That doesn't necessarily break that gap between them and 8th place, but it puts a big dent in it.
Yeah.
Valuable points, but still 4 members of 𝐴𝐴RENA to find, and I'm not sure that's going to be doable.
It is going to be a little bit tricky, though, for Forest coming in with those tight angles from the bottom side of the hill. Tiger as well as Izzy, the more space that they find towards the center, the rest of Forest will be pretty much within their sight. So we'll have to see if they could play off this initial contact. So Sizzy definitely plays a very pivotal role onto dictating this fight. Meanwhile, 𝐿aScaPy, if he finds 𝐿aRix as well as Jacob, they could easily just focus fire onto Tiger, which they are doing right now, just to try to see if they could get the exchange through. He does have a rock to hide for now. Baron staying safe, away from harm's way. Jacob has been seeing all these open space for a long time. He should know of Baron's position, so it's all about taking safe measures and having the discipline to eventually work together to find those pickoffs. So 𝐿aScaPy, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, 𝐴𝐴RENA have to make a mistake. I don't think they lose this game if they don't. They have to peek over into 𝐿aScaPy. Or 𝐿aScaPy spots one off in the distance, confident that maybe he can get that DMR knock, but if he exposes himself, I'm pretty sure 𝐿aRix and Jacob just peek, and 𝐿aScaPy's dead. And then so that makes it nigh on impossible for Forest to do anything. 𝐴𝐴RENA, they don't look to be making mistakes though. They are taking this so carefully. Jacob does take a headshot, but no harm, no foul just yet. It's 𝐴𝐴RENA are playing this so cautiously, but I don't blame them. The angles aren't really the greatest to be able to peek into the Forest players, so they have no other option really but to play it conservatively.
Yeah, they were really showing a lot of sign of respect at the moment. While 𝐿aRix, if he could just take a little bit more of that room, he would do so, but it's definitely super dangerous because that's within the sight of all 3 of the members of Forest Natural Gaming. The moment that he gets picked up, and it's going to be tough. Now they're running out the open, relying on those smokes. Forest Natural Gaming might see this as a perfect opportunity. Now they're also being denied vision, so they can just focus on what's at the top.
This is such a good move from 𝐿aScaPy. Oh, the timing's just not right to catch Zizzy in rotation, though. That would have been so valuable. Oh, the bolt comes in as well. I was going to say the molly would do it, but the bolt does even better. Down goes 𝐿aScaPy, and I think that opens the floodgates to take out the rest of Forest. Nothing that they can do. They've been stuck on this corner of the zone for the longest time, and now finally the collapse will come in. Baron, the last one up, he does have that MG3. It would be a miraculous clutch here, but if you want any gun to do it, maybe the MG3 is it. Orc Spray from on high. Baron continues to deal a ton of damage, but it's not enough. A valiant attempt, but 𝐴𝐴RENA claimed the 5-kill win.
Yeah, this was one of the cleanest games that we've seen from them, despite, you know, with so many teams battling out there. We thought that 𝐴𝐴RENA will have actually gotten a whole lot more, but they played safe with plenty of discipline as well as tenacity being shown in order to bring the rewards to once again back a secure on the final day of the play-ins.
Well done from 𝐸_ARENA. I mean, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 was in just such, like, he was in the power position, but he was also in that position that needed to do so much and was under so much pressure. He can't really achieve both there without the support of his teammates. The problem is, I don't know if his teammates could actually support him. So well done from 𝐸_ARENA to just pretty much destroy them. Just off timing alone, but well defended apartments from DZX. They actually came out on top of Reluctant Squad in that fight, but certainly both those teams wasting a lot of time sat in those apartments there. SGD, smart play. This is the Malaysian battle that we have been mentioning this entire play-in stage. This is basically what they needed to do. Whether that was the positional play or not, whether that was better for their game as a whole or not, PMA is weakened and SGD had an opportunity to take them out. And then, of course, we saw the bathroom shenanigans on both sides of the circle as well. That was just insane.
Yeah, that was a long rally through the bathroom doors of the singles, but eventually when it wraps up, we still see Lockyo receiving plenty of points broke out of this round. And then when it comes down to playing through the Baron lands, it was PMP that have been able to at least squeeze through, taking down teams after teams, wrapping around the edges until they were dealt with some bad cards up against 𝐸_ARENA. But DZX, I think they're starting to look a whole lot more like their past selves, where they're absolutely thriving despite how long it took for them to get out of Isnaya with the presence of Reluctant Squad. And back towards this endgame fight where we saw Forest tries to take on 𝐸_ARENA, they had more to lose because they had to take those risks where 𝐸_ARENA never really had to put themselves into danger. So absolutely clean. 𝐸_ARENA absolutely deserving of a beautiful win here to kick off our round one. And well, I'm liking how this is going as we kick off our final day of the run, and we still got one more wrangle to go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I look back at 𝐸_ARENA's wins, they haven't been the craziest of wins. Maybe the Miramar one that they got yesterday was, I mean, they've only got 2 wins, so maybe the Miramar one of yesterday was their most exciting, but every time I think we've seen them have a decent game, unfortunately for them, and I'd be frustrated if I was 𝐸_ARENA. I feel like I've seen them in so many good spots, but the good spots just haven't resulted in kills or a really good game from them, and it's been really weird. It's not like it's their fault, you know, they just kind of end up in those positions that are great, but the game doesn't really allow them to be great. Like, they have the entire zone there, they have the entire high ground there, and they get 5 kills. Like, I would be so frustrated if I was them. It's like, just give us something more to work with. Have a team come from our west, come from our east. Give us something exciting to work with. But no, they'll certainly take those wins. And as I've said this entire tournament as well, it's good if you can close out those games. You know, even if it's a boring game, even if you get fed, it doesn't matter. As long as you're able to close out those wins, then that's all that counts.
Fair enough. And of course, it was a busy feel out there where if you're just late by a split second, all these teams will be yoinking all the points away, where as much as all these teams were caught between those rotations, there were bodies on the ground almost every corner of the map, and we both probably have thought 𝐸_ARENA would have actually converted with much more points to book out with, but they just kept a very steady pacing, which, you know, we don't really fault them because they absolutely do need to keep themselves safe at all times, because if at any given point with the overpeak and eventually with teams coming to the area, that would have been a very dangerous spot to be for 𝐸_ARENA, because they hold up possibly the best place in the map, and they managed to get this chicken dinner back for game 1. But take a look at Forest Natural Gaming. This is definitely a better run as compared to what they've had to offer back in day 2. So they're absolutely on track to be able to get themselves safe to get the spot for top 8.
Yeah, as I said during that game, that's a big dent in points to their position on the overall leaderboard. Maybe DZX can make a last-ditch effort run for top 8 as well. I'm not sure if that's entirely likely, but Forest is obviously one of the biggest benefactors of that game. That makes it a 5-point gap between them and top 8. That is incredibly doable for Forest. Unicorn Cyber need to remain consistent. Reluctant Squad, who was so good on day 1, and I sung their praises so much, are now in 7th and actually have a chance of falling out. But off the back of that win, I think 𝐸_ARENA put themselves in definitely not a guaranteed spot, but almost a guaranteed spot when you consider how many teams can actually still fight for top 8. So thankfully, 𝐸_ARENA probably going to make it through to the final stage. Buram, maybe they're in a little bit of trouble, but they seem to be relatively consistent enough to avoid danger. It's really Reluctant Squad and Unicorn Cyber that I'm looking at. But I suppose the other math that you have to take into account is how many teams can actually fight for 7th and 8th spot. right now, it's seeming like it's just one.
Yeah, and until PMA prove us otherwise, where we might still actually get to see that Malaysian race happen, but SGD, with that shutdown, I felt like that definitely break their spirits for a little bit. I could be very well wrong, you know, because we don't know what's happening on Braun through there with cancer. So it's still doable for PMA as well as DC, but it really requires tremendous effort with maybe 1 or 2 wins, or at least those double-digit rounds for them to eventually leapfrog up against Forest Natural Gaming. But I felt like Forest, they probably have gotten back into rhythm where they fixed some of all the mistakes that they've had back in day 2. So they're definitely looking really good. Same goes to DZX. Now they are now charging up to 12, but I felt that it might just be too little too late, because they need, what, more than 40 points right now. So
yeah,
it's pretty much tough for these guys who are currently placed from, I would even dare say, from 11 to 16.
Yeah, it'd be really sad to see, it'd be great and sad to see a team like DZX like really perform well today, but it's just not enough, you know, because we know that they have it in them. We've been saying that since day 1. It's just unfortunate if they can only really show up on the final day, and it just doesn't really count then. The same goes for Lock You Up. The same goes for E36, X Stadium, and Rustrial as well. I like how 𝐷𝐿𝐶 played that game. I actually feel like if they continue to kind of do well in a macro sense, then this lobby is theirs for the taking. PMA, obviously, bit rough when you have another team in the lobby that is just aiming to kill you. You know, if SGD, if this was a different game, different circumstances on the line, maybe SGD don't actually make that push, but they absolutely had to in the moment. And I mean, look, Jacob gets the MVP for that game, but I feel like anyone on E-Arena could have scored it. It was a 5-kill win, so nothing crazy. But that said, he did get almost 6 kills worth of damage.
Yeah, at least he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting when it comes down to putting pressure onto other teams from moving into their direction, and at the very same time denying any form of advancement coming from Baron that is pretty much stuck over onto what the electric towers were. So that's badly any form of cover, but it's pretty straightforward on how E-Arena have been able to achieve this win. But as we saw, they definitely did a whole lot of damage. It's just that it could have been a whole lot more points that they can acquire throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, well, that's their second winner chicken dinner. We had the question going into day 2 whether they were going to show up to this tournament, and they absolutely have. All they needed was a little bit of warm-up, need to figure out what they were doing wrong and how to play this lobby, and now they've come to play. Even though they end up with very few kills, I feel like their placement points are probably maybe a little bit higher than other teams on the leaderboard. I can remember looking at the leaderboard, I think halfway through day 1 or something, and SGD had like doubled the placement points of the team below them. So important nonetheless, but those are the top 4 teams at the moment, or for that game. Kind of 1200 damage on 3 of them, or exactly 1200 damage on 3 of those teams. TMP was the only one falling short with just under 1,000. And of course, we're going to see a decent amount of smokes used as it was a field ending. Maybe less smokes used than I'm used to in an ending like that. I feel like we'd be seeing 19 to 25 or something, but maybe people just didn't find them.
Yeah, they were just trying to stay afloat by just utilizing vehicles to just full send it, or even try to create bunkers or sort. But I would say that it's still a relatively entertaining round, where even despite lesser utility usage into this matchup, perhaps in the next upcoming map there will be enough spacing or terrains for them to really put all that into good effect. So we'll see what this round could possibly offer us. But once again, as per tradition, we're getting a Thai chicken dinner to kick off each respective day so far. And who knows, we will have different kind of results because the rest of the Vietnamese teams are also looking pretty good. But we'll come back in a couple more minutes as we will bring you into Wrangle shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
World updates to 𝐾𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐾𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. It will be our enemies.
Well, that was a quick break as we continue on with our journey to figure out who will make the top 8 cut through the APAC qualifiers final stage. And of course, Extreme, that was still a very exhilarating round that we've gotten with a whole lot of party going on this night. This time, probably we'll take it elsewhere. And we start to see the tension rise between all these squads who desperately need those points. Forest did manage to make that forward push. But despite all their efforts, settling for second, I think it's still pretty much doable for them to keep themselves well secure. Same goes to Irina, finding a very massive win, and that could solidify themselves into the top 8.
Yeah, I think it has. It most likely has when you consider how many teams can actually still fight for top 8. I think Irina are almost 100% safe. Again, Forest, you mentioned them. Look, the perfect start to the night would have been a win, but they'll definitely take a second. They'll definitely take 12 points. Again, massive dent. 5 points between them and top 8. Now, if you're 7th and 8th, you are sweating. Unicorn Cyber and Reluctant Squad need to pick themselves up. They need to find that consistency that they had on day 1. Otherwise, Forest is just going to snatch up that 8th spot. So that's what we're looking at right now. And of course, we saw a tease of it, essentially. Not a direct hot drop, but we saw SGD send it straight at PMA, recognizing that if they can take PMA out of the lobby, then they can secure that Malaysian PGC slot.
Yeah, and it is definitely looking very likely for them to do so, especially with all these tension building within the squad of PMA. So they really have to find not only safe way to kick off their matches, but to also take maybe even more fight to find their confidence once again, because we've seen PMA have been able to actually convert this to wins if they can survive till the later stages of the matches. But for now, they dealt with pretty rough cards where they just full sent it into the open fields of Yasai rather early, and they saw contests coming in from teams like X Stadium and many more. So with that being said, this is going to be the final angle round to be played out, and I'm pretty sure that the tides will be much rougher moving into all the other maps. So they better buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, if you thought it was chaotic in Game 1, well, I can almost guarantee you it's going to become more and more chaotic as we head into the final games of the night. At some point during tonight, it would just be mathematically impossible for potentially 8 teams or more to do any more damage in this lobby or to even qualify into that top 8. I'm talking about the teams at the very top of the leaderboard having total freedom to do whatever they want. You know, they've already qualified, have some fun, you know, go for it, test the limits. I'm also talking about the teams on the bottom side of the leaderboard who have no chance at making top 8. So by the time we hit Game 6, I'm pretty certain there's going to be a very different vibe in the lobby. There's going to be a different mindset, I think, to say the least. But right now, we're still very much in the mix of things. 𝐷𝐶𝐋 hopping out early. You confirm, waiting for their moment to hop out as well. We are heading over Military Island. This looks like another very even, very fair plane path. If we were going to see the Ferry Pier hot drop, well, this would be a plane path to do it on, but I don't think we are.
Yeah, this might just be the very first time that we're looking at 𝐷𝐶𝐋 dropping into the middle of the base, so with that split going on between TMP members, I wonder if they will be caught out eventually. And it's relatively interesting as well, where we also see that stretch coming in from Brooklyn Squad, where they're going to be looking to take some ground control over the course of their period and perhaps that lighthouse. In the middle of the map, though, we're not looking at any form of a fight is happening or taking place just yet, but I'm seeing FW Esports and RTL, and not even forgetting BRU, to be within close distance. They're probably hustling for that vehicle out in the street, so that might be a little something for us to kickstart our run for our second map.
Yeah, I think Russia will have it down pat. Buram is going towards logging, and FW is obviously going towards Melta, so I think we're okay. Kind got dangerously close sitting inside Hacker, but not even he is going to have anyone to contest with. PMA very close to E-Arena. The biggest, well, I mean, it's not even a fight. I don't think we're going to get any fights, but Lock You Up and X Stadium were very close to each other on that northwestern side, but they've since separated, and so we get nothing early, unfortunately. As much as I'd love it, we don't get anything. Maybe we'll see some form of action on Military. You can see TMP are split 2-2, one on the west side, or 2 on the west side, and 2 on the east side of Military. Do they want to go for a crazy 2-2 bridge camp? If they wanted to stop 𝐷𝐶𝐋 from getting off Military Island, then you could definitely set up some form of 2-2 bridge camp. That would be diabolical, but they could absolutely do it. I just don't know what TMP is thinking right now, you know?
That would be one of the craziest plans we'll ever get to see here in the play-ins, because just the thought of it is just so wild to me, where it could go horribly wrong for TMP or just be
horribly right.
Yeah, horribly right with some 200 IQ messing around with the rest of the members of 𝐷𝐶𝐋. So as we start off, no casualties so far, so that's a good sign for the teams that need to play it really safely. Q confirm, we saw brilliant runs from them back in day 1, and they've been super consistent, being one of the flag bearers of Thailand. So far, high quality finishes, especially with their chicken dinners. And I think that some of the best maps that they have been playing out has been inside of Miramar, but even in Wrangell, they've always brought back decent amount of points with their carry superstar 𝐏𝐿 to be able to really hit all these crazy shots.
𝐏𝐿 is the MVP of this lobby, but those prizes only go... Well, I would imagine those prizes only go to the competitors in the finals lobby. I could be wrong on that. But he has put on a really good performance. He was also the nade master last time I checked. He also had the most damage with grenades. That might have changed since, but still, it shows you how valuable 𝐏𝐿 has been for Q Confirm. And yeah, they had a fantastic 50-plus point day on day 1. Since then, it's obviously been not as good, but still decent. You know, consistent enough to hit that 100-point mark, the 4th team to do so. So yeah, we've seen good stuff from Q Confirm, and I'm sure as we head into that finals lobby, they are going to be incredibly formidable, especially if 𝐏𝐿 can keep up the performance that he's had. As X Stadium go rotating past planes, E-Arena still in that area, but hopefully they can avoid each other and keep things clean. TMP, Is this one of those players that was from the west coming over here to the east? It is. So TMP are grouping up. They are avoiding the double bridge camp. They're just going to group up towards Novo.
Yeah, that's a better play coming from TMP. Though, of course, they don't really have too much at stake currently, poised for the top 8 of the finals with 101 points, where even if they do slip up a game or two, it's not really going to hurt them all too much, per se. But, of course, they take pride in what they do. You always want to aim for a chicken dinner, and who knows, stacking some of all these stats for them to get all these prizes by the end of their run. That's a whole lot of money to be gained throughout the lion's share of the 80K that's in the pool. Arena, though, an interesting approach as they're still trying to figure out on this form of rotation where it could still end up anywhere, right? When we take a look at such a central path into phase 1, it could still go towards the side of Yasnaya once again, or it could be around Pachinki. Rosa is always going to be that central point where you don't really want to move too far off if you do see this type of circle to begin with. Meanwhile, Reluctant Squad, it will be at least holding out onto their position right across the farm side, which will give them that good spacing, especially with teams eventually coming through the multiple passage. So it will take some time, though, before they get to have a glimpse of anyone passing by, while Russell Esports finding an interesting location as well.
Contra, we could end in farm here, man. We could go all the way to the southeast and end up in farm. That would be really rough for most teams involved, but we could still go there. Also, yeah, if it goes towards the north, then obviously that water becomes a question. Does it go north? Does it go south? And that becomes that wall that teams have to navigate. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Phase 1 can go anywhere. You are not wrong in saying that. Tiga, he's out here alone. Or at least he oh my, nice shooting from Noadra. He's been, as the new player to Q-Confirm, he's been doing quite well. But yeah, Tiga's been out here alone for quite some time. I believe he was the scout for E-Arena. Now the rest of them are starting to move in. He's been risking life and limb, but hasn't taken too much damage. Of course, TMP will still camp the bridge. No reason not to when you're up there at 101 points, almost guaranteed to make the finals. You can certainly pull something off like this. DZX is close by, actually. Just had a look at the minimap. They are quite close. My map stream is a little bit delayed, but I think DZX will show up at any moment. And they've got a player up on Observatory as well, just to guarantee that information. So this is a well-played and well-planned out bridge camp by TMP.
Yeah, I like this plan a whole lot better than what we deem to be a 2-2 bridge camp. So it is definitely going to at least yield something in return, maybe a pick-off or two. And of course, best case scenario, wipe off the entirety of these X. We get Winch! Oh, they managed to get that first catch. That's going to be a double for Megwas and Jadwal. Now it's only down to Bohang to trade right back, and he goes down as well. Not a slither of a chance for them to even think of fighting back. Now it's only down to Leo where he's not even making his way across. Only having that Berkey to work with, so he will turn, kill, and run. Take the other bridge, as that will give them a lot more spacing to work with.
So I think this was more opportunistic by TMP, but in the back of my mind, I'm also thinking about whether or not DZX loots a drop spot that TMP want to loot in that finals lobby, and whether they want to basically put the nail in the coffin for DZX. That's something I'm thinking about, but I think that was definitely more opportunistic, but either way, well played. I mean, that player up on Observatory gave them all the information they needed. They got all 3 players that did cross the bridge. Leo was obviously late, so he gets away with it, but yeah, well camped by TMP. That couldn't have gone better.
Yeah, that's the best that they could possibly pull up with, and they could just easily just leave Nova whenever they want to, since phase 1's still going to take some time to close up, and the damage is definitely tankable for sure. X Stadium now being spotted out by Scappy has always been that scout for the squad to be able to provide so much back to the team. But this battle within both guts is going to take a while for them to actually conclude if they ever decide to go on for that full collapse. They also do have Baron over onto the rooftops, and I wonder if there's going to be any teams in the midst of rotation. From the looks of the minimap, there's not going to be all too much pressure for these two squads at the moment. Whereas Arena might find themselves in the predicament if the circle goes further into areas such as school or so. And to leave from up north is definitely going to be tough to navigate their way around. But for now,
dude, one of those Rustral players is like playing in a LAN cafe or something. Like a full, like he had like a pink booth surrounding him or something. That was sick.
Whoa.
That was really cool. And then one of them was just playing the complete darkness as well. It's like the worst you can do for your eyes. Can's up there again. I feel like we've seen him in that situation multiple times. He's the glider man for Brewer Realm.
Yeah. I feel like nowadays everybody needs a glider man in their team if they do find a glider, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but
someone most confident in being the pilot.
All I do know is that I'm not going to get myself up there. I've been trying my luck with controlling it. It's not the easiest of vehicles to maneuver around. And especially when you have a tough lobby like this, it takes a whole lot of guts, to say the very least.
Oh, yeah.
And Buram is just safely wrapping around these corners. They should have that firm access to eventually reach into areas like school. And if they're feeling confident enough to open up that space with Khan's info, they might even full send it into the forest or even Rozhok. Who knows? But as we get a little bit more confirmation, the battles will eventually take place around school as well as Rozhok. So all the teams are definitely in the right spot.
For the moment. But this circle hasn't necessarily been kind to us. I mean, just yet. The kindest thing it could do would be to shift south. And then that would mean that most teams would be still inside it. If this does go north, E-Arena are in for another decent game. Forest and Unicorn Cyber almost got into it here in Rozhok, but I think 𝐾 is more likely to get a bit of a biff with Unicorn Cyber. They go rotating in. Unicorn Cyber park up inside Rozhok. It's a central spot, so definitely a viable play, but they will be at the mercy of Forest, at the mercy of 𝐾, and I'm not sure that's super ideal. Forest have that entire south side and one person on the northern side in the form of Olympus. And Unicorn Cyber are stuck in the low ground. The worst possible spot you can be here in Rozhok in a mid to late game for certain. They are... I mean, what can you really do? If you pick those windows, you get shot up by 𝐾. You pick the other windows, you get shot up by Forest. It's not the most fun position.
Yeah, upon arrival, I guess they take those for cover for the meantime, at the very least. And I've definitely played plenty of rounds inside of Rozhok to also know for the fact that that spot is definitely difficult for Unicorn Cyber to also do much to even look for a trade back against the members of Forest Natural Gaming. Definitely will see a little bit more of a long trade in between these two teams, whereas Petret's not too far off on the further side of the outskirts, but that's going to be two massive compounds that they'll be able to work with. And keep in mind, there is going to be more teams coming inbound, so I wonder if they'll be able to do much.
I think this is actually not... Now that I'm looking at 𝐾 split, so they've got two inside Rozhok and they've got two inside Rooftop. So this is a split that 𝐾 are most likely going to regroup on, and that allows Unicorn Cyber to then push up straight to where QC are right now and not have to deal with them. And then that gives Unicorn Cyber actually a really decent spot in the zone. So I'm thinking that's going to happen in the future, but for the moment, Unicorn Cyber are a bit stuck. I mean, if you're proning inside the top floor of a double white like that, then I'm thinking your position isn't the greatest. Hwang? Speaking of not so great positions, stuck behind a rock, but plenty of tree cover to try and maneuver himself out of there.
Yeah, not the best, not the worst either ways. While there is still pressure coming in from the side of RTL, while Smell is also looking to eventually get the vehicles to be ready for them to eventually move off from their location. Now, it's going to take a while before we actually see these big fights erupt, whereas, well, they're just waiting for a phase 3 to pop up, and they will definitely make those big decisions. I'm looking at the south side where you have teams like Reluctant Squad, RTL, SGD. The moment that they have to make certain decisions, we might even see certain grounds from school over the south side to have some gate crash going on, and perhaps they're looking to take down Ether6. And speaking of which, we do have a shift going on. Who that does get the catch over on Petret as that battle in Rozhok continues.
Oh, that's a devastating loss if they end up losing Petret, but QC did try to make that rotation. They did try to regroup, so Unicorn Cyber, they do get that high side of Rozhok. But this circle has shifted all the way to the east. That is really good for some teams, as it usually is, but there are other teams in surprisingly rough positions. 𝐏𝐿 Esports, a team fighting for their spot in the top 8 in a fantastic position here. Basically dead center of this zone. Forest also, I mean, look, they have their opportunity to control 𝐿𝐷 and end up fighting from that western edge. In fact, this is a pretty pivotal fight. This might be the most pivotal fight in the game right now. Forest is going up against a team in 8th position. And it hasn't started out so well for them. They got that opening knock, but Olympus a bit too greedy on that nade. These shots from Scappy have to land if they want to continue this fight, but they don't. They're hard shots to make. But this is a very important fight. 𝐿𝐷, Forest Gaming. Forest in 9th, 𝐿𝐷 in 8th.
Yeah, and QC definitely have to thank Forest for holding 𝐿𝐷 back, because what you definitely read throughout the course of where they were holding up, 𝐿𝐷 will definitely have to push towards QC's direction. So now being held back, they will try to at least work with whatever regions that they've got to go in for that reset, so they will eventually look for a reset. I wonder if Forest is going to go in for the full flush, though, while Buram United, like you said, this is one of the teams that have been able to reap the rewards by placing further down over on the southeast corner of the map. They have plenty of all these room to eye out on teams across these corners. They see not too far off, as DC is going for an interesting 3-1 split approach. Well, that's happening. They're definitely looking to see if they could get good trades going up against both TMP as well as FW. Khan, ever since he left that glider, he has been actively going in for all these pot shots, but still finds nothing. BRU still sits at 0, while I'm definitely keen on going back to 𝐿𝐷 later on to see how those fights conclude.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it, or at least I will, on the map feed to try and figure out what goes on. The arena not fed on the north, unfortunately for them, so they've had to make their way through Yaz. A wide rotation that is relatively safe. You can end up here at these buildings on the edge of Yaz and get a pretty good idea of what's in front of you. 𝐿𝐷 is probably sticking around a little bit too long, and for that, he goes down. PMA take him out. They do more damage to 𝐿𝐷 as well. PMA doing their best to show presence here on this northeastern side, and doing it successfully. They lose that kill to Ketiga, but still doing a lot of work to make sure that their future is as easy as possible. Forest looks like they got another knock. 2 players inside that Prio building and 2 players of 𝐿𝐷 down on that ridge. Forest are going to have to be super methodical taking this fight. The utility usage has to be basically perfect. It's difficult to flush people out of these Prio buildings. There's so many rooms in that top floor and bottom floor that they can sit, and so it's difficult to land those nades. This is also a fight that, mind you, has to finish sooner rather than later, because this zone has shifted away from both of these teams, so they are probably going to want to start this now.
Yeah, that's what I really want to point out as well, because they only got about, what, 20 over seconds before that blue zone creeps in.
Yeah.
There's not enough space, and I don't think that they have plenty of vehicles around these facilities to even work with that development as the trades go on. Karen now spots long, only managing to squeeze a bullet through. They probably will pay no mind and try to work through a zone, and once they do, Q confirm will be lying in wait, while DCE has been going on the battle with the rest of Eagle 36, making a desperate attempt to charge towards their area of play. Well, that's happening. Force Natural Gaming is taking their sweet time. It feels like there's no other option but to also tank out some damage through the blue, but they found themselves at US for them to just get into a safer position from here.
Where do they go, though? That's the question. Not many spots that aren't really occupied right now. Reluctant Squad find themselves in one of the bowls in the fields. Hailed on by grenades from FW. Banana 1, the front man right now. As close as he can get without overextending. But it's difficult to flush people out of these bowls unless you hit those perfect grenades. If you do, then you can even justify just straight pushing through the field in the complete open to take them out. But they haven't done that successfully yet. Everyone else trying to find space. B36 down and out. Rustriel and 𝐿𝐷 combined for that. 𝐿𝐷 on the coast. This is where they find themselves, and Forest have gone off completely elsewhere. Hard to tell which team is in a better position right now, but 𝐿𝐷 might be the first of those 2 teams to go out. MML and Jervis combine. 𝐿𝐷 as they try to make their push along the coast. SGD is ready to greet them and immediately destroy them.
Yeah, MML definitely doing a whole lot of work by himself. Move the pressure on from the blue. They're speculating it all. And through that, still managed to find a catch. Both sides being knocked down. SGD dealing with two teams at the same time as they're fighting way too much more than they get you. Q confirm taking a firm space. By the Forest are eyeing out onto these SGD members as Forest tries to get by. Scappy makes it through. All these teams without vehicles tries to make a run in while Q confirm was also getting traded back. They will hold back for now. As you see teams like QC, VCE, and TMP, they are the ones taking great charge to keep everybody else at bay.
Oh. Those two teams that are in fantastic spots in the zone right now, PMA and Dongchi Esports, are fighting for a spot in the top 8. A great game for both of them here would do a lot. And Forest have managed to find their way in now. It's only 3 points between them and 8th position. Unicorn Cyber just couldn't find a better spot than Forest, but I'm not really too happy for Forest in that spot either. It's a bowl, incredibly nadeable, as we've just seen. You're at the mercy of all the teams around you, and look, QC, like Hungry Sharks, will surround Forest, and they don't even fire a bullet. Down go Forest, all the way to the grenades, and just in case there were mortars coming in, just if those nades didn't do the job. So well handled by Q Confirm. They cleared their edge and can now look towards lock you up in that flat top.
Massive explosions and full commitment from members of QC, and there's just honestly nowhere else to go for Forest, leaving Rozak a little too late, while Leo has been playing alone for a long time. Banana 1 and the rest of FW look towards the fields of Yasna, trying to make good use of all these weak fields and haystacks. They will be able to get by, but they're probably going to be scattered for now. This is going to be a tough one to be played out. Jun now getting picked off. Jatin was distracted off, doing a lot of damage towards the members of FW, and they didn't seem to notice where exactly it's coming from. So Russia might even look to actually go for Rod if we have another one to on the line.
Did Johnny just get a 3k grenade? I just briefly saw that in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure one of the Rushshore members just got an insane nade on Buram and we missed it. But either way, they've opened it up. And Buram lost 3 very, very, very quickly. I mean, this is a push that Rushshore should never really be able to make. There's one more spray that has to land. Neither can land it. Kanaxi finally gets it. Rushshore will go out, but they've lost everyone on Buram in the meantime. Kanaxi is the last one alive. And there's not really a spot in the zone he can go. Somewhere in the field is the best option he has. And we move over to Q Confirm, who have done so well to defend their side of the zone so far. Through the blue zone grenade, no visibility problems at all for Opons. He finds Titus and takes him straight down.
That was super clean. And RTL did absolutely playing spoilers against BRU, who's only having that 4 points. But that 4 points seemingly enough with the elimination of RS, Unicorn Cyber, and Forest for now. Laura hard at work, still making it rain up against the rest of Lock You Up. Now, for outside of the blue, I don't think they'll be able to make the cut. Now, again, last attempt, and that was beautiful. Oh boy, QC, they have not only survived to make the cut out of Rozak, but they have been able to just get so much out of those situations. 9 points already, now looking for the rest of X Stadium up in the north.
This is looking like the QC of day 1, and they continue their rampage as well. Noadra on an ego drive-by, they get all of them. X Stadium gone completely. Q Confirm's confidence is at an all-time high. They might even get that res onto Opons as well. The Arena, the other strong team in this lobby, alongside PM8. FW a little bit worse for wear. Oh, Megalus just doesn't go down. Jacob, if he loses his life, that's devastating. Zizzy's there for the trade. They've got a smoking car to hide behind. And a couple smokes, and that's it. E-Arena struggling to get through this field without losing members. DZX arrive. FW is there with grenades on grenades. Razelands 2. E-Arena, I said they were strong. I take that back completely. They've lost 3 in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, the moment it got spotted out, they just have nades raining from above with FW members just absolutely ready to take them on. While Kanaxi, after having those commotion up against RTL, finding himself outside of the zone. Dongxi's seeking for this opportunity, and yes, they will get it. Tito with another sharp shot to the head. FW now lurking very closely. Tito wants to connect with this nade. Got to also dodge some for himself, but Banana 1 absolutely got clipped by that beautiful toss. And that's really put them in a little bit of dent. Thankfully, with a little bit of coverage here as well as the Rich, they should be able to hold on. I don't think it's the right time for them to go in for the revive, as the rest of DCE are set right through. Barely any spacing to play with. Always me will just confidently go in for the push, waiting for the rest of the team to also respond at the same time to have a clean shot. But it's not going to be the case. It's been right back. Raze finds one, and they might actually deplete the entirety of DCE. They played it so well. Now they have to also get Tito involved, but he's by the street. Here comes the name.
Rock solid Raze, man. I'm telling you, this guy is the glue for this team. Seems to be consistent every time we watch him, and it's confidence on the board now for Banana One and FW Esports. Don't get too over-aggressive. You've done God's work so far. It's just 1 up for DCE. This was meant to be their game. This was a fantastic game for DCE. They were up to 9 kills. If they wanted to make a run for top 8, this was it. But they can't get it done. Raze, he can't finish it off, though. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is the one to finish it off. Down go FW. Dongchi survive all of that. And they go down just after I say that. 𝐿𝐿𝑟x from eArena ruins their fun. It's a fantastic game from DCE, but just not enough.
Not enough. It could have been a golden play right there. Tito definitely put up some heck of a fight by his own at the very same time. Meanwhile, we'll focus on to this final rally between PMAs, the Shushu, trying to hold out against QC, who's also done tremendously with those 13 points. That Shushu now tries to flush them with a little bit of flashbang. It will be a full charge, but the revives will be set right into place. 𝐀𝐏𝐀𝐂 will be back, and then Petret eventually sniffs him out. So now to the top 3, and look at the top 3. They're all battered bruised.
Yeah.
Only a single member left for eArena and DZX.
7 kills on 𝐻𝐻𝐻, by the way. I'll keep saying it, but new member on 𝐾�confirm seems to be having a really important impact. Love to see it. And I love to see how they played this game. I mean, this is... If they win this game, they have fully fought for it and earned it every single step of the way. They deserve it 100%. They've taken many different fights. They've controlled their side of zone to perfection. And the only mistake they've made is losing 1, but... At this point, are you really going to criticize that? I don't think so. 𝐾𝐿𝐶, the MVP of this lobby, has yet to get 1, but... A couple more opportunities in this game. These solos, they could combine to take down QC, but they'd need to work together, and obviously they are not in the same Discord channel, so that would be very difficult. And 𝐾𝐿𝐶 have a very good idea, 100% information on where Leo is. Petret out in the blue. 𝐾𝐿𝐶, if he takes this 1v1 and loses it, maybe it's possible, but MVP of the lobby right now, I'm not sure he loses this.
Yeah, they're just trying to buy time with Bespoke here. Leo will still be sniffed out. Those a blind spray, and 𝐾𝐿𝐶, he's done with having 0 points, finally secures 1 for himself. And there's only 1 more player left on the lobby. Let's see what sort of plays 𝐿𝐿𝑟x will be capable of. We know that for a fact that he's been able to clutch in very important situations. But could this be overwhelming now that they're dealing with a very on-form 𝐾𝐿𝐶 side? And with his own creeping right in, I think the smart play is to deny the point, but he's still going to see if he could just bring a couple more back for eArena. And it's been incredible, right? Last round, they got that chicken dinner, and somehow they managed to survive to make the cut into another top 2 finish.
Yeah, he's done. Oh, he's just been spotted out. I don't think that's a spot where 𝐿𝐿𝑟x can survive. This is a very, very dominant win by 𝐾𝐿𝐶. 16 kills. They fought for it. They were maneuvering from the west all the way to the east. They take down PMA in that compound. They destroy the endgame competition. That is a very on-form 𝐾𝐿𝐶.
Yeah, I'm just so glad to see the new member added to this equation to be so impactful for the run. Noara just rallied on, and he just pays no mind to whatever amount of members of the opposing squads were in front of him. He just absolutely obliterated their competition, and just paves their way for this QC side to just thrive till the very end of this match. And could it get any better for QC? I think that they've definitely made their mark, that they are definitely a heavy contender in the finals.
Yeah, I think so. They've looked really good in team fights in general. When the individuals are performing as they are, then yeah, you should be scared going up against QC in a team fight. And I think this is more reminiscent of what we saw from them on day one. On day one, they were taking fight after fight, trying to control as best as they can, and they were successful in doing so. Day two wasn't really like that, but here we are, straight back in QC's wheelhouse. I mean, look at that. Clearing out their side, perfect, didn't even take a shot. And then all they had to do was fight through that hill, take down PMA, take down X Stadium first. Completely forgot about this. Opon's aggressive enough to get that opening. Then they moved to take out the other two members of X Stadium. Then they moved to PMA. I mean, it was fight after fight after fight. And that's the only real way that you end up with 16 kills.
Yeah, there's just so much going on over in South. Meanwhile, it was a battle for control over an inner end of the field. FW Esports did actually play this to perfection. Race, he almost got the entire squad of DC only up to this push where, of course, Banana One was looking to actually go towards the wall with that flashbang put into place perfectly. And we get to see this beautiful angle from Tidoy that sees him securing that turnaround.
Oh, Lyrics, man. 𝐷𝐿𝐶 are trying to make that run for the top 8, and you're out here ruining it. I mean, nice spot, nice fight from... I mean, it's good that 𝐷𝐿𝐶 were able to recover that. I think they ended with like 13 kills or something to themselves, so... Fantastic game from them. If they want to make this run to top 8, then that's the way they should do it. I just have to think about whether or not they would have actually won that game or been a bit more successful if they hadn't been taken down there. I think they would have been able to get the other two members of 𝐷𝐿𝐶 up, and then they could make a run through that field. They could control that ridge. Maybe Lyrics isn't too much of a problem. I'm not sure. They did go out, unfortunately, but still a fantastic game from them. That's probably the best performance we've seen from 𝐷𝐿𝐶 so far. It's good to know that they can do that. Is it too little too late, though? Yeah,
it might just be, but with those double digits, it could still be entirely possible. So I'll wait for our directors as well as the people behind the scenes to keep count so that we get a better picture of what really went on, because this messy game of Wrangle is now being wrapped up in such a spectacular fashion that I felt probably 10 out of 16 teams were handsomely rewarded at the very least, because these fights were absolutely never ending. From Rozak, we took to the fields of School. We even see involvements of Eagle36 trying to get activated, but they got punished relatively early. So I like that even despite certain teams who have probably nothing to lose or not more to gain, to still try to play for some really good finishes. And RTL, you saw that effort against BRU. They just completely blew their chances to actually climb even further.
Yeah, I feel like I looked at the kill feed for a second and I saw Johnny Hong got a two-man nade, but it might have been a three-man nade, because Buram, as soon as we went over to spectate them, they were 3 knocked. So yeah, Insanity from Rustrial, one of those nades just did an insane amount of work, and then from that point forward, it's almost impossible for 𝐾𝐿𝐶 to recover that situation. But I think Buram are still in a decent spot. Obviously, you would have loved to see them get more out of that. If they could have defended better against Rustrial Esports, then they would have been able to get their cars, move into the zone. Maybe they are even contesting for that win. Maybe they end up in like a 3v3 against 𝐾𝐿𝐶, but it didn't go that way. They took that fight with Rustrial. Sorry, Rustrial took that fight with them and did way too much damage to make that realistic.
Yeah, and you know, I'll take a look at the highlights again. There's just so many epic moments in these matchups that we've had in Wrangle. And QC, this is another high score that they set with that 16 elimination match with a chicken dinner to be what they have been able to get for their efforts. While DCE, like you said, this has been their best performance so far. 14 points to add to their tally. And at least we are seeing some good maintenance coming from PMA as well as DCX even. So it's even distribution for the rest of the squads that are on board. But Arena, I think that they're definitely safe from dropping out of the top 8 for now.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right. FW will be the exact same story. But yeah, DCE making a run for it potentially. DZX with another okay game. Maybe they can start to make a push. PMA, not good enough from them, obviously, just 5 points in that match. But then, of course, you look over to Forest and Unicorn Cyber, who are the two teams fighting for 8th place right now. And Unicorn Cyber got 0, Forest only got 2. They would have wanted so much more in that game, but they ended up having to leave Rozhok. And because they had to leave, it just, yeah, it wasn't mutually assured destruction, but the timings were so bad that they had to delay so much that they had no time to be able to figure out where they wanted to go. if they wanted to make a breach, which team was weak, which side of a compound we could take. They had no time to do any of that. So, wait, Forest end up in 7th?
What? Oh, this is absolutely crazy. DCE, after that round,
what?
They're just needing a couple of points. They could actually make it. Or else they've been slumping in this matchup, and suddenly the tides have absolutely turned.
Wait, how did Forest end up in 7th? Am I missing something? Am I missing the maths here? I thought they were on not that many points to get to 7th. What am I missing?
I don't know what's really going on here, but this is absolutely crazy. So I don't know if there's anything that we'll have to recalculate or so, but for what it's worth, I'll just depend on what we have on screen. Unicorn Cyber, 3 positions sliding down to 10th. The pressure is on, and DC is now 1 point up ahead. PMA's still got a lot to catch up to. They need a chicken dinner or at least 20 more points to bring the fight to the top 8 table. Now this is getting more and more intense for what our final couple of rounds has to offer.
Is this leaderboard wrong, or am I misremembering? I feel like, I don't know, this is insane. Because I remember Forest was on 77. And now Forest is on 89.
Yeah, so of course we'll get a little bit of a check on this, but we'll give the time for...
I know this is right. I know this is absolutely bang on. Almost 1,000 damage, 7 kills. I'll say it again, new member of 𝐾_Confirm, and he has been performing throughout this entire tournament. If anyone had any doubts as to Nawadra's impact on 𝐾_Confirm, well, I'm pretty sure he's silenced all doubters at the moment.
Yeah, on top of that, I felt like he plays such a pivotal role in opening up all these fights. He always charges in first and foremost, getting opening advantages for 𝐏𝐶 to do his thing at the very same time. So it wasn't a single threat that these teams have to worry about when they go hit-to-hit against QC. And you saw the impactful plays that Nawandra has been able to brought with this 7 kills. And the rest of the party has also gotten plenty for themselves. Petret with 4, Opans with 4, and 𝐏𝐶 also securing 1 towards the later stages of the game.
Well, there you go. I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better game from 𝐾_Confirm, and I believe that matches the best performance of the lobby. I'm pretty sure it was TMP with their 16-kill win on day 2 that also had 16 kills, and so yeah, this matches that. Fantastic performance from both of those teams, and I think this is probably what 𝐾_Confirm has been building up towards. When you see them on day 1 coming out here, taking fights with everyone and trying to control as much as they can, this is usually what happens when you hit your stride, when you hit your peak. You end up with a very large kill game because you're going for those kills. You're going to do your absolute best to make sure everyone around you is dead, and that's exactly what 𝐾_Confirm did.
Yeah, and what I really love about the squad is that they took really calculated risks, despite them really spreading their wings a little wide when they knew that they had that control over onto the forest over western portion of the map that was left available. But Dongchi, this was massive improvements. We saw plenty of all these utilities hitting into this round itself, where it was a tough rally, where all the way up north we also had a little bit of a tussle between those teams who are hoping to cut across Yasnaya. That was a battle for Irina as well as FW to settle, and by then I felt like QC was just dominated a majority of these areas of play, while Dongchi has set it themselves up for success from what they've had over on the south side. So absolutely incredible. We do still see, of course, another beautiful round from these Thai squads, and now it's definitely pleasant to see Dongchi contributing major efforts into this round. And now we're only left with 4 more matches remaining to see who managed to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But we'll be going to a break for the moment. Don't go anywhere. Get your snacks. Get your popcorn. I guess if you can cook popcorn in your house, go do that. We'll be right back after a very quick break.
World updates to 𝐾𝐏, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐾𝐏. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back from the quick break as we're getting ourselves ready to hit right into Rondo, and after this it's going to be a match inside Tago. Only 4 more rounds remaining, Extreme, and we're definitely getting some really epic matchups where everybody is involved in all these big fights. And of course, back towards the leaderboard, we'll probably get it updated to really get that clear picture of what really is going on in between the fight for the top 8. But for what's worth, that was some crazy rounds offered by 𝐏𝐿 Esports, and also not forgetting QC's massive run to claim that chicken dinner.
Yeah, well, the actual leaderboard shows that 𝐏𝐿 is on 74 points, which is only 6 away from top 8, and then obviously Forest is 3 away from top 8. So in that game alone, 𝐏𝐿 Esports have made a very, very big statement telling us that actually we are still in this race. I think we came into today, at least I came into today, maybe doubting it, maybe doubting their ability to make a run for it, but they've silenced me. 𝐏𝐿 are very close to breaching to that top 8. So are Forest. Both those teams in very similar positions. And Unicorn Cyber with a 0-point game that last match on Erangel, they have to be sweating. There's no other option but for them to be sweating and thinking, okay, we have to pick ourselves up now. Like, we are so close to falling out of top 8, and it looked solid. You know, Unicorn Cyber looked like they might secure themselves in the top 8 only yesterday, and now they're close to falling out.
Yeah, how the tides absolutely turned within these couple of rounds that was played out here today. And, you know, I initially had some hope for the Malaysian team PMA to at least find a little bit more of a contribution in some of all these team fights, but they bombed out 2 games in a row without much to be done. So it has been looking a little bit abysmal, and I'm not too sure if they could pull up these kind of same record that 𝐏𝐿 Esports have to offer. Is it too little too late now that there's only about 4 more games remaining, and with all these other squads also improving at the very same time? And I just felt like it's just going to look to be a tough fight for PMA to still keep their hopes and dreams alive if they really want that 1 golden slot for the Global Championship.
Yeah, it's rough. You definitely feel for them. I would love to see the SGD PMA fight happen inside of that finals lobby. It's certainly doable for PMA, don't get me wrong. There's 4 games left, that is plenty. 2 of those maps as well being Rondo and 𝐾𝐿. 𝐾𝐿 not necessarily that random anymore, but I think Rondo still has a bit of that kind of random element where obviously these teams aren't super familiar or super comfortable in every single area on that map, whereas I think most teams are comfortable basically everywhere on 𝐾𝐿 now. It's been in the map pool for long enough, but it still is that map where if a team fight goes wrong for you, PMA will pick up the pieces and take full advantage of it. If they find themselves in a lucky spot, PMA will certainly capitalize on it. So yeah, as we head into Rondo, I think that is what I'm looking for PMA. I mean, this is, again, a map where not everyone is going to be super familiar. We ended up north of Jadina yesterday, and that was a spot that I had never seen before when it came to casting Rondo, and I don't know how many teams would have been comfortable making the kinds of rotations that they had to in that Rondo game. You had teams going and taking that Jadina City southern bridge. You had teams trying to swim across, I believe. There's that other bridge to the west. It didn't look super comfortable, and I think you're going to get that on Rondo for at least the next few months until we find until people have played enough scrims to be super confident on it.
Yeah, unless we get a lot more active pool to be played out in maybe future upcoming tournaments, but for those teams who are not really a big fan of this, all they really have to do is just to try to play their best for this one round only. Same can be said about 𝐾𝐿, which they have been more well-versed after how many major tournaments that sees feature on that specific map. So I still see this as a land of opportunities for teams to be able to reap reports out of. Last time we saw that Jadina City ending, it was Eagle36 that managed to get that win, and yesterday's one was one of the Thai teams, which I will have to recall because we have so many crazy chicken dinners from them. But now, less than a minute, we'll move right through. And what's been pretty interesting is that taking that center control has been very solid of a plan for certain teams like SGD to kickstart off with the run to look for certain catches. But even if teams are looking for areas like Jiaotin to play out, or maybe even Hongshan, it will provide them with just about enough resources to be able to work through what this map would give them. So with that being said, I guess we'll be finding out in a moment's time. But 4 matches, oh boy, I can only imagine what the players are currently feeling.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially the teams that are on the cusp. The other thing, I suppose, is as we go deeper into the night, the teams that are on the top of the leaderboard are slowly going to figure out opportunities to potentially take out their rivals that are struggling. 𝐿𝐿 Cyber, as we headed into today, same with Reluctant Squad, they weren't necessarily struggling. And so if you're a team on the top side of the leaderboard and you're looking to take out a rival, those 2 teams weren't necessarily the biggest targets in your mind. But now they actually are, because now Reluctant Squad, now 𝐿𝐿 Cyber are vulnerable to the likes of Dongqi and to the likes of Forest. So if you are SGD, if you are QC, and you don't like any of those teams that I just mentioned, then here is a really solid opportunity for you to take out a rival. In fact, I think the maths have worked out really well. We have 2 slots on the bottom of the leaderboard that are vulnerable, and 2 teams within fighting range to actually take those 2 slots. So we do have, I was getting worried for a bit on day 2, but we do actually have a fight for top 8.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of slugfest of fights that will be taking place in moments time. Well, you know, and when I do want to compare is that between Reluctant Squad, UNC, as well as Forest Natural Gaming, the ones that have been able to at least put very decent average points per round has always been 𝐿𝐿 Cyber. But despite all the circumstances that was involved back in the Wrangle, it really felt like they were left with no room to play out, especially for Forest Natural Gaming side. And perhaps now, with a little bit of wider area coverage, Forest can actually opt to start playing a little bit safer this time around. So let's see what this Rondo round will hold for us, as we will now dive straight into the map to see who makes it into the top 8.
Here comes Rondo, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to get 1 plane path or 2? I guess we'll have to find out. Definitely interested to see if we get 2. 2 plane paths often create some interesting scenarios. I don't necessarily think that those 2 plane paths incite people to go for more hot drops and things like that. I think it just means that Well, actually, I don't really know what it means yet. I'm still trying to figure out what the two plane, or how to articulate what the two plane paths mean, but definitely makes for some interesting drops as those plane paths collide. Looking like we only get one though here. It's a southern one at that, Jadina City, all the way to the western edge of the map. Muadra, of course, our camera is on him for 7 kills last game, and looking to continue that performance going into Rondo. Lots of people heading out first. Irina and Buriram, 2 of those teams, along with DZX and Reluctant Squad. A lot heading out early, actually. Now that I say that, TMP amongst them too, so we might get some action on that eastern side.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually hoping for, because it's rarely that we get to actually see teams actually battle inside of Jadina City so early on. But BRU opts to take the safer approach by moving into northern plains, perhaps booking May run for themselves. SGD, as I would assume, to be claiming test track, which will see Rustro to be in close proximity, not too far off. Perhaps they will be planning for an early fight. We shall, of course, check that out in a couple more minutes or so. Now, what's interesting to notice that Xavier is also floating right across these members of Forest Natural Gaming. He's kind of separated from his teammates, or should I say they might be bunched up all together. I want to find out what really happens over at that corner. Well, we have 3 teams over on the far west, so this is as central as it gets. Good advantage for SGD if they plan to hold out on the test track.
Xavier managed to avoid Forest. I thought for a moment he was going to try pull some heroics, but not the case. And you can see Irina's Tiga quite close to DZX as well. In fact, he is the only member of Irina on that southern side. The other members are inside Jadina at the moment. But yeah, a bit off-center. SGD absolutely beaming that they've got this kind of zone. But I think if we know anything about SGD, not that they are going to throw it away. I think most likely they are going to look for as many fights as possible. And if they see PMA in that kill feed, they'll be sending it straight towards them. QC, every member looting up. We'll get as much as they can. Petjet driving past. He's got a member in that car as well. Compound looting, I suppose, for QC, which is 100% viable here on Rondo, as it is in Tego as well. Not so viable on other maps, but Rondo and Tego are just kind of filled to the brim with a bunch of nice compounds. TMP and Rustrial find themselves crossing a little bit early, but I mean, they are going to be able to determine that someone is inside this compound. Doors are open, there's going to be loot stranded on the floor. Do they commit to it or not?
I feel like TMP is the type to go out for the hunt, but they probably want to check some of all these compounds out first. That Smell is just hugging by the corners of the wall. If he's going to be able to slowly pick off one after another, RTL could still win out this fight. Now they're also sending Johnny to be able to provide a little bit more assistance as the entire RTL, they want to commit to this fight. Once again, RTL, they've got nothing to lose based off their current standings. Same could be said about TMP, so this is going to be an all-out brawl that they're very, very willing to take.
Yeah, Rustrial have nothing to lose, but everything to gain, and you're right, TMP have nothing to lose. So this would be a fantastic fight for Rustrial to win. And they had that foothold in Smell. He was in this compound while TMP was circling it. But they haven't managed to take advantage of that. Smell wasn't able to get an opener. He wasn't able to give information across to his teammates that they could utilize to get an opener on this fight. And so we just have this really weird stalemate. Up until J-Die decides to open up with some incredible shots. Down goes Johnny Hong. And I think he's going to get flushed as well. Take Me Please have finally opened up this fight.
What a white flank coming in as well. J-Die is just looking so sharp, but definitely draws the attention of Kisama. As the rest of the members of TMP tries to charge all together. He's got a big Panzer up and ready. He's got to be careful with this. The moment that door opens up, this beast will be unleashed. Making wish. Perfect shot right out the window. No risk to be taken out there, but he tries to actually vault over to the other corner. There's still some bullets sent his way at the same time, so Megaloss will have to take out Kisama before going for the revive. Not enough time to do so, as he will be able to secure a couple members. I heard water's also being sent this way, so they gotta wrap this one up. 10 HP left, and they will secure it. Rustil unfortunately goes down, but RS, they see this as a good opportunity to also take the third-party fight. And the Forest has a beautiful setup through the test tracks. And SGD will sniff them out. Only 4 HP left, no time to even heal up. Pain. Sophia leaps downwards as he will be able to pop that perfect grenade. Takes him out quickly, so it's only down to Sophia.
Yeah, Sylphia and 𝐏𝐿, but 𝐏𝐿's on that res, so Sylphia's got 2 members of SGD to deal with. They are sprinting straight up those stairs. Sylphia smoking out that angle, but I'm not sure that's going to dissuade SGD from pushing through. It hasn't. Pain's fallen off, so that makes this a little bit awkward. But they are going for that res. Mings opens up there. He just walks in, and they're just rezzing. 3 kills for Mings. That shotgun rings true. And now it's just 2 members up for 𝐸36. This is a 3 versus 2. MML coming in late. Oh my, that is pure confidence from 𝐏𝐿. Breaches that door, and his crosshair is just on Pain's head the entire time. He went down so quick. And if you look on the western side of your minimap as well, 𝐿𝐿 Cyber are looking pretty interested in third-partying this.
Oh yeah, they've dropped not too far off initially, so they've always been eyeing out onto this exact location of the task track. And they also do have a little bit of high ground to work with, so whether if the survivors of test track are looking to exit, they could easily caught off guard by the Vietnamese side. Still nades being sent over onto the location of both of these teams. Well, SGD, they try to hunker down. MML getting caught by 6 to 9. Oh yeah, they're absolutely stuck here. They just gotta continue on with the battle. The Malaysians might have slight advantage right now that 𝐏𝐿 is down low and makes it once more with a pump shotgun. Sends them off the lobby.
𝐿𝐿 Cyber need these kills. They need them desperately, fighting for their spot in the top 8. Any kill they can get is valuable. They've got 1, 2 at that. SGD took this fight with 𝐸36, and they've lost too many members. 𝐿𝐿 Cyber just have to keep this clean, and they can have a really solid game. Remember, Test Track was in the center of this zone, so if 𝐿𝐿 Cyber can win this, they set themselves up really well with a boatload of momentum as well. So as they breach in, they're going to do their absolute best to clear as diligently as they can. Probably get a few more pieces of utility. 6, 7, 8, 9 goes down. But if they can get this position, they'll be happy to have lost 1. Mings is making it difficult, though. Smoked up the entire stairwell, and now finds himself on the bottom floor. That pump shotgun, we've seen it do work across this play-in stage. Mings has now got to do his best Banana 1 impression.
Yeah, I wonder if he does opt to switch it out now that he's trying to pull off a 1 versus 3 fight. But we've seen it work before back in Miramar, where Banana was coming up with the crazy heroics. Not sure if SGD can also pull off the same type of play, but 𝐿𝐿 Cyber are absolutely giving him a lot of room of respect, as they don't want to commit any form of mistake. Like I said, this is definitely a vital spot for them to hold throughout the course of the Fields of Rondo, as the rest of the other teams are also journeying their way into the center of the fields. There's plenty of all the other squads who are currently placed over on the southern corner of the map. We may actually see certain fights taking place between members of Reluctant Squad against Forest Natural Gaming as well as DZX. Now, Forest kind of sandwiched in between these teams. I wonder if they will just take their time before moving out about. They do have Olympus to be scouting from the air. So have to be mindful about these shots, as June isn't fancy of any birds up in the air.
I love that we're watching Forest, Reluctant Squad, and 𝐿𝐿 Cyber. 3 teams that we need to keep an eye on here. And Dongchi as well. Tally him up. We've now spectated all 4 of the teams we need to keep an eye on in this game. And out of all those 4 teams, Dongchi are looking like they're in the best spot. 4 alive, top side of Test Track. Spotting out 𝐿𝐿 Cyber as well. Look, if you notice 𝐿𝐿 Cyber getting knocked in that feed, it might be the right play for Dongchi to sprint over here and see if they can take out their competition. But here comes that pump shotgun we've been waiting for. They'd have to go 1 by 1. They do exactly that. Mings has all 3. Line them up, knock them down. Easy as that. 3 clicks on the mouse and 𝐿𝐿 Cyber are gone. Seriously?
Not like this. In the most important round for 𝐿𝐿 Cyber as well, They got the perfect spot. They give him too much room for respect for SGD to just pile up all these shots. And 𝐏𝐿𝐍 showed up when it matters the most. SGD firmly planned it up for all these successive rounds into the finals, but that was devastating. Absolutely devastating for the Vietnamese side.
The one thing you cannot do against a pump shotgun, you have to be perfect. You have to be so good. So perfectly timed on the trades. And they just weren't. They did well enough. If 𝐿𝐼nx had an AR, then I think they'd be okay. But you have to be extra perfect in a moment like that. And look at PMA as well. So tight together, so close. They just saw what happened in the kill feed. They're like, nah, we don't want that to happen to us. No thanks. We would rather avoid devastation here.
They're
Insanity here. Yeah, exactly. They've got to get these kills too, to PMA. That zone has shifted a little bit to the southeast as well. So Dongqi and the top side of Test Track now have to move out, and a couple other teams find themselves in pretty desperate spots.
Yeah, but I like what Reluctant Squad are doing. They don't really want to make a desperate rotation, solely reading the room, while there's still a lot of open terrain that they could cover ground for the moment. As a matter of fact, now that Phase 2 has popped, it may actually favor the rest of Reluctant Squad who's playing on the outskirts than to actually commit to the corners of factory grounds or even Test Track, where there's about 5 teams around that vicinity. So definitely will play it as safely as they could. As I do say that, they're on the move while Force Natural Living. We're looking for those opportunities. Olympus has been up in the air for quite some time. I hope that he has just about enough gas cans for him to still keep up, or else he might need to just make a desperate parachute move to ditch that aircraft and just regroup with his team after gliding for such a long time up in the air. As for E-Arena, we see a little bit of an interesting split. So, as you saw from the map, CZ's all alone. Same goes to Tiger and Jacob, where they're banking on hopes that this could still play out over onto Far East.
I mean, if it goes all the way to the east, yeah, E-Arena are in a great spot. They've got a 1-1-1 split on the north, in the middle of the map, and on that eastern side. Confident, and there's no one around them to contest them either. No reason not to. Forest have yet to find any kills in this game, but they've got a solid footing on the southern side of this zone. Scappy's in a great spot as well. Obviously, Olympus is up here to gather a ton of information, but you can see where Scappy is just down to Olympus's right. He's got that high ground. He has so much information on the center, so I'm liking where Forest are, and I'm liking their future in this game. As long as the circle isn't too harsh to them, then Forest should be set up nicely. Next stadium, similar split to E-Arena, but on that northern side, much tighter together too. QC rotating close by. DZX, well, they're your team in the dead center. They are chilling in this compound. Spotting out FW as 𝐿𝐼nx tries to park that car. Looks like he's done it successfully, so those tires should be okay. Takes a little bit of damage, and DZX kind of remain in the center. But now dead center goes over to FW. Tigger and the rest of E-Arena will regroup. They've got QC coming in really closely behind them. Does Zizzy spot that? Does he hear the cars? Is this a camp that they want to set up, or do they want to avoid taking this Mad Max fight on that western bridge? In the meantime, though, PMA have opened up against Lock You Up.
Mad Max action is actually over on the corners of the Test Track, with all these teams needing to move out of the corner of the map. Lock You Up, well, they were just going one after another, and now Malrush has to do it all alone up against a spread unit of PMA members as well. So he's trying to find some of these safe bridges alongside some covers from the smoke.
Oh my god!
That reverse run with shots being covered off by early was just impeccable. Going up against One Dragon.
Oh!
The trades could have been a little bit better, but One Dragon is one step ahead of him with a headshot. But bodies hitting the ground one after another. It's all down to One Dragon right now.
Oh, ammo!
He's gotta do it.
He runs out of ammo. Oh, but the peak is good enough. That was... I mean, One Dragon could have saved his teammate there if he didn't run out of ammo, but he gets the important job done. Save is definitely the apt term to use for PMA in this situation. It is desperate for them, but they do survive.
Still a very hairy fight. He's only
What?
left with
Minx
7
has 8?
Yeah, that means he actually shut down another squad. Who exactly did they take on? This guy is just carrying every single weight on his shoulders for SGD, and now looking for his tenor, dropping in those Molotovs. It's looking relatively good up against T-Day. But they managed to go in for the reset. Shinasai slowly recovering. Those ones going to chip their health bars slowly but steadily. Still having the right maneuvers. Has to spot out T-Day, but this will be the end for SGD. But my, Mingzi, he's done more than enough this game.
That's insane. What a hero. What a guy. Highlight after highlight. That's what SGD are made of. That's when we came into the play-in stage, I was telling you guys about how SGD, if you put them in a 4v4 against anyone, even the best teams in APAC, they are formidable and they can come out on top. And I think throughout this play-in stage, they have shown it.
Including a 1v4.
Yeah,
That's crazy. And now it seems like there's not many spaces for him to run around as Hui is just praying by the temple with Huang finding him every chance that he could, and you know how this ends up. Reluctant Squad claims that one freebie of a kill, but that's one automatic that they need at the moment as they try to catch up to the rest of the field. Still needing plenty more in order to keep themselves safe within the top 8 while battles happening over onto the western end of the field. We got PMA, RS, and also DCE in action, and even BRU have spotted out the rest of PMA.
There's 3 teams on the western side that are fighting for a spot in the top 8. DCE, they second-guess themselves on that rotate in. They second-guess themselves on that commitment, and PMA get a knock out of that car. And so now DCE is down to 1 member. Reluctant Squad, though, they've got 4 up. Jun's in a power position on the south, too. Down goes Nuadra. Sung his praises, but sometimes you just get shot out of a car. Nothing much you can do about it. The arena close by, looking to fight towards QC, but Petret's opened it up. The arena have to use that hillside to their complete advantage if they want to take down QC here. 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿's also on the opposite side, finds himself in a bowl. As we spectate Jadai here, as he peeks out the window, my ex-player senses are tingling that something's not right. And I'm thinking we are approaching the silly time of the night. If 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿's all the way over there and the rest of his teammates are on the other side of the arena, but maybe that's just how the cookie has crumbled in this game. The rest of QC will now make their way across and they'll group up inside the zone.
Yeah, it was looking relatively awkward at first for members of QC. Now that makes a whole lot more sense as they will now regroup as a party. Petret, though, has only got a shack to cover himself. And not too far off, I believe that to be DZX that will still be holding that dot compound. Of course, FW has been smack dab in the center. But this is an open space that might actually see them getting clipped. And speaking of which, Raze is got to run to keep himself covered. Jadai, these angles are looking sublime for him to really put up some massive damage against these members of QC peeking out. Only true that tiny little bowl, so I don't think that QC is moving anywhere further from that.
Forest in a very intriguing spot. Again, fighting for top 8, very close to Reluctant Squad. And with a sliver of the circle to work with. Most of the terrain on their northeast seems unplayable. A testament to that is, as soon as they leave this bolt, they get shot at in the complete open. They are going to take the fight straight towards Reluctant Squad, but at the same time, Reluctant Squad leave. They leave that area and they go off towards the north. X Stadium find themselves fighting up against TMP as TMP make this push. T-Tuss exposing himself a little bit above that bus and he's punished for it. UNQ just a spam on the mini takes him down. Now there's 2 left for X Stadium.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
look at Forest as well.
Oh, what other
quick
map
in the
right
kill
there?
feed.
I think it was down to a Hail Mary play that they have to move on wheels and now runs right into a trap. While TMP, as they try to dive in closer to take on the fight against X Stadium, also sees them getting clipped. So it's down to Megaloff as well as Unique, but Jadai should be picked up in a jiffy. Demacy over on side of Brown finally gets himself a little bit of that spacing to squeeze through that north, while the rest of the members of TMP and X Stadium were being kept busy. So they will take their chances right now. FW, this could be very well their game to play out as they got the only compound within zone.
Well done from Forest. Just on the side of all this other action. Quick takedown onto Reluctant Squad. We know how valuable that is. 𝐏𝐿𝐿, last member alive, stuck in that shack close to 𝐸_ARENA. Does that 𝐸_ARENA member know that there's a 𝐏𝐿𝐿 player inside that shack? I'm not sure. He does now. Ketiga, a rude awakening. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 takes him out. And 𝐸_ARENA nowhere near to trade, nowhere near to back him up. FW just looking to steal that kill away, but it is firmly in the hands of 𝐿𝐿𝐿. And at the same time as well, Jacob's been taken down. Opon's in the kill feed. metalD, UNQ, they have a bit of a spray battle that metalD wins out. It's just now Megalos. This is a pure 1 versus 1. Flash into the smoke. It could land. If it does, metalD will have no idea where to go. Maybe they are overextended a little bit, and the car's pulling up in the background indicates to Megalos he's got to get a move on here. He takes so much damage, put down to 1 HP. Zizzy's got him. Saves metalD. Gives metalD that extra TMP kill to work with as well, and now Zizzy has another 1v1 to take.
Man, it just kept coming. While metalD is pulling off a massive defense, X Stadium. The unlikely winners of all those trades, and they've been able to hold on far long enough, but there's still BRU around these corners, so it's not safe just yet to make the cut. Just barely getting into the zone. Well, at least he gets a little bit more of that reset, while QC also tries to squeeze past over on top end of the hills, while Force is having such a clean area play.
Oh.
Cheesing now being caught out. Beautiful shots coming from Zigzag. And FW Esports, they just get every single area to play out over on North.
DZX were once the kings of this circle, and now they find themselves on the edge. Forest, what a solid spot. A really, really good 2-2 split that may have to regroup as soon as DZX announce their presence. DZX, though, right now just driving around in circles, trying to find anywhere. They drove to the south, and look at them now, driving all the way back to the north. No reason for them to overthink this. They've got playable space on the edge, so take their time. Make sure you have the best possible information you have before you make your move. If they had committed to Forest right then, it probably would have been an overcommitment, but they don't. Smartly played from DZX, but they've discovered something. They've made their plan up. They've made their mind up. They know exactly where they want to go, and it's straight to Forest. KM99 already put down 37 HP. The cars arrived. Defensive grenades are in, and Scappy's opened it up.
And with that Force push towards the side of Force Natural Gaming, all these preemptive nades have found their mark, as it will deplete members of DZX, as they still have to full send it throughout. But within that performance change, the rest of Force now being held back. Literally converted just yet. We are depending on Savior as well as UpChen to do a lot more. UpChen's already on the ground first. The KM99 up above actually soaks in the full clip. And 𝐾𝐿𝐿 also being the one from another different angle to give a little bit more of that space back towards DZX, and they're absolutely shredded off. Bohang on the final stand gets 3 in return, and just like that, Force members lose 2. But there is just going to be a whole lot more of these nades hailing over on within. There's so little health, he's still going for peak, and this will be it. A desperate play, but DZX, they fought tooth and nail to get to the top 4.
There you go, Forest with 7 kills now, a top 3 placement. This is them barging into that top 8. Almost undoubtedly, they've done enough to get there. The question now is, can they hold on? Going up against 2 teams who are already in that top 8 and firmly so. It's just now about how many more kills Forest can get, how many more points Forest can get. Buram and FW looking to combine and collapse on top of them. You can see Forest don't have that much room to work with, and that could be their demise. In the meantime, though, Buram will group up. They were out of zone on that western side, but I think they'd be happy to leave that position. They've got this entire northern ridge to work with.
Yeah, they played it really smart. From the get-go, they've been slowly circling towards the rim of the circle to try to go in for those pickups, and now find themselves up above this massive hill that they have from control of. And potentially could have actually been forced to still be able to give them a run for the money. But now that they've been weakened to only 2 members, it's a lot more difficult for us to be impactful into taking down the entirety of Burup United. Well, FW, they have never left the compound. No need for them to do so until the final couple of phases appear. So BRU, they will have the upper hand whenever FW moves to even try to cut across into the next compound. Perhaps they still have a bunch of smokes that they could be able to utilize to play out there in the open should it actually close directly into the dead center. But if need be, all these vehicles could also be able to give them a little bit of a cover as a bunker for the meantime. So a little bit of standstill between all these three teams. Not that they actually need that crate out in the open. So BRU, they'll just wait for all these advancements coming from the teams, because they really don't have to move too much with the circle being pulled all the way up north.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Buriram, can't complain, really. Happy days for them. FW have the edge of the compound to work with, and Forest are the ones that have drawn the short end of the stick. They can make that push towards that ridge, but you're almost guaranteeing FW will then third party, and there's only 2 members of Forest to work with as well. I don't think this is a fantastic spot for them to be in. They need some godlike openers if they want to even have a chance at winning this game. Buriram in firm control. Damage taken. And I don't even blame Forest for peeking here. I can't blame Baron for taking that headshot. They need openers. They need to look for something. It just so happens that Buriram are fighting back quite valiantly. Forest maybe looking towards the northern side. If they can avoid Buriram and maybe get in between FW and Buriram, maybe they can survive. But I don't think there's anywhere in the center of this zone in which Forest are going to be able to just live. I don't think they can just exist happily. I think no matter what, they're going to have to take a fight.
Yeah, Khan's been doing an absolute tremendous job to just keep them at bay. And that makes it so much worse unless if FW Esports can contribute to taking down members of United, then they will have their hands pretty busy. Well, they managed to at least move deeper with the vehicles available for Olympus at the moment. And that also leaves Baron being open up for these shots, as Edie will take down that player. Leaving only 1 left for Natural Gaming. But this lurk would need to be yielding something in return for FW Esports if they don't take notice. Oh, he spots out 𝐾𝐿. This could be a good shot, but he's going to hold back for now. He needs to spot out 𝐷𝐿 because that is going to be the prime target to catch. And I think 𝐷𝐿 has an idea.
I think 𝐷𝐿 heard him, yeah, but 𝐾𝐿's still in the open. 𝐷𝐿's running all the way back. 𝐾𝐿's still in the open, but that nade didn't land. That was the important kill. That needed to land. The second one has him. 𝐾𝐿 goes down, and maybe this can still turn in the favor of FW and MG3 to make this push. Smokes out, flashes out. See if we can get another kill here onto 𝐷𝐿. He's such low ground. He's got that foldable shield. That might actually save his life. 6ax. It's a smoke to block LOS. 𝐷𝐿 is fully blind. Olympus with the mortar strike from out of absolutely nowhere has completely turned this game around. Buriram were in control no longer. Are you serious? FW and Olympus from Forest destroy Buriram in a matter of seconds. It's now just 𝐾𝐿. Olympus, what are you doing, my man? He pulls out the mortar just to get 1 kill, dies to the zone. It's FW's game to lose.
My, out of nowhere, they just pop off in fashion as FW Esports gains yet another chicken dinner here to seal their fate for the top 8. That fight could not be any better to be done by FW Esports. Coordinator strikes, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, he just overwhelmed Buriram United. That was supposed to be Buriram United's game to actually take for themselves.
Dude.
What's going on here, my friend?
That mortar coming out from Olympus is absolute gold. I love it. Out of nowhere too. I thought it was just a nade popping off, but it was Olympus with just 1 mortar kill. He's like, yeah, here, I'll help you out, FW. Don't worry about it. Here's a free knock with a mortar. But no, I mean, timed perfectly from FW. That initial nade from 6ax, if the second one doesn't land, obviously then 6ax has kind of messed up there. That nade needs to land, but the second one does its job, and then that MG3 just insane. Just exactly the kind of gun you want in that situation. And FW completely collapsed on top of Buriram. It's a fantastically played endgame from FW, fully taking advantages of all the timings that came their way. This is what we started the game with, though, and in a moment here we'll see Ems pop up, or Ming, sorry, pop off with the shotgun. Oh, that's so beautiful as well. Look at that. Insane. What a highlight.
That was a jump shot at the very same time as he not only wipes them off, UNC they just got absolutely obliterated with that pump shotgun as well. And even despite that, as a Lone Ranger, he's been dealing massive damage even to the likes of 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐻 Esports. So PMA, they can't complain. They got a lot of points through those eliminations, while, you know, Reluctant Squad probably could have actually gotten so much more because we saw a lot of room for them to play out over the south side, which eventually sees the rest of all the other members from Forest to be able to actually get the better end of those trades. But my, there's just so many fights that takes place, especially for X Stadium. I think this was quite an impressive play where Metal D was stuck by that CF for the longest time and still out-trade some of all the other players out there. And we have that full send coming in from DZX that did manage to deplete Force Natural Gaming. If that didn't happen, FNG could have also seen themselves an opportunity, but that collapse, we saw FW having that perfect timing on the strike. BRU didn't actually take notice of their movement coming from the back. Naxi caught out. Dynasty was also moving deeper into the forest, and that laid out the floor plan for FW Esports to be the kings of the hill.
Where did Olympus even get that mortar, by the way? Like, where did he find that in that endgame? Like, he's coming out of a ridge into an open field and he's found a mortar. So either he's had it in his back pocket the whole time, or he found it in and amongst a bunch of bodies that he could use. Insanity. Absolute insanity. I think the storyline from that game, for me, as fantastic as that late game was to spectate, as fantastic as FW played it, I think Forest almost guarantee breaching themselves into the top 8 is what made that game important to me. That was a fantastic game from Forest. They survived so damn well. 7 kills when we started spectating them in that late game. They didn't actually get that mortar kill. He missed out on that one, unfortunately. It would have been great. He definitely earned that kill, but it was stolen away. Still, that's the game that Forest needed to breach into the top 8. Now it's just a question of, can the teams go fighting back? Is this where Forest solidify themselves in the top 8, or do they then fall back out of it again?
Yeah, I do think that this could be good enough for them to sustain at least for another round or two. But we got, what, total of 3 rounds to play out. And it is not only vital for this team that we've been absolutely highlighting throughout the course of the phase. Force Natural Gaming did just about enough, but BRU, this was also another important round for them because they were looking to be sliding in terms of performance in these initial bouts where we saw those sort of fights didn't really turn into their favor when it comes down to how they played out Erangel. So there's still a whole lot more hope for these Thai squads to be able to make the cut. Well, whereas PMA, you know, I've scrutinized them. It looked like they were in dire need of a miracle. mengmpulkan has brought that miraculous play back. So I think that this could basically give them just about enough hope to push through as we move into both Tego as well as Miramar later on.
Potentially, we're going to need to see a lot more from PMA. I loved as well how, as we were spectating through that game, we were basically only spectating the teams that needed to have good games. They all seemed to be getting in and amongst those fights. FW with the most points that game and absolutely earned. Time to perfection in that late game. Dodgy when that first nade doesn't land, but as soon as that second one does, you can see FW with a win in their future, and they push relentlessly. Good flashes to blind Dynasty, good smokes to block off that LOS, and I think Dynasty's blinded again, and then it's easy for that MG3 to do work. And of course, you have to take into account that random mortar strike, and Breweram are going to be very confused as to how that endgame fell apart for them. SGD coming in with a nice 9, but they are guaranteed. DZX is there again, by the way. They are there again with a consistent plus or 5 or more points. Game 1, I believe they had over 10. Game 2, they had something like 5 or 6, and here they are in Game 3 with 7. They've been consistent tonight, kind of mediocrely consistent, but this is DZX showing up and putting on their best performance to see if they can maybe breach into that top 8.
Yeah, I really love what I'm seeing coming from DZX. They've been proactive, and I would like to also correct myself where mengmpulkan is actually playing for SGD. You know, for a moment, I recalled incorrectly. I thought it was PMA. PMA has only gotten 4 points, but it's barely enough for them to really keep up with the rest of the competition. Now that Forest is just getting those double digits to leapfrog even further, but Reluctant Squad continues to see signs of struggle. Same goes to Torn Cyber, so who knows will 𝐏𝐿 𝐁𝐵 eventually be pushed down even further when we do move into those big rounds of Miramar. So this is going to be the full picture of where all the team stands. First, we got our top 5 that will be unshaken, but right now, 4 is firmly planted with 9 P5 points, a good gap between them as well as Reluctant Squad, whereas DCE, they're only 1 point to tie the knot with RS.
I mean, this is an exciting leaderboard, to say the least. Forest, they've got a buffer now, and I'm looking at this and I'm still like, my brain is still skeptical because we had that broken leaderboard before, but I think this is right. This should be the correct leaderboard. So that means Forest have a gap, and a decent gap at that, from falling out of the top 8. Now it's Reluctant Squad who find themselves on the chopping block. Dongchi Esports are 1 point away from them, 2 points from overtaking them, and then Unicorn Cyber have fallen out completely, down to 76 points, down to 10th. PMA very close behind. DZX making their best effort. They've been pretty consistent in these first 3 games, but this leaderboard is spicing up.
Oh yeah, and if they continuously slide, we might even see this really perfect form coming from DZX to also take over the likes of PMA as well as Unicorn Cyber, because they've been super consistent for the course of tonight. So with 3 rounds, it's also very possible that we can actually see DZX to really put in that last-ditch effort to maybe best even the likes of both Reluctant Squad and DCE. Now, of course, FW were the clear winners of that trade. I say clear, but it really took tremendous effort for them to find that opener to take down Brum United, and this is their 4th win throughout the 3 days of play.
A fantastic game. Almost 1,000 damage at that. I feel like FW, I don't want to say it again, but they kind of do end up with a game that they have to make one good move and then they can win it, right? I feel like FW are so... maybe it's a testament to how consistently they can actually perform their own game plan, right? Like, we have seen FW in very similar situations in endgames for 4 wins now. For 4 wins, they have found themselves with a massive advantage going into an endgame, other than that one. That one they had to win. Buriram undoubtedly had the advantage there, and FW were still able to pick it up. FW in endgames, man, they just seem super, super consistent. They seem to be able to convert them no matter what.
Yeah, FW, they've always been able to just shut down all these teams when the moment matters the most. So it could be said about the playstyle of Q-Confirm, which sees them back that match 14 win. And now there's only 3 more chicken dinners left available to be claimed by our squads for tonight. But before we even get there, I believe that, you know, we take a little bit of breathing space to really assess what went on throughout the course of the past 2 days, as what has happened so far for today. It has been really shaping up to be one of the most competitive that we've seen for the past couple of years of casting the APAC region, where these teams continuously improve to such a strong margin that it's been such a tight race to even get through to the finals.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. As we went through day 1 and as we went throughout day 2, we still had questions. We still had question marks on certain teams. Are they going to show up? Are they going to show us something good? And throughout this final day, throughout day 2, those questions were answered, and they were answered positively. Most teams have shown up. Most teams have shown us something good. Either way, we're going to take a quick 10 to 15 minute break. We've got the final 3 games of the play-in stage for this APAC qualifiers of Phase 2 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
World updates to 𝐾𝐏𝐀𝐃, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐾𝐏𝐀𝐃. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
วิธีลำตรงไหนครับลายเชียร์สวัสดีครับผมเมกาลอสจากทีม Take Me Please ครับ วันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมไทย4ชื่อทีมครับ
Hello, my name is Pascal. I from Lock You Up.
You confirm ครับ
E5?
อ๋อว่าแล้วเชียร์ลายเชียร์เต็มเป็นเทนเมนต์ครับ
Maybe DC?
Team Bliss ครับเดา
Day trade gaming?
DCE ครับเดา
DC? I don't know.
วิธีลำตรงไหนครับวิธีลำมันอยู่ตรงไหนอ่ะ PMA ครับ
PNA?
Serverless ครับ
Serverless. Forest.
Are you sure about that?
ไม่รู้แล้วครับ บุรีรัมย์ครับ
To confirm.
ทีมนี้ที่เคยได้แชมป์มาเยอะใช่ไหมครับ เอาทีไฟแล้วกันครับ โอ้โห
Leader. Yeah.
บีดครับบีดเหมือนกันครับ ไอ้ขาวๆนั้นไม่นับเหรอครับ อีอารีนา
EA?
สวัสดีครับ ก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีม Take Me Please ด้วยครับ เป็นการเดินทางครั้งใหม่ของพวกเรานะครับ ในวันที่ 19-29 นี้นะครับ ใน APAC Qualify ครับ ฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยครับ ขอบคุณครับ
希望粉丝们多多支持我们这个队伍，在9月的19到29之间举办的 APAC2的比赛里，我们会好好表现的。谢谢大家，拜拜拜拜。
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project 𝐏𝐿 was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why 𝐏𝐿 fell.
𝐏𝐿 needs help.
No. Escape, 𝐏𝐿.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Welcome back once again to the PGS APAC qualifiers phase 2. It is Contra here alongside with Extreme. We're only down to 3 games remaining to decide who will get through to the top 8. And of course, the final team will see another 8 teams to be joining into the scene to see who makes it through to the PGS phase 5 as well as 6. So with that being said, this is going to be immense pressure onto all the teams that are looking to qualify. And of course, the onus is on Reluctant Squad to hold down that 8th position right now. And it's only 1 point that separates them between Dongchi Esports. And I'm pretty sure there's even a few more squads looking to overtake if there's going to be any sleep up from these squads.
Yeah, it's getting tight, and that's exactly what we want as we head into the final 3 games. Before we went to that break, Forest made a run for it, and a successful run at that. They launched themselves into that top 8 and created a buffer as well, which was fantastic to see. They probably got 7 kills, and obviously the 5 placement points from 3rd place gave them a really solid buffer of more than 10 points to work with before they even get to that 8th spot, and then again they have to fall out of it. So Forest have done exceedingly well. We were getting worried for them come day 2. They were in top 8, then they were on the cusp, then they fell out, and now they're back inside. So it's great to see, but as you said, that also means teams fall out of the top 8. And the big one that I'm looking at is Unicorn Cyber. They, I don't think they were in anything incredibly special on day 1. Then day 2, obviously they just were kind of on the cusp the entire time. Now they've fallen out. They need to really find some form here on Taego or back on Miramar if we're going to see them back in that top 8.
Yeah, Unicorn Cyber is definitely in a very tight position where in the early game, they usually manage things well enough. It's all about that phase 5 as well as phase 4 battles that sees them slowly dropping out members after members. And it didn't seem like there's any form of momentum that has been gained throughout this course of the day tree of play-ins. And it's definitely worrying signs as this team has been revered as one of the best out of Vietnam for how many years up till this very day, that there's still plenty of fans still vouching for them. I hope that you guys could be able to give them just about enough support for them to make it true. But of course, that being said, these 3 rounds is going to be of utmost importance for these names that we've just mentioned. But while we say that, the ones that have been taking all the chicken dinners have been the ones within the reach of the top 1 all the way to the top 5. It really shows that they're not really giving them any form of an easy time for qualifications. That's it. This is where all the teams stand at the moment. FW at the top of the table, who have just celebrated a great win out of that round of Rondo. So moving into the scene, there's just no pressure involved for anyone between the top 1 to top 5. BRU at least stabilized with them reaching into the 100-pointer. So for us, despite having that gap, if there's going to be any form of a big chicken dinner between these teams placed from 8 till 11, we might actually see a chase going on against Forest.
Reluctant Squad is the other one that is close to falling out. You mentioned them earlier, and obviously Dongchi Esports, very, very, very close to that. Unicorn Cyber, now they're just in that pack with a shot to get into the top 8. And thankfully enough for PMA, they seem to be fighting back too. They have put themselves in a solid position to breach that top 8. 10 points behind, but as we have seen, that is very doable to make up if you have a fantastic game. Look, as we look at the top or left side of that leaderboard, I'm thinking 1 through 6 are guaranteed. I don't think Buram is going to fall out. I don't think it's possible. I think mathematically, and with the amount of teams that are actually fighting for spots in the top 8, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm sure mathematically it's possible if certain parameters were to be met. I just don't think it's going to happen. Forest also with another good game will solidify themselves as well, and that then leaves just 1 spot remaining to fight for in that top 8. But as we've had most nights, it's Thailand every day. It's Thailand all day, every single game. Doesn't matter what the map is. Thailand is by far the most dominant region in this play-ins lobby.
Yeah, I've seen their work ethics as I've been to some LAN events before, and knowing that they're also so many great talents involved, and they've always been so active into really making all these big plays happen when you get to see them playing on a competitive field. So it's really about who's really having a good day. So I'm pretty certain that the teams out of the play-ins will definitely offer us high level of quality when they do match up against those who are just waiting for action happening throughout the course of next week. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But this last 3 games, I want to see which one of these mentioned names like Reluctant Squad, Unicorn Cyber, or maybe even Dongchi. This is basically the battle between Vietnamese teams trying to make do with that 1 spot possible, or who knows, maybe even 2 squads if there's not going to be any form of answers coming in for Forest Natural Gaming in these upcoming rounds. So it has to be played out to perfection. Any form of silly mistakes, or even minor ones at that, it might actually see them absolutely missing out for the rest of the year on any major tournaments.
Yeah, it's interesting that as we have gone throughout this play-in stage, Thailand has been the most dominant region. If we look to, I think just 6 months ago, maybe Thailand had more good teams, but Vietnam was still right next to them, right? Like Thailand and Vietnam have been constantly fighting for top spot in the region. Obviously Cerberus, I believe, is probably objectively the best team in the region right now, especially when you take them overseas. But in this lobby specifically, it's been all Thailand. The Vietnamese teams have seemed to struggle quite a bit. We've seen great things from them. Again, loved what we saw from Reluctant Squad on day 1. I was more impressed with Reluctant Squad on day 1 than some of the teams that got wins. And that was just because Reluctant Squad were getting like 9 points a game, and it's just solid, competitive PUBG. They were doing everything that they needed to do. Since then, they've fallen off. They haven't been able to be super consistent. Unicorn Cyber as well, kind of a similar boat. I haven't been as impressed with them, but they just haven't been able to have a massive game here or there. They haven't been able to put on consistent performances, and for that they have now fallen out. They've fallen behind the rest of the lobby. The tempo of the lobby has outpaced them, and the same can be said for why am I forgetting the name? For Reluctant Squad as well. So it's rough to see, because I think generally Vietnam and Thailand should be fighting side by side, but in this play-in stage, it's Thailand all day.
Yeah, it really seems like with all these teams, of course, hoping to reach the top 8, it's really a battle of stamina, and it felt like these Vietnamese squads that we've just mentioned have lost a lot of all that stamina throughout the course of those battles back in day 2, where Reluctant Squad, at a certain point in time, they were holding that #1 spot for at least some really good games back in day 1, but they dropped the ball heavily. Same could be said about the side of Unicorn Cyber, but I'm glad to actually see that BCE has been really finding their form for the course of this evening. Now, quickly as we go, we're ready to take off in Tego. And for all the games that we've seen so far, Palace has been the place for hot drops, and we might actually get to see this again.
We may very well. Interesting note, if Forest do qualify into the top 8 and they don't fall out of it, then that is every single Thai team from this play-in stage successfully making the top 8, which would be a testament to the strength of that region and the depth of talent that region has, and how you can mix it a bunch of different teams. So Thailand on top. See if that changes. We've had, I believe the biggest streak for Thailand was 4 wins, and then a different region solid away in the 5th game of the day. We haven't had an all Thailand day yet. That could be the case though. Lots of the Thai teams obviously have not as much to play for, and oftentimes when a team doesn't have that much to play for, they become very, very, very scary. 𝐾 one of those teams as we spectate them hopping out. They are probably more terrifying when they have nothing to lose than when they're playing for their lives. So we'll see what happens. Doesn't look like we're getting any direct hot drops. Irina, Buriram landing close to each other, but they should find themselves separated in the meantime.
Yeah, and that is very likely to happen. Whereas, once again, in Palace, we see both DZX as well as another Vietnamese team that might just actually be Dongchi to be moving into the same old spot. The last that we saw, I believe it was DCE that did manage to win out that trade, which is why they're not looking to budge off from this position. But it's actually lock you up over onto this corner map. DZX decides to move deeper over on north to perhaps take Godok. And look at that mini-map. Oh, this circle is not going to favor plenty of teams as they're all scattered across the field. But PMA is going to be absolutely happy about their chances on perhaps converting this to a win if they could.
Yeah, I feel like a win is in their future, maybe, but it's too much to ask for in Phase 1. But right now they are set up to take whatever position they want that is going to be super valuable in Phase 1. They just have to get there kind of quick enough. You know, if I'm in PMA's mindset right now, I'm thinking, okay, we need to secure prior positions now. Let's not let anyone else take them before us, because this is a fantastic opportunity that we cannot throw away. In other games, you could afford to be greedy and loot a little bit longer, but I think if you're sitting in PMA's spot right now, you cannot afford to be greedy. You have to loot what you can, take those priority positions, because at the end of the day, positions is what's going to win you the game. It's not that, 8x over the 4x or anything like that. You need that power spot. Pangska staring straight at the members of Dongchi Esports. Find themselves on the northern side. Lock you up on that southern side of Palace. There is a flank on that western side, but will that come in time? Always me. Malrush has no idea. This should be a freebie if the timing's right. Oh, Malrush is swimming. It is absolutely a freebie. Just can't whiff this spray. And look dodgy halfway through, but always me gets it done. No grip on that org. Can't really blame him for it. He gets the kill that he needs to get. This opens up this fight for Dongchi Esports.
Yeah, quickly repositions, hoping not to get caught out as well. But this definitely sets Dongchi Esports up ahead. Now, lock you up. What do they decide to do? Do they just leave him be and look to not commit? Because the other members are currently fielded over on the southern end of Palace to opt out of this entire fight if they are not feeling confident enough. And looking at their current position at 13, I guess that they will probably stay put and perhaps take this fight and commit to it, because they could still really rain on the parades of these DCE members who are in a tougher spot as compared to themselves. So any form of kills that DCE gets, they'll be super happy about how they will kick off their run, but it's still not going to be easy for them to do. Shinasai did manage to eventually secure Mount Rush, so that's going to be the first pointer on the block as the first blood kicks off here over the northern end of the field. Meanwhile, of course, the rest of the map seems to be having good enough space of their own, which is why we're focusing back onto these two sides of the team that have yet to fully commit.
DZX looking to third party potentially as well. Unfortunately for them, it's quiet in Palace after that opener. They do have the spot to do it though. Shots taken and they land. 2D taken down. Bohang and Leo combine. DCE started out well, but they weren't expecting the third party. There's just 2 members of DZX over here as well, being a bit cheeky. And you need to do that if you're DZX. You need as many kills as you can possibly rack up. You basically need to play the best PUBG you can possibly play, and you need to be a little bit greedy, and you need to spread your wings a bit to see what extra kills you can find. Because they are close enough to make it possible, but far away enough where they really need to put on a show if they're going to make top 8. Jun sung his praises quite a lot yesterday. He was very consistent for Reluctant Squad, hitting a lot of impact frags, as well as some incredible AR sprays. Hasn't necessarily been the same today, but plenty of time for him to still show up as TMP hit that rotate all the way to the zone. And keep an eye on that leaderboard. Keep an eye on that leaderboard. Even with 1 kill, Dongchi Esports now tie themselves up with Reluctant Squad, and I know Reluctant Squad are looking at that kill feed and they know that exact data, so it remains tight even in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I'm starting to feel a little bit more concerned for Reluctant Squad at the very same time, because they opt for that immediate rotate into the direct center of the zone, which puts them very close to Force Natural Gaming as well as PMA. If they're going to be enlisting themselves into a commitment of a battle, then it could either go good or really bad for the squad, which is hoping to please create a little bit of gap between them as well. But we have a little bit of a tussle between Tankei as well as Jatin, with, of course, Banana One also being involved to take down Kisama. 2 members down and out. RTL left with only Johnny Hong. I believe that he's also been spotted out by Banana One, but they will get the revive set before they go charging right through. So, very clean stuff coming from our recent winners of the past match. And we expect no less coming from one of the most formidable Thai squad in the tournament, now sitting around with 150 points. I didn't really expect much out of FW when we started off back in day 1, and this team are definitely looking like new kings on the block to eventually challenge names like Cerberus Esports once they do get into the finals.
Johnny Hong alone. What a name. What a GOAT name. Incredible. FW searching, but Johnny's in a different compound. No reason to continue searching for him either. Don't want to overextend. They could justify going for the hunt, but you risk losing a member. No reason. FW will sit pretty inside that compound. TMP rotating past, just off in the distance. Dynasty and Buriram pulling up to scout. They are at the prison. Looking to probably go a bit deeper, to be honest with you, but they are totally fine for the moment. They did go north. They avoided E-Arena. And so Buriram spent a little bit more time than they probably would have liked on that northern side looting up. While as E-Arena had their pick of the litter on that western side. Long range shot. So long range, I don't even know who they're shooting at, to be honest with you. No, it is Buriram.
Yeah.
Buriram are in that spot.
It has to be. Well, as we do get a glimpse much earlier through our mini-map feed at the very least. And I really like the approach that E-Arena is taking right now, because they can make for certain that there's not going to be any teams coming from a certain angle over south, because it's all covered with water. we could just focus onto what's over on the north side where they managed to spot out around so they can eventually put a little bit more priority towards PMA, who is over on the corners of the hills. BRU, though, what's their stance here? It doesn't seem like they could rotate too far off because a lot of all these other areas upon the hillside as well as the ridges has also been taken claim. But I believe that there's at least a couple of 100 meters that they could still cover up for the meantime. So BRU, they've already stabilized. We expect to see all these Thai squads, unless, you know, Forest Natural Gaming slips up and have that form of inconsistency. But judging from their current position, I don't think it will happen anytime soon.
So, interesting development. It wasn't too big of a change for me to really notice it, but Unicorn Cyber and DCE should be swapped on this leaderboard. So, if you're watching this right now, DCE is Unicorn Cyber and Unicorn Cyber is DCE.
Oh.
Yeah. Interesting. But it kind of makes sense when we think about it, because DCE made that like a run for it. They have looked good, but they're 6 points shy of being that good. So keep that in mind as we watch. Still very close, still very, very, very tight. It does mean Unicorn Cyber are still out of the top 8 though. Interesting rotation from DZX, just avoiding QC, avoiding Brewer. Definitely two teams you want to avoid as much as possible. They might have even tried to extend that far out and realized that it just wasn't possible. There's a free compound for them to take on that northwestern side, though, if they're quick enough. QC, Brewer, they might get in a bit of a biff on that western side as they try to rotate. Majority of the teams, though, luckily for them, find themselves inside the zone.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a tough picking coming out, but BRU, they've set up a trap up against QC members who are just driving by. And speaking of which, that's going to be a second back-to-back for Cat. And he might actually take out the entire squad until he falters to the ground. But the rest of BRU, you can just make quick work with this. Pedred Ori having solo health to work with, but he tries to trade right back towards 𝐾𝐿. What more can he do with 25 HP? A huge wraparound for BRU to take the full claim up against him. As he tries to sift through all these tough corners, he somehow keeps himself afloat for a couple more seconds until there's just no more room to play. That's going to be QC out very early on, but solid 4 pointers gained by BRU.
Yeah. One way to put it. Not going to be too upset with that. Reluctant squad, decent split. Close by, well, kind of close by to Unicorn Cyber. You can see them butting heads later on, but for the moment they'll be okay. And the thing is, as we spectate Unicorn Cyber, as we look at where Reluctant Squad are, as we look at where Forest are, where Dongchi Esports are, where PMA are, I think the mindset for all of those teams, even though they are so close and they are directly competing with each other, I think the mindset is just going to be, let's have the best game we can possibly have. Let's not go out of our way to do anything desperate. Let's not chase down these teams. Let's not risk too much. Let's just play the best PUBG we possibly can and secure our spot in the top 8 through that. Johnny Hong? Hello. SGD have arrived inside his compound. Nades out to defend. That could roll down the stairs and maybe get Mings, but it hits the wall. Johnny Hong now vaults out. And it's a difficult 1v4 to take up against SGD especially. We know that Mings is on point tonight. Payne has the quick wraparound. Johnny wasn't expecting it. It's very decisive from SGD to clean out this compound and take it for their own.
Yeah, SGD, absolute maestros of clearing out compounds. And first, that was made easier with a weakened side of the RTL squad. Whereas we see emergency parachutes now dropping right in. Latvia found themselves right in the middle of Songnam, which is a really decent spot to really hold for a late game finish. FW Esports still keeps their eyes up in the air as they do expect more players to follow suit. DCE, where could they possibly land that's going to be safe enough for them to actually hold out? But for now, 𝐾𝐿 fancies his chance. Let's see if he will line some of all these miraculous shots up in the air, a couple of 100 meters away. So they'll definitely make certain attempts, but they will note that it will be just by the opposite corner. So 𝐾𝐿 will definitely look to try open any form of space that they try to claim, and it's going to be MML that also now collapse upon members of FW Esports.
If Reluctant Squad wanted a game to stay fighting for that top 8, this is it. Same can be said for PMA. And if DZX want to continue their good form, it's a great circle for them as well. And, I mean, may as well go ahead and then move on to Forest, who find themselves in a decent spot to solidify their spot in the top 8. So, all of those teams that we've been talking about looking good this game. SGD on the rotate. It's desperate. They are separated. One is going ahead of the other. And on the southern side of the zone, TMP open up against E-Arena. Zizzy down. And E-Arena, as they have done most of tonight, are really, really spread. So if you lose a member on their own, it's very difficult to get that trade. I feel like I've said that about E-Arena a few times tonight. But being secured in the top 8, I'm not surprised that they're just limit testing, seeing what they can get away with in a lobby like this, and almost trying to make mistakes. Trying to make mistakes that they can then fix, but still a fight that's winnable for them. They've got Tiga in a nice spot. A good foothold in the zone. Nade out of the shack. 𝐷𝐿 Esports up against it with SGD. Just one of them, though. Mingzy's all the way on that hill. He's taking shots from afar as well. 𝐷𝐿 Esports surviving.
Yeah, great coverage coming in from Always Me. Now also spots out Mingzy just hiding by slight cover through the trees. Shen will find a mission in the form of that blue, while the rest of LYU just tries to defend to their best of their mind. You do have the M249 where he could just go out spraying and praying to maybe find a little bit more, but they're happy where they're at, as DC has already pulled into the other corner of the quarters. For now, Metal D is just happy to just keep himself surviving on the outskirts. Popping plenty of smokes very early on, though, as I do suspect that there's going to be more of these teams swarming in, especially with SGD not in the best of spots possible. They're happy to make that exchange up against Hoi, who's currently running out and about. Whereas over on to the far west, we see BRU also making a close measure to eventually trip up to PMA side. Well, that happens. It's Always Me again with his taps of the DMR.
Clean. 𝐷𝐿 have played this well so far. It's just unfortunate that they've been caught out of position. They're being helped, though, by FW. 𝐷𝐿, a knock onto Jervis makes this even more doable for DCE. Pain can't even get the res either. Jervis was knocked with a molly in hand. Always Me doing his absolute best. Catches MML out in the open, but can't get it done. Those shots need to land, and they don't. Shinosai, the last one up for 𝐷𝐿 Esports. Desperately trying to move his way through the field, trying to recover, pick up the pieces. But it might be too little too late. One of those kills needed to land, and it didn't. SGD even being allowed to recover, potentially. MML and Pain keeping 2 alive out of this is fantastic for them. DCE might have just thrown away an opportunity.
Yeah, DCE, that was definitely their chance there to actually get up plenty more points. But those recoil control could have definitely been a little bit better. But it is what it is when you're being pit with the blue zone pushing right through. There's definitely a little bit of pressure over on the DCE side. Though it would look to be pretty good on how they were matching it up against players like Jarvis that's pretty much stuck between that corner of a rock. Whereas the rest of the fields are looking to just find picks in the open fields. E36 is now trying to move directly into the middle of the spot, but they don't seem to find themselves any form of good ball to cover themselves. Just having themselves a rock to work with while Pure Boy is trying to see if he could actually get the revives through. Smoke's now being popped, but Long X will continue to put plenty of those taps into the same direction, but now one getting caught out by TMP at the very same time as they try to journey away across the southern end of the field. TMP so far doing a massive duty to be able to rack up that 3-pointer out there. And surprisingly enough, Kane has been able to also trade right back. They find themselves a member of E-Arena down as they battle for that position directly in the center.
That nade, it's good enough to do a little bit of damage. The Panzerfaust is also good enough to do a little bit of damage. It completely discombobulates MML. Luckily, Pain is there for the trade. 𝐏𝐿 taken down, flushed out by Reluctant Squad, who look to third party. This valuable point for them. Raise rocks up. He's been valuable for FW throughout today, throughout their tenure. More to do. Dynasty taken out, 𝐷 taken out as well. Forest from the sidelines did a ton of damage. Ruin other teams' days. Difficult for Raze to survive TMP with the third party. He does get that nade, but he's stuck behind the thinnest possible tree. Put down to 8 HP. Another nade could finish off SGD here. It just needs to be perfect. He's chosen to throw it outside the shack though, and SGD are inside. So it won't land, and Raze has to look to throw another one.
Yeah, he's got to be cautious, and he does find the mark this time around, but only catches one. Not good enough. Well, 𝐿𝐷 has been able to sniff him up completely. While TMP has also got troubles of their own with lock you up, also gating them from making an entry into the zone from the south side. And climbing down that hillside is going to leave them pretty vulnerable for a lot of launch of attacks coming in from all the teams directly in the center. As we did suspect RS to have a decent game, they will still have the circle to play out for Phase 5. SGD still hanging on. But for how long? 𝐿𝐷's got this nade to be primary. Really hard to squeeze into the doorways, and somehow Van lends a helping hand through members of SGD for the moment. The whole TMP to the ground. And this could be SGD's turn to pounce. They're definitely moving out of shack, and they should be looking for more.
I don't know how SGD have survived for as long as they have, but finally mistakes being made, overextensions. Can't really blame them though. They need to take out the threats next to them, and MML, he loses his life, but he does get one knock with that nade. Whether that helps Pain out is a completely different question. As Unicorn Cyber desperately look to push towards Forest Gaming, the team that pushed them out of the top 8. See if they can weaken them. They are in 2 separate compounds, so for the moment both are chilling. But certainly aware that of their positions on the leaderboards. Destroy is trying to just take out helmets. I mean, it's that war of attrition, and it's more vigorous, I suppose, with these two teams right now. I'd be focusing on Forest, just trying to get as many headshots as I can, take out every single helmet on this team. But not landing just yet. As Forest look to the edge of the map, they've spotted a cheeky lock you up coming in. Oh my, okay, TMP, PMA. Yeah, a little bit of a drive-by. Down goes one dragon.
Oh boy, TMP making a really good run, as a matter of fact, as they will drive over the corner map to get a little bit more of a cover up against PMA. But of course, PMA is not going to let them go off scot-free. They could also look to take them off those wheels. Lundun working around the corner. This could be a very good angle. Might actually miss a chance, but he won't miss the shots though. Beautiful recovery as he do drop a couple more grenades. 𝐿𝐷 now tries to find a different leverage. Drives through, leaving his teammates right behind. Megalon
Shots.
Lundun, last stand. Bounce out to the play zone. But somehow, TMP managed to squeeze right past them. Still having 𝐿𝐷 surviving, but now runs to the crosshairs as well as the nade. Coming in from 21, and it lands directly to the head. Big win for PMA with those 5 points.
Sharp shooting from the PMA members as well. I told you they had it in them. Showing us here on Tago. Down to 2 members. It'll be difficult to make their way inside this zone. If they can find just something where they can exist, and we can start to talk about PMA making an impact in this endgame. We are in our top 6, so PMA get placement points as well. Same is said though for Unicorn Cyber and Forest and Reluctant Squad. All inside of this endgame. All fighting for that top 8 positions. I mean, how many teams in this endgame are looking to breach into the top 8? Well, like 4 or 5 of them even?
Yeah, almost all of them on board, as a matter of fact. Although, of course, maybe lesser stakes for both DZX as well as Lakia. But if they get a chicken dinner, they might just be decent contenders up against Forest Natural Gaming. Speaking of which, they still have that full squad strength as they've been hugging by the corners of those northern end of the compound. But RS, they're within that close proximity, though they are pretty much split up. I still fancy the hopes for RS to be able to find themselves really good spacing to play this one out, whereas Unicorn Cyber, they will have to drastically reposition into the zone. And how on earth are they supposed to do that? Because they got PMA on the opposite end. also getting a little bit of a good look over onto these members of 𝐷𝐶𝐋. So I guess the direct threat right now is just Forest Natural Gaming.
Yeah, they've got to make some sort of push. And you can see as Unicorn Cyber look towards the center, there isn't much to play. There's no place to set up a car fort or just to smoke to stay alive. It's probably got to be that Forest Gaming push that they have to make, as Reluctant Squad now have only 2 members of Lock You Up to deal with. Should be relatively easy, as long as Lock You Up don't get some insane opening. Nades through the window could have been that opening, but there's a crossfire set up for Reluctant Squad as well, making this even more difficult. Before Juan can even get that Panzerfaust off, he's taken down by that exact crossfire. Zayu with a 1v1 that he doesn't want to take, smartly so. Group up with your teammate on the outside and take this 2v1. Don't risk anything. Reluctant Squad have a fantastic opportunity here. No reason to take any losses. That said, they are dancing around, struggling to find early, but now that they've spotted him, this should be a formality. The shotgun rings out. It's 2 bullets wasted, but Jun is true. Jun is fantastic. In the meantime, 21 has all of Unicorn Cyber. They look to take the fight towards PMA instead of Forest, and what a mistake that was. PMA have been so sharp this game, and no better way to prove that. 21 with an epic 3K.
And PMA, they find themselves that lifeline of a run for this chicken dinner. Unicorn Cyber, I'm not too sure what went on. We didn't manage to actually get a glimpse of that, but I assume that they all went onto that same vehicle. And speaking of vehicles, it's KM99 shredding one apart. That's Jun on the ground. But FNG, they gotta also find cover for their own, because this open field is not gonna be safe for them to quickly trade out. Still having some space for Olympus to be able to squeeze some true defenses, while 𝐷𝐶𝐋 still plays by the outskirts. As a matter of fact, they have plenty of grounds to play. Despite the circumstances, they are working with smokes. Plenty more to go by. 2 more in the back. While Reluctant Squad, they were split up initially. They will now regroup as they try to take on the rest of the members of PMA. The Shishu also has been spotted out, along with a good run. And this doesn't seem like PMA has got much left to offer with only 1 member against the rest of the pack that has at least 3 members and up.
The implications in this endgame are maybe more impactful than we've seen across the entire tournament. 𝐷𝐶𝐋 could actually come back here and have a chance of fighting for top 8. Reluctant Squad, who just fell out of it, are immediately trying to fight their way back. And what a performance from 21 and his brothers in PMA. He will go down now, but not without doing immense damage to this endgame lobby and potentially putting PMA in a spot to fight for top 8. Huang opens it up against 𝐷𝐶𝐋. There's not much space for 𝐷𝐶𝐋 to play. And Reluctant Squad taking full advantage of that. Bohang down low. Van Nai, if he overextends, Bohang will have that line, but he doesn't. Disciplined. Reluctant Squad have positioning advantage. No reason to throw it away.
Yeah, great pressure being put by the rest of 𝐷𝐶𝐋 for him to even pull back. If they left enough room for Huang, this could actually be very devastating for the rest of 𝐷𝐶𝐋 to eventually handle this. They managed to go in for that reset, still find themselves a really decent opportunity. But while these 2 teams are being kept busy, take a look at the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. They've lurked around. They've also claimed majority of the zone for themselves. So these teams who are now scattered across the rim of the zone might actually be taken down by Forest while they try to make a run in. So they gotta quickly wrap this up, whether they want to take a fight up against each other or perhaps turn it around up against the rest of the members of Forest.
𝐷𝐶𝐋 getting closer to the zone and closer to Forest Gaming. Baron is your front man in this situation. Bohang potentially overextending on that right-hand side. Baron might catch him. The spray has to land true. Baron chooses his timing right then. Spray doesn't land, and that mistake has cost Baron his life. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 now has to pick up the pieces as well as Olympus. KM99 in the mix as well, but he's super far back. A push from 𝐷𝐶𝐋 has worked out. Baron a bit too forward. Reluctant Squad also looking for their timing to get involved. Everyone has a little slice of the zone that they're working with. 𝐿𝐴𝐵, his toes are getting popped under that car. Bohang just trying to land literally on the sole of 𝐿𝐴𝐵's shoes, but the shots aren't good enough. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 finds the car's tire to avoid getting knocked and is able to heal up as well. Important smokes for him to survive. And yeah, like I said, everyone's got their little bit of the zone, but not anymore. Reluctant Squad are going to be pushed out. 𝐷𝐶𝐋 are going to be pushed out into Forest's wheelhouse, into Forest territory. Do Forest have the hard cover to be able to survive this onslaught?
They do have a decent cover for the meantime, whereas 𝐷𝐶𝐋, they focus back onto Reluctant Squad. It's an even feel between these two teams of RS as well as Forest. 𝐷𝐶X now still have that one up after going for the rescue. So plenty of room that has to be covered once again now that they've already lost Baron from that attempt trying to take down these 𝐷𝐶X members. Long range taps and Olympus already out. Bullets will have to go in. Refield. Leo goes charting out in the fields, finds the target, and it is Olympus on the ground with no helping hand at all. They'll be kept busy as 𝐏𝐿𝐴 as well as KF99 will have to work in tandem to eventually look for that pickup, and that's not going to happen with 𝐿𝐴 also taking charge. The headshot came just in the nick of time for 𝐷𝐶X. Eventually close this one up against the rest of Force Natural Gaming with full confidence. But where does that leave RS? Do they actually seize this opportunity to push up? It didn't seem like they moved too far off. So they're still stuck by the corner.
Getting closer to 𝐷𝐶X though. Realizing that their opportunity is now. It's not going to be later. They have to take this fight with 𝐷𝐶X while they're taking the fight with Forest, or it might just be too late for a reluctant squad. It's too late for Savior to do anything. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 is rapid with that one. Forest fighting back. It's just 𝐏𝐿𝐴 though. We've seen 𝐏𝐿𝐴 do some miraculous work as a solo. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the exact same thing here. Muzzle break, fully automatic M14. If Hwang gets a good line of sight here, I am excited to see it. But that involves stepping over that hill and potentially into Forest's line of sight. But Hwang's going to test it. Smoke up. Deny any LOS, and he's going to be diligent with clearing as well. Make sure that he is okay to peek this, because if he's not, he could go down.
Yeah, very tough circumstances. They got to make the right calls in this very crucial point in time. And here comes the Molotov, almost reaching out to 𝐏𝐿𝐴. But of course, is going to still have that room to play out. But zone's creeping in. This is already phase 9. They're going to fight directly in the center, where it's just an open field for the taking. Reluctant squad now takes charge. And that they work all together as they manage to climb one pick apiece. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 now traces back towards 𝐷𝐶X, and they're already out. Reluctant squad now finds themselves up ahead, and there's only one direction that they have to focus on. It's all down to 𝐏𝐿𝐴. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 will deny himself, and this is the recovery round that Reluctant Squad has been waiting for as they bounce back, finding themselves the most important win of the tournament.
Hey, I mean, fighting back is exactly the best way to put it. Reluctant Squad putting on a show for us and playing that end game probably the most disciplined you can. They were not overextending, they were not taking fights that they weren't confident in, and that results in the win for them. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 though, I mean, what a hero for Forest Gaming. He takes down 𝐷𝐶X. They're going to be devastated with that one, but Forest as well fighting for their lives, and that game might actually secure them in the top 8. But yes, the important thing here is that Reluctant Squad win that game. I genuinely have no idea where we end up in terms of the leaderboard after that. I know Forest will stay in the top 8. I don't know if Reluctant Squad will have earned their way back in. Most likely they would have, because 𝐸NICORN CYBER didn't have a fantastic game, but still, I have no idea what the leaderboard's going to look like after that.
Yeah, and we also saw a decent run coming from Dongchi Esports, despite them taking up much early on. But are they actually coming close enough for this possible contention heading into those rounds in Miramar? Meanwhile, even teams like Lock You Up have also had their own highlights here, where they managed to really held out against teams such as X Stadium. And then we had this fight between Dongchi, where the trade looks pretty magical until that Lord comes in from behind. I believe that to be MMO or one of the other members, where they managed to also turn tides around. So great efforts being displayed. So the race is not over just yet.
No, it's really not, and that endgame puts us in a very interesting position. If you were doubting whether any of the teams that were fighting for top 8 had yet to show up, well, they continue to show up. I mean, look at this from PMA. Sharp from 21. We may not get any more highlights from PMA, but they were doing so well. Look at 21 in the kill feed now. 2 kills, and then I'm pretty sure he got that 3K to finish it off. It's just unfortunate that they went down in the position that they did. But as a duo, PMA did so much work and put themselves ever closer to that top 8, if not inside it, by the end of that game. So what a crazy important game for this leaderboard.
Yeah, there's just so much that we will have to have a look over onto what really happens on these final 2 rounds. And of course, the leaderboard now becomes even more interesting, where we have to basically follow every single kill that they managed to acquire in these specific rounds. So, this is what we've always asked for as casters, where we want things to be super interesting till the very tail end of our final match. So I definitely want to see how that one plays out, especially now with a lot of all these big names from the top 1 position as well, 6 taken off the list early on. That puts these interesting situations into play.
Yeah, Dongqi went out early as well, which allowed PMA to at least catch up to them, I believe. And Unicorn Cyber, obviously, with not a good game, means that by the time we enter our last couple games of the night, we've probably got 3 teams fighting for 2 slots, maybe. I think Forest secured it just then. Or maybe this lobby becomes a little bit more competitive than I initially anticipated. I didn't think we'd have this many teams on 100 points. I thought it would be more dominant from a couple teams in this lobby. But as we have gotten towards the tail end of this tournament, everyone's stepping it up. Everyone, including the teams that were on the very bottom of that leaderboard at the end of day 1, have shown up. I think 𝐷𝐷𝐋 had like 4 points by the time we had hit game 3 or game 4.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the spot that they wanted to be in, and look at them now, fighting realistically for a position in the top 8. So these guys have fought really, really, really well across the course of this tournament, and they have made it really competitive and really fun to watch. I cannot wait to end this tournament now, Miramar.
You know what they say, better late than never, and 𝐷𝐷𝐋, they finally have gotten the hang of things, and I'm liking that consistency being displayed by the Chinese Taipei squad, where, you know, we were praising them from day 1, which, you know, they had the sleeper run. We can't really deny what really went down, where nothing seemed to have worked out in form of rotations for them, but they possibly have had their coaches, analysts, or even by themselves to really put a lot of extra hours through the night in order to really troubleshoot all these problems that they had initially. And today, they look immaculate in form, and they were so close to that dinner. If only they managed to get certain pickoffs against RS, or even between that trade against Forest, then the game could have actually been theirs to take. That was some solid 8 points that they managed to acquire.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that 𝐷𝐷𝐋 ended up in a situation where they were pincered between Reluctant Squad and Forest. Forest didn't necessarily have to move, and yet 𝐷𝐷𝐋 had to push towards them, and then Reluctant Squad, obviously, they'll take that timing. Of course they will. As soon as they see 𝐷𝐷𝐋 versus Forest in the kill feed, Reluctant Squad isn't going to give up that kind of an opportunity. That is the win con for them. That's essentially how you play games with 3 teams towards the very end. You just wait for the other 2 teams to fight, and you come in and swoop up that victory. I feel like that's what we've seen FW do across the course of this tournament for their 4 wins. And yeah, Reluctant Squad played that end game to perfection. No real better way that they could have done that. I would have loved to seen Hwang do a little bit more damage with that automatic Mark 14, because it had the muzzle brake on it, right? Like that attachment on an automatic Mark 14. Would have loved to see it, but unfortunately it didn't go that way. They get the win regardless. 19 kills. I feel like we've seen a lot of 19 point wins, this tournament, but another one added to the tally from Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, this time with a team that needed it most, and they managed to also break the tie streak while at that. So, a great job for Reluctant Squad to put themselves back on track, and that is still a hefty amount of points acquired by PMA. We saw them bout earlier, but they managed to rack up a total of 8 elimination points by being smacked up from the center field the moment that they begin their run here inside of Tango. And of course, 𝐷𝐷𝐋 with that important 12-pointer, same can be said. It really felt like it's balanced in check for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming as they solidify themselves with this double digits, while the rest of the field with interesting stats would be maybe UNC with a couple of pickoffs out there, but I felt like that's barely even enough in order to keep up, while DC only had those 2 pointers out of the scuffle that they had up against SGD. And other than that, I don't think that there's going to be much movement over on the top end of the table, but definitely the midfield has been shaken.
This leaderboard, as soon as we get it up, this leaderboard might actually be more devastating than I thought. I had a look at the leaderboard before that game, And I think, unfortunately, we might just end up with Forest and Reluctant Squad booking their spots 7th and 8th, and maybe PMA becomes the only team that has a chance to breach that top 8. I'm doing very quick maths. Let's see if I'm correct. Forest 100, Unicorn Cyber 86, so I was mostly correct. There is a 14-point gap between 9th position and 8th position, Unicorn Cyber and PMA. And I guess DCE with an opportunity in these last 2 games to, I mean, hopefully have a good one and make this competitive. But Forest and Reluctant Squad, they both breach 100. I saw someone in Twitch chat earlier say that they thought 100 points would be the cutoff point. You're basically correct. You're almost there.
You're absolutely right.
So you had good instinct. I forget who said it, but you were basically correct. And so, yeah, that's a big 14 point that needs to be made up.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to do, especially with so much pressure on the shoulders of all the teams who are not making the mark over on the top 8. And of course, for Forest Natural Gaming, they've been doing a great duty to just keep themselves afloat right here, now reaching that triple-digit mark. But Unicorn Cyber, I'm still pretty concerned because they were one of those teams that still haven't found that form up till now in this very final day. As a matter of fact, I feel like it's even more likely for PMA or even DCE to still pounce back up. DZX, despite all these great heroics that they've managed to display to us here inside of Tago, they're still a little bit far off. That's a full 20-pointer for them to chase up against Forest Natural Gaming. That is only provided if Forest does not even get any points at all, which is highly unlikely.
Yeah, DZX would have to have 2 really good games to even think about making the top 8. PMA and Unicorn Cyber and Dongchi Esports are the 3 teams that we will need to be looking at going into these last 2 games on Miramar. And this Contra is where the hot drops might become a little bit more aggressive. SGD will be looking at PMA on the bottom side of that leaderboard and probably licking their lips thinking, yeah, we got a pretty decent opportunity here to make sure that we can snatch that PGC Malaysia spot. So we'll have to see if that does come true on Miramar. And finally, we break that Thailand win streak with a Vietnamese team winning a game.
Yeah, it always feels like it's match 4 or 5 that we see this cut-off point between the streaks that they've managed to acquire. But honestly, I would love it to happen right now with even more of all these non-Thai squads to be taking claims, because they need it a whole lot more. Where E-Arena, FW, QC, these are the names that definitely will be seeing here in the finals. And we will carry on with our matches in Miramar in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll bring you to the penultimate round in just about 2 minutes or so. Catch you there.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
And we're back for more with only 2 more rounds remaining. This is the penultimate rounds to be played out in Miramar, and it gets even more dramatic with all these teams making their last hurdle to make the top 8 cut. Extreme, this will be some of the most important rounds of PUBG of some of these fine teams out of APAC, but this is the cards that they're dealt with, and I really do wonder by the tail end of it which teams will be the ones to meet the rest of the pack.
Yeah, so as we head into these final 2 games of Miramar, there are 2 storylines that come to mind immediately. The first storyline that comes to mind is whether or not SGD is going to try and push PMA out of the top 8 and purposefully hot drop them or rotate camp them or grief them in one way, shape or another. They absolutely have the opportunity to do so. They are directly competing with PMA for the PGC Malaysia slot. It would be smart for SGD, who are guaranteed to be qualified through the top 8, to mess with PMA, unless of course there's some behind the scenes politics going on that I don't know about, but we'll save that for later. The other storyline is the fact that there is a 14-point gap that needs to be made up if the 3 teams of Unicorn Cyber, PMA, and Dongchi Esports, I believe, those are the 3 teams that we're looking at to breach into the top 8, but there's a 14-point gap that they all need to make up. Well, 14-plus point gap that they all need to make up if they even want to think about getting into that top 8. And of course, that means that Reluctant Squad and Forest, who currently sit in 7th and 8th, also have to have pretty horrible games if those opportunities are even to be taken advantage of. Those are the 2 storylines I'm looking at as we head into our final 2 games of the play-in stage.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the Miramar games that we've seen, most often than not, we do tend to see drop of momentum for certain squads moving into such a tough scenario to be played out here. So I really do hope that they still could weather the sandstorm, if you will, heading into these matches where, you know, we've had really good games so far coming from BZX, who are also looking pretty hopeful, but there's definitely a whole lot more to do. If they can find a double win, sure, that will be the craziest way to end our run here in the play-ins. But other than that, we're definitely looking at the closer margins between these 2 squads. PMA is scenario against SGD. I feel like they have enough respect between the 2 to not hot drop each other, but I could very well be wrong. Like, that PGC spot can ruin friendships, and there's absolutely no friends that you can count on other than the 4 members that you're playing with here in the tournament.
Well, that's the thing is, I don't know if there's any behind-the-scenes politics that I haven't taken into account. Maybe SGD is rooting for PMA to make the top 16, but I think that wildcard slot for Malaysia at PGC is probably a little bit more valuable in when it comes to competition. But we'll see what happens. Miramar's an interesting map. Definitely a map where you can pull off some pretty savage rotate camps. Might be a bit harder to hot drop, but we'll see what happens. And look, as we finish off the play-in stage, there's only one other thing I'm actually looking forward to, and that is some competitive PUBG action. I mean, okay, that goes without saying. Let me rephrase that. I'm looking for the top teams in the lobby to test as many limits as they possibly can. I want to see SGD going out and doing crazy stuff. I want to see Q-Confirm spread their wings as much as they can and show us why they are one of the best teams in the lobby. I want to see FW... I actually don't want to see FW winning any more games. I want to see what they can do in 4v4s in the mid-game. I want to see all of these teams test as many limits as they possibly can as we head into these final 2 games of Miramar. Ending on Miramar is a little bit dodgy, but I love it all the less.
Yeah,
the same.
I love it even more. This is one of my favorite maps because it is always going to be chaotic after phase 3 onward. So as we kick off our match, we see Forest to be the first wave moving directly into the spread of Campo Militar. Terabunka. Basically, the whole northern region is up for their liking to basically expand for their reach. Whereas we see a glimpse of CZ as well as the rest of E-Arena moving past SGD, who is inbound for Kato, but likely than not, E-Arena likes to play around the power grid area, which if they were to move down to those hillside, might be able to actually get a little bit of fight between the 2. PMA opts to move pretty far off onto the outskirts. Perhaps they were hoping for a Puerto Paraiso extension, so they will be picking up a couple of vehicles, but that is within the grasp of DZX, now firing back into members such as 21. It's going to be a Southern-centric circle, so I fancy the chances for a Reluctant Squad to continue to put in more points.
Potentially. Forest are out of the zone, but obviously not out of the competition. As we look towards all the other teams that need to make a mark in this final game, Dongqi, solid spot, PMA, they're going to come in on the edge, probably north side of Los Leones, and scout their way into the zone from there. And then I suppose Unicorn Cyber, the other one, San Martin. Probably not the easiest of rotates, but if all the teams around them decide to collapse towards the center, that leaves the eastern side of Picado, or that high ground and that dirt road up there for Unicorn to utilize. They could also go towards Power Grid if they want to opt for that kind of a rotation path, or straight through Picado if it becomes free and SGD leave it early. So not the easiest of paths for a couple teams that really need them right now, but they're also not impossible. You're also not you're not sweating if you're any of those teams.
Yeah, there's not too much of these heavy concerns for the moment while they're still in this looting phase. Whereas Lock You Up finally found themselves some really good rounds as well. Of course, I don't want to single out to just teams who have already made it through, and also the ones that are now battling for that top 8 position. And once more, Lock You Up, they've been around since the first phase of the APAC qualifiers, and this time, it didn't seem like they've got much going for Day 1 as well as Day 2, but Day 3 here, I really do hope that they can come back within the span of a couple of months' time to show us better runs to keep the playing field a lot more competitive the next time they're bound to meet up with the rest of the pack. Of course, that being said, we go back to SGD. So far, this has been the team to beat, hailing from the Malaysian region, and it didn't really seem like PMA have been able to actually match the same level of tempo that SGD has managed to find. And now PMA, they start off over the southeastern corner map. They should be able to be having enough good room to play as compared to Forest, who's all the way up north, having to traverse up against names like E36, Roar United, as well as QC.
Just scouting out is Titus. Another GOAT name. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. FW just outside the zone in Partona, where Banana 1 was a demon yesterday with that pump shotgun, just north of Partona. He is up there right now, actually. But there's no team for him to decimate, unfortunately. So FW have a pretty free rotate path in. In fact, ending up on that southern side where FW are going to end up, I actually really like that. They've got multiple different high grounds that not only can they use if they want to go direct, but they can also use if they want to spread out to the west and east. So I'm very happy if I'm FW. I've got plenty of options available to me. RTL, kind of a similar position for them, although they're coming in from the east. Is T-Twist looking for a rotate camp? Are they looking for SGD to leave? Are they looking for E-Arena to come out of Power Grid? I don't know what X-Stadium or Titus is looking for. Lock You Up's in the church as well. I don't know what Titus is doing over here, but I love it. I love the aggressiveness. I love looking for that that one-off opportunity that might actually land you a kill. MML taking some long-range shots at UNQ, and they are landing, or at least one of them has. But no more. UNQ is allowed to survive, and MML looks for his next target.
Yeah. And of course, playing inside of Miramar, teams will have to leave nothing to assumptions where, sometimes for members from the side of X Stadium, you always have to keep a close eye on every area of the map, especially when you do get a little bit of a bird's eye view out of this high ground. E-Arena did manage to take notice, so they will definitely send some signals back towards their side, as the rest of the squad have been able to get past the heels of Power Grid to take even more of that spacing where SGD has left off from Picado. Ample to play for. SGD will definitely be looking for a rotate further down to the south, and now holds the direct center of the map. Meanwhile, TMP also receiving a couple of shots coming from Reluctant Squad as they're on the outskirts of North Los Leones. Oh, this is going to be a tough one to be able to land, but of course, you always have to try. Who knows you if they do get lucky. That could be an important one-pointer to be gained here by Jun. As they drive even closer, they definitely now smell blood.
Latte should be a freebie here for Van Nye. No easier kill than that. Hopping out of the vehicle. Easy does it. Van Nye now doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's got plenty of cover. Teammates are close by with the high ground angles as well, but still, no reason to risk it. He'll dip out of there and probably go sit in, I believe that compound is called Bigfoot, if my memory serves me. Well, probably go sit inside that. The arena, though, looking towards X Stadium. X Stadium were what looked like trying to set up some sort of camp or trying to gather information to maybe do something cheeky, but if that was the idea, it's certainly backfired. E-Arena almost surrounding them now as they sit inside that compound. But no push to be made, no aggression on the cards for E-Arena. X Stadium have that one pretty well locked down.
Yeah, I really do like the spread that E-Arena takes cover for the meantime, having some firm control over onto the center of the field. Whereas the ZX, they are looking to have this big wraparound that might actually see them trailing right behind the members of PMA. And speaking of which, from my map feed, I also do take notice that there are also Pyramid United members who are driving just next to PMA. We heard some of the engines roaring, so perhaps this could be a very good opportunity for 𝐏𝐿𝐴 to find a little something here. But nothing on his crosshair, he will continue to rally on with the rest of the convoy, while SGV keeps himself busy up against UNQ. See plenty of these trades, and that one lands nicely to the head of UNQ.
MML lethal with the DMRs. They also know that UNQ should be a solo in colors, so if SGD wanted to make that push, I'm sure they could. But they've also got a fantastic spot for themselves. Trying to damage that car as much as possible as well. That's the thing. If you can't see the wheels of the car, like, UNQ has done a good job in parking that car. Undoubtedly, he's done a good job to make sure that the tires can't get popped, but MML is relentless. He'll just shoot the foldable roof until that thing explodes, and it's already smoking, so MML is just an absolute nuisance right now.
Yeah, you can pop my windshield, don't pop my tires. So long as that engine is able to run, I believe that he will just make do with that if chances are that he has to get out of that compound. Plenty more teams now taking a lot of all these top end of the hills, as that will give them better leverage into taking fights that could potentially end up over in the southern corners of the map. Lost Leo has at least 3 residents at the moment. Whereas Reluctant Squad rather takes the outskirts instead. A little bit of a decent spread, as they're also vying for perhaps a decent bowl somewhere in between the valleys for them to work with. While a little bit of a long reach, a 3-1 setup coming in from the side of RTL, while LW Esports might have actually seen those form of movements much early on. QC now stuck between its Sandstorm, and this is still level playing field as it dives right into the center of the field. So Irina still potentially having a really decent game alongside with SGD smack into the center. I'm starting to be a lot more concerned for the teams over the south side, because these terrains are hard to play off from.
Well, we haven't lost anyone. Well, we've only lost one person yet, sorry. No teams have gone out. Only one person has died. So everyone's playing relatively disciplined coming into these final 2 games. I thought we'd have a little bit more chaos, but that's just not been the case. Megaloss with an opportunity for another freebie. Okay, J-Dye will get it instead. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 runs into his teammate. Didn't even realize J-Dye was there, and as soon as that happens, Megaloss peeks up and takes down another one of E36. So it's gone from good to bad for E36, unfortunately. Take Me Please pick up an easy 2 kills. An inverse of what happened against Latte earlier. Petret on the hill to the south could have got involved in that, but it was so quick on the side of TMP that he had no opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I just love seeing J-Dye on these DMRs. Like, he's so good mid to long range, and always being diligent enough to be seizing opportunities like that one up against Eagle Esports. Well, Filter 6, as a matter of fact. For Natural Gaming, they came in from the furthest north, still seizing a little bit of the ground, despite being at the edge of Picado. They still need to find a lot more of that spacing as they carefully look around for any form of information. Not much that has been gained for now for Forest Natural Gaming. But they're definitely the team that will pay close attention to. Whereas PMA finally gets catch up against DZX. This is an important one at that.
Yeah. Very important. Again, that 14-point gap, it's 16 points for PMA. So these are all incredibly valuable. Oh, Khan's on that roof. 21 looked shocked as soon as Khan started shooting, so I'm thinking 21 had no idea. And he's rethinking his position now. Worried. I don't even think he knows that Khan was on that roof. Maybe he thinks he was inside that warehouse. He wouldn't be being as careful otherwise. Dashushu peeks over. It's a nice headshot. But no other shots land but that headshot. But maybe he realized that. He's going to go super aggressive. Doesn't realize there's a second one there. Dashushu's got it anyway. Are you serious? That should never have happened. But luckily, Bohang is there for the trade. PMA, do they get aggressive on this? Do they let their comrade die? Savior's arrived. But he's also got one dragon on that next ridge. Lunlun goes down. Khan also in that kill feed having an impact. PMA lose two valuable players. That dash to the top 8 looking more and more difficult now.
It also doesn't help that BRU is also eyeing out for them. Xavier from the higher end finds one dragon, and that only leaves one more member alive at the moment. PMA knows that there's nothing much to fend for right now. 21 just have to play the long game, surviving all by himself. As this fight was not much that they've been able to gain, or that initial kickoff. As they're also driving towards the direction of RTL, BRU are trying to flush that member of PMA to have them left up against each other. As 21, how much longer can he survive? Shots are now still fired at this direction, coming from all these other squads, but that's TMP on that rotation. And this is a hardship all the way back up north, where I don't really see much of a chance for PMA to get that long drift up with a safe spot for him to cover out.
Well, he needs to find a shack or a dip or something, and then hope that it doesn't get breached, hope that he's not vulnerable. And in a zone like this, I'm not sure that's entirely possible. As soon as Hoang arrives, he announces his presence, smartly so, making sure that no one has the idea to breach. TMP is close. The rest of Reluctant Squad are quite far away. TMP have breached. Hoang's presence was not enough, and now he has to go full defensive modes. Nades in that bottom floor. 3 smokes left. That's plenty to delay. But he's also got to dodge the incoming HE grenades, incoming Molotovs at the exact same time. Opening that door might end up being a mistake. Jun arrives, and it's a defensive grenade, but Take Me Please have to dive inside this building. It's more cover coming in from the members of Reluctant Squad. They have so much more control over this compound than I think Take Me Please are accounting for. And there's only 2 members of TMP here. UNQ is on the other side of the road. He could have an impact, but look, it's gone from 1 member inside that building to now 3. TMP have a lot more to deal with than they originally had.
Yeah, especially with those pressure coming from the hill side, they honestly don't have any form of space to play out from. So stepping out there is looking to be relatively dangerous. But Jada is definitely banking on hopes that if they do get some good toss of grenades, speaking of which, that's just a smoke. I was decoyed with that former lob, but if it were to be a frag, Jada will be absolutely worried, and now the push should come true from the rest of the squad. Holding it out, they do have grenades of their own, so Megaloss is absolutely prepared for this. The windows are being broken down, big nades to send flying right in. RS slowly tucks one into the corner, not really finding TMP members just yet. SGD, the moment that they do see any names appear on that feed, who knows, they might even send those vehicles into this compound to go in for a direct challenge, while K on the other side gets to catch over on to lock you up, but we will just lock right in between these 2 teams. RS, they need to win this fight in order to survive, to outlast all the teams that are vying for that top 8 slot.
FW are going to have to leave school here. Either that or they just sit in school on the edge, but I think that just allows Lock You Up a little bit too much freedom, a little bit too much control over them. So they're going to have to leave, going to have to take a fight. SGD, this is Bigfoot. This is Bigfoot. And they are sitting very tucked in inside it. Buram and Kanaxi up against QC. I feel like we've seen these 2 teams go head-to-head a couple times tonight. QC coming out on top of this one. Jixing, your current kill leader in this lobby. living up to it, essentially. Buram now have to back out of this one. Dynasty will stay. See what he can get done. He has no escape option, no escape route. 𝐸𝐷 will try and cover, but Dynasty's been spotted. Blue zone grenade to deny space. This should be 𝐾𝐿 kill, but Dynasty ducks out of cover. Tries to just get away from 𝐾𝐿. Can you blame him? 𝐸𝐷's going to do his best to make sure that Dynasty survives, but 𝐾𝐿 are hungry for this one.
Yeah, he might have enough wiggle room to eventually regroup with 𝐸𝐷, but 𝐸𝐷 has also got problems with his own, also receiving a couple of taps coming from another direction instead. Dynasty knows that he will have to at least buy some space as well as time as he deploys that Molotov. 𝐾𝐿 somehow gets eliminated in the process. For the second team to bow out at the moment, Reluctant Squad finds and sees an opportunity to go up against DCE out in the open, and they also spot Unicorn Cyber. So this is that big fight between the teams that need to qualify, and Dongchi, they just crashed out. DZX is the next to follow suit. Only left with Bohang and Leo, and in such a tough predicament, Irina is not giving them any room to breathe at all.
No one's giving them any room to breathe at all, and Unicorn Cyber, recognizing there's points that need to be had, they pull up. They pull up to a weakened DZX, and they open it up as well. 𝐿𝐷 gets the opener. It's just a matter of time before the last member of DZX falls. Unicorn Cyber timed this to perfection. Now, as long as they don't overextend, as long as they don't lose any members here, Unicorn Cyber remain in a power position. X Stadium and Reluctant Squad combine. FW fall very quickly. That shack not as safe as they thought. Down goes Bohang, down goes DZX. Unicorn grabbing some much-needed points.
Perfectly lined up for Metal D to just claim it alongside with Long K. Now back towards RS. Take a look at them. They've been able to put their foot to the ground and claim those 6-pointers out there by having all these massive rotation from the south side. This hardship has definitely been pretty rough for the teams out there. It's ruthless, with even 𝐾𝐿 eventually sealing the deal up against 𝐸𝐷 to be the last one standing. So QC, as much as they have a little bit of that spacing, there's still a little bit of pressure that may actually add up from either SGD as well as Eagle 36 later on. Russell Esports, commendable effort to be able to claim this high ground for their own, to try to put some pressure up against the members of QC. Making sure that there's not going to be any teams that will eventually crash into the compound, because they're currently holding directly in the center. And that's the only thing that can stop the Malaysian team, or should I say, the Thai team, from dropping out of this matchup. So another chip comes through, but Arena stays put.
Yeah, they're on I mean, definitely the best spot in the zone. No complaints about that for Arena. Unicorn Cyber, 88 points. I think Forest, yeah, 102. Problem is Forest is still in this game. Unicorn Cyber, though, holding steady on that western side. Control of that hill as well if they wanted it. Not going to be easy for them to make up this point gap, but this is one of those games where they're going to have to earn it if they want to make it happen. Lock you up. One knocked. Reluctant Squad. I think this is the game, or maybe it was last game, honestly, where they secure themselves in the top 8. Now they're just showing off, essentially. 110 points. They're putting themselves up there with the big dogs, the ones that have been outstanding for this play-in stage. Reluctant Squad showing us what they have in the bank, essentially. I mean, look, day 1, they were fantastic. Day 3, they've finally shown up again. And you love to see it. Well, Rustrial, they've got to make this rotation, and they have to make it cleanly. Lock you up. In the meantime, just down to Juan. At the mercy of Reluctant Squad. Pankska hoping for a res, but question is, will he actually get res? 𝐾𝐿, Rustrial rotating at the exact same time. Smartly, though, Rustrial pull up and leave 𝐾𝐿 to send it into a shack that probably isn't going to do much for their shot in this game. All they have to do is sit inside there and live, but I would much rather be in Rustrial's position. High ground information. Maybe not as deep in the zone as 𝐾𝐿, but 𝐾𝐿 thriving right now? Are they really living? I don't think so.
Yeah, they also lost their wheels as it slides down the hillside. So RTL, if they were to be able to move in a little bit deeper, that's within that grenade range as well. Whereas Unicorn Cyber tries to open up a little bit more of that space up north, up against the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. They have those compounds to hold out for the meantime. Also spotting out perhaps some potential to even clip onto members of QC. Ether6 said they've been left out in the open as they were forced to make that rotation from the far corner to north. Van Knight shooting through some of all the barriers as that wall's not going to hold up, and June does find it. But the nades are percent flying in. RS got to also look out for themselves. SGD is taking the higher end compound. They could also chime into these corners of the fight, but everyone's just hugging tight by the outskirts. It's going to be very dangerous for them to make that drive up against E Arena, which is why we are seeing this current scenario taking place.
I mean, everyone's doing a fantastic job just to survive in this zone. Every inch of space is essentially taken up. The arena fed once more. Won't change much on the leaderboard for them, but Unicorn Cyber, they're still in the zone. They're still in the zone. They've got their own high ground to work with as well. It is so harsh to every other team on that eastern side, on that northern side. It pushes all of them out. They've all got to fight their way into the zone. Unicorn Cyber, they've got 2 kills. They are looking for so many more. There is an X-Stadium player in Metal D still sat inside that compound as the anchor. He needs to have an incredible impact here if he wants to save his team. He gets headshot though. Denied any impact in this fight. Smokes up as well. Metal D will not make it out of that compound. And X-Stadium are unlikely to survive here. Unicorn Cyber fall back. They need to. Forest are making this push. This is crucial for the leaderboard. Forest are making their push towards Unicorn Cyber. They can't get it done just yet, though. Stuck on that northern side of the zone. Unicorn Cyber still in control.
Not surprised that X-Stadium managed to also hold out for their own, buying a little bit of time, not really taking notice. I mean, Unicorn Cyber didn't really have that attention span on them because of that pressure coming up ahead from Forest National Gaming. Big nades now being sent right in. SGD, they want this push up against Reluctant Spot. This might just be denting their hopes, including more points, but June's got something to say. Finds that mark against Big Z. Van Knight still hopeful to trade this one out. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Jervis on the far end of the flank to try to cover a little bit more of that ground. More nades to be sent right through. His toss needs to be immaculate up against, but the Blue Zone grenade even better up against June. Not having the time to have them go in for the revive, and they're pretty much put against the blue. Jervis managed to land that onto Zayu. FNG.
What?
Flipping through. RS with a desperate attempt, and now it's all helter-skelter in the field.
Unicorn Cyber are being delivered kills left, right, and center. They lose Destroy, but they've taken down Forest Gaming, and Rustriel just dived straight into Unicorn Cyber's lines of sight. SGD are making this push work. They are both blind. Van Knight unblinded first, but he's also close to running out of ammo. It's deliberate and disciplined on the fight, but SGD come out on top. Rustriel have more members to send into this zone, but it's just 𝐏𝐿 alive. 𝐏𝐿 gone. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 takes both. QC lose Noadra. Only one up for them. And through all of that chaos, everyone sending themselves straight at Unicorn Cyber, they survived. Forest couldn't break through. Rustriel couldn't break through. Unicorn Cyber up to 8 and 6 points away from top 8.
I wish to get a slow-mo in the highlights to really check out what really went on. Forest Natural Gaming, they needed to actually win out that trade. They thought that there is a certain opportunity, especially with that much pressure up against UNC, but they prevailed. And with those massive points handed over to UNC, this is a massive chance. If it is a chicken dinner, it could be an overtake, and Forest Natural Gaming might see themselves drop out of that top 8. But here we are, Lock You Up, once again being very consistent, making the top 4 cut in this matchup. Eyeing out for SGD. UNC, I wonder how are they supposed to climb out there, because SGD has gotten full attention pretty much over onto these members who is trying to make their cut to descend. He sees himself a bike if he needs to eventually make the sprint into one of the tiny shacks where Strand is currently holding, but ML wants to slowly pick that member of LYU apart. So once they do, that should be claimed up by the rest of the Malaysian squad. But for now, it's still unclear if UNC could be able to even make anywhere close to the current zone, because these teams will have to start putting that pressure onto Arena, else this is going to be another tie team to be able
Here we
to
go.
win out.
Unicorn Cyber making the push. At an ideal time as well, almost colliding with SGD. Unicorn Cyber straight towards that shack, and they take Jervis out with them. They try to duck towards the ridge just behind the shack, but they've lost 2 in that process. All 𝐿𝐻𝐷 has to do is survive, avoid the nades, get those reses. 𝐿𝐿𝐻𝐷, you can already see he's got it in the back of his mind. Oh, the smoke grenades are up as well. 𝐿𝐻𝐷, not one to shy away from a push. Flashes out. That res did come through, but 6, 7, 8, 9 won't be engaged in this action. 𝐿𝐻𝐷 gone. 𝐿𝐻𝐷 now all with it to do. SGD on the other side as well. Not many places for 𝐿𝐻𝐷 to hide. 𝐸 look to ruin Unicorn Cyber's dreams, and they do exactly that. It's a good game from Unicorn Cyber, but not good enough. 𝐸, they leave that compound. It's 5 to 𝐿𝐻𝐷, 5 to 𝐿𝐻𝐷. This is all 𝐸 right now. They will just finish it off. Lock you up, can do nothing. 𝐸 with a stunning 13-kill win.
A massive decisive win as 𝐸 once again planned themselves as one of the best tied teams to make the cut through the top 8. And another big win with such a convincing push out of those fields, not leaving things to chances for other teams to push right into their area of play. So we love to see it. 𝐸, they are definitely that team that has had so many experiences in international bouts and just showing full confidence that they could just win this kind of games so long as they have got pretty much this big picture of how this one could play out for them. Of course, we dive into the recap in this penultimate round. There's just so much over on the south side that we see battles taking place. DZX as well as PMA, they committed relatively early.
Yeah, it was unfortunate to see a couple of these teams fighting for top 8 go out early, PMA being one of them. They started out this fight actually quite well, and then there was just a couple 1v1s that they lost, and Buriram getting involved in that too made it very difficult for PMA to do anything more. Nice kills from 𝐾𝐿 as well. Buriram couldn't really contest them on that ridgeline. DCE, the other team that went out early that we would have loved to see deal some more damage, but DZX, okay, I didn't realize Bohan got that run over there, so unfortunate for DCE, but this is what I'd love to see from Unicorn Cyber. I feel like they played that western side really, really, really well. It's just unfortunate that when they made that final push, they lost a couple more members on that entry to the shack than they really should have. That made it more difficult for them to defend against 𝐸, but of course that 𝐸 aggression, usually that just pans out in their favor.
Yeah, there was that big moment where, you know, teams were pushing up against Unicorn Cyber, and after that was settled, Unicorn Cyber honestly was left with no space to play. We saw this attempt trying to claim the shack where it was just within the grasp of 𝐸 to eventually have 𝐿𝐻𝐷 to be pushing out, and after that, he just wastes no time. He just claimed all these points out there, and of course the final one to be able to pin out SGD to be able to get that double-digit elimination on top of the chicken dinner. So, of course, we're going to be seeing 𝐸 in the finals, but does that actually put 𝐸 at the top of the podium? Well, I guess we'll see maybe a little bit up to that. But of course, I love all these Thai teams where they're just so disciplined on how they actually hold out certain advantages areas, and that's how it should be played out on how you close games in Miramar.
Yeah, look, I won't deny that 𝐸 were obviously very gifted with that circle. That is a PUBG team's dream, especially with that compound. That compound is so hard to contest with. It's almost impossible to breach. It's almost impossible to fight as they leave. It usually just gets, you know, fed to the gills. So 𝐸, it's good to see again that they can convert wins like that, but they were quite gifted. 13 kills though, I mean, that doesn't come easily. Every time a team like that gets a 13-kill win, they earned it, right? Every time it's 10+ kills and you get fed, they earned it. That's my opinion of wins like that. It's very devastating. You saw 6, 7, 8, 9 there on that approach from Unicorn Cyber when they get to that shack. 6, 7, 8, 9 actually had a really good idea of diving into that ridge behind the shack and obviously wanting to use that as his playable space, but he just gets destroyed, like double-headed even before he can make it into that ridge. I think that might be pointed out as a mistake, but I can totally understand his mindset in doing just that. That's safe ground. It means you don't have to run and sit inside that shack. It's just unfortunate that 𝐸 is as sharp as they are. Otherwise, that might have panned out differently. If 𝐿𝐻𝐷 makes that push and 6, 7, 8, 9 is alive, then it's definitely more difficult for him to do so. So, unfortunate for Unicorn Cyber. Still a fantastic game for them. That puts them in firing range essentially of top 8. Forest Gaming didn't have as good a game as Unicorn Cyber did, and so going into this final game on Miramar, we still have that fight for top 8.
Yeah, that is of utmost importance, of course. So down to that one game to decide it. Forest Natural Gaming, of all teams that they full sent into and lost to, it was UNC, which was the closest competitors to them. So I'm thinking that this could just be within reach in E-Arena. This was a massive points gain. 13 in the form of kills, and of course that adds up to 23. Unicorn Cyber with 13 of their own, whereas it's 8 points for both SGD as well as Reluctant Squad. So I think that Reluctant Squad is definitely confirmed for our top 8 finals for now. So of course the other teams will have something to say about that in the very last game. So of course this was a round where they only gotten 3. I thought it was actually more because they had decent control up over onto the hillside, but they did not convert any of that, especially with the presence of E-Arena being in the direct center of it all.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate game for them, and it'll have them sweating going into this final one. They are going to be playing so passive. It's unbelievable. They're going to want to find a spot in the center of zone and just sit there, right? Just outlive Unicorn Cyber, essentially. Unfortunately, I think what that means, as we head into this total leaderboard in a second here, I think unfortunately what that means is that PMA, Dongchi Esports, they're out of it. I don't want to say 100% because a miraculous win could obviously happen, but I think they needed to have good games in these final 2, not just this final game, unfortunately. So PMA, they fought valiantly. I don't want to say that PGC Malaysia slot is guaranteed for SGD just yet, because PMA still could make a run, but by the end of this next game, obviously that narrative is going to be wrapped up. Yeah,
that takes a lot of hope for PMA to do so. As we are currently looking at a massive gap between PMA as well as Unicorn Cyber, but UNC, after that round, they're just touching distance about, what, 5 points needed to breach up against the rest of the pack, or should I just say Forest Natural Gaming, because of that disaster that struck them towards that late game. RS now moves further up to 6th position, while BRU with the triple 11s. FW remains to be the top team on board with the most amount of chicken dinners acquired, and I'm just pleasant with what we're currently having here in the top 8. Though 8 is questionable on who really gets it between UNC as well as Forest at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world in which in this final game, Unicorn Cyber gets 5 points and PMA has a fantastic game and overtakes Buriram. And then we just have one of the craziest last games of APAC history, where Unicorn Cyber and PMA both breach and take down Buriram and Forest Gaming, but I think that's unlikely. It is unfortunate that when you look at the left side of that leaderboard, it is mostly Thailand, and the right-hand side of the leaderboard features no Thailand. Thailand, again, have shown up to play in this lobby and have proved their dominance.
Yeah, and of course, the Vietnamese fans will really give it all to Unicorn Cyber to be able to make the cut, which honestly is very feasible on how they've been able to really show up in these rounds. And I did also highlight the fact that back in the past, all these Vietnamese teams have definitely shown strength in this specific map, so it could still be very well Unicorn Cyber favored. I say that, but it really depends on all these circumstances that they're being put through into our very final game. And here we are, Extreme. It's been 3 days of back-to-back action, and it all comes down to the final one to decide that final slot. I could say 7 is locked in. It's all about that 8th spot remaining.
Does finally SGD decide to camp PMA? I don't think so. I feel like they would have done that last game, and so I'm not expecting it going into the final game of Miramar. But as we have seen in the past couple days, all the wins towards Thailand. E-Arena claim another one in this lobby. They are among FW as the 2 teams above 60 placement points in this lobby. But we will go to a very short break, and when we come back, we have the final game of the play-in stage here at the PGS 5 and 6 Phase 2 APAC qualifiers. We'll see you then.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, here we are, folks, down to our final game remaining for the play-in stage to secure the top 8 teams to be making the cut for the finals extreme. We are now down to 2 potential teams to take that final slot. It could be an all-time affair to be making it into the finals, or we might add another formidable team from Vietnam with good chances for Unicorn Cyber to still make that final cut.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now as we head into the final game of Miramar. Of course, I'm still looking for great PUBG action and limit testing and all of that. But, of course, I'm locked in, focused on whether or not Unicorn Cyber can overtake Forest Gaming. And, of course, if PMA can have a good game, if they can have a really banging game, and I mean they really need a really good game, then of course they can make it into the top 8. That's why I don't want to call this Malaysian battle just yet, because PMA's still in this with a shot. But those are the storylines that we have into this final game of Miramar. I said that SGD probably aren't going to hot drop PMA now, because if they didn't do it last game, then it would be weird to do it now. So if it was me, I would have hot dropped them last game. I might have even hot dropped them at the start of the night, but it seems there's something going on behind the scenes. Or SGD are just so confident in their ability that they're not worried about PMA to begin with. But yes, final game of the play-in stage coming up.
Yeah, and back to that sentiment, I really felt like it was the latter, that SGD, they just feel super confident about, you know, their ability. Even, let's say, this, whether if PMA makes the cut or not into the top 8, if you base it off of the play-in performance itself, SGD has been in better form. Well, of course, PMA could always alter the narrative when they do get themselves that quick fix throughout the the day's break if they do win out this game, though.
Oh
but
my-
before we even get to that, this is our MVP, and it's _𝐾𝐿 there. Look at the damage he's done.
1100 damage? That's absurd. Especially when you consider that compound is often a compound where, I mean, you're in the low ground, right? It's not high ground. Usually high ground is the place where you get a bunch of damage, but that compound's low ground and 𝐾𝐿's still out here with 1100 damage. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. 6 kills to his name as well. He has been in this MVP slot a couple times beforehand, so he certainly put up good numbers for 𝐸 during this playing stage.
Definitely so. 𝐾𝐿 is a superstar in his own rights back at home. So, of course, plenty of fans are eager to see them perform even better moving into the finals. And it didn't really seem like 𝐸 was just showing us limit test rounds as compared to certain other high squads that have already confirmed their slots. 𝐸, they continue to stick to their discipline. Their own protocols have been set into place, and they're not playing too far off of standard. And when we talk about standards, when they look good, it's always about those double-digit numbers, and it's just absurd, right? Take a look at that 2,000 damage that has been dealt across the board. It's just insane.
𝐾𝐿 has more than a half of their damage that game. That is crazy. Hard carrying 𝐸 to the MVP spot. Unreal stuff. That's their third winner chicken dinner of the tournament. And yeah, we had questions about 𝐸 day one, and all those questions have been answered and more. I feel a bit bad for 𝐷𝐷𝐿 and Tiga that game, not really having much to do. It was all 𝐾𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿𝑟x, but he'll still take that.
Yeah, of course, you've played competitively before, and maybe certain rounds you might not get much, but your team is absolutely carrying. Hey, you take those any given moment of time.
Yeah,
So,
yep.
of course, we did see a lot of brilliant plays throughout the course of the past 2 days coming from 𝐷𝐷𝐿 as well as Tiga, and also earlier today. I think that they definitely have been gelling well together throughout so many months of playing as a squad, and this roster are definitely one of the hot favorites in the finals in order to really put not only big damages that we're seeing here in the play-ins. I'm pretty sure that they have chicken dinners to offer too. So that is, of course, what we can look forward to heading into next week's action. But of course, we're focused back onto what's at stake here. That final couple of slots between, of course, Natural Gaming, Reluctant Squad, Esports Cyber. These are the teams that are hoping to make that safe run in as we go quickly into some of the stats coming from the past round. This has been
27 smokes. Oh my gosh. I mean, it shows you how desperate they were to survive. It also shows you how many bodies they had to work off of. 27 smokes from 𝐷𝐿 I love it. A few of those would have been used to make the push from the warehouse to that ridge. Multiple of them would have been used to survive on that ridge, and then more were used, of course, when they decided to drive down towards that shack. That is a obscenely high number. 𝐸, of course, 7 smokes. What did they have to do with smokes? Nothing. They didn't have any smokes to use other than the ones they used to cross the road to then take out Unicorn Cyber. Yeah. Funny stats. 0 Molotovs used either.
Yeah, they really don't have anybody close by, and even so, 𝐾𝐿 has got everything sorted out. But what's also impressive from these stats is the amount of damage that Reluctant Squad has been able to deal from the teams that are coming in from the southern end. So this has been some impressive record because they have got flocks of crowd to deal with. Initially, there was also a team that was charging over onto their corner. So I think that they've been able to at least deal with every situation one step at a time. So good work for another Vietnamese squad that we'll definitely be seeing in the grand finals. I want to confirm it, but it looks to be that right now, at the very least, with the amount of points that they have, they should be safe so long as they maintain their record heading into the final run.
Yeah, I think Reluctant Squad have definitely secured it. I don't think there's any question or doubt that they have booked their spots in the finals. Well, those are all the maps we've had today. 𝐸 2 wins, QC 1, FW 1, Reluctant Squad 1, and now we are about to enter into our final match of the play-in stage. It has been an absolute ball so far. Maybe not as competitive all the way through as I thought, but as we enter the final stage, it is as competitive as you can hope for. Spots up on the line, and yeah, that's exactly what you're asking for.
Yeah, so far the highlight of all these matches has been match 16, where we saw the fight for the top 8 position happen. And this time in match 18, I'm hoping of similar sorts to happen. So I can only wish, but chances are we might end up being disappointed with very direct brawls that might actually see certain teams who actually need it the most to crash out early on. And who knows, they might be able to also triumph. So we need that miracle coming from PMA, maybe even 𝐏𝐿 Esports that is just 5 points behind PMA at the very same time. But that will really take tremendous effort. We have not seen teams to be breaking more than 16 kills per game. So perhaps 2021 could be the feat that they're looking to break if 𝐏𝐿 really gotta put everything to the end of the line.
That tells you quite a lot, actually. The fact that no team has broken 16 kills, it means that no team has been so dominant over this leaderboard. We don't have a team in this lobby that is so much better than the other. When we think that FW has taken the top spot on the leaderboard and they're going to sit there comfortably, another team comes up behind them and just says, no, actually, we're also pretty good at the game. SGD was sitting at the top for a while, and then FW barged up there. So everyone has been competitive. Usually, if there's one dominant team in a lobby, they breach that 16 kill mark, they go towards 20, and obviously that's just a telling sign that they're clearly on top of everyone else in the lobby. But that hasn't been the case. It's been really competitive, even in that top 8. If this was the finals lobby, then I'd be loving how the top 8 looks, because it's chopping and changing every single game. So in that sense, it's been very competitive and very exciting to watch. We go into Game 6, and Game 6 usually comes with a few caveats, the main one being that it can get quite crazy in Game 6. Unfortunately, for a lot of teams, as we head into this final game, there's not much to play for, if anything, to play for, other than bragging rights and practice. And practice, as you head into the final stage, is obviously super crucial for those teams on the left side of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, there are teams on that right-hand side, down in the doldrums, that have nothing to play for. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to qualify into the top 8, and so they're playing this final game for dignity, for practice, and just to show us that they still have it in them. And luckily, we've seen that from every single team here. Even DZX, who, as I said, on day 1, looked like completely out of this tournament, and who have fought their way back better on day 2, even better on day 3. So it is going to get crazy. We are going to see some weird things that you don't usually see in competitive PUBG, but that's why we like Game 6.
Yeah, that's what we love casting in the very final round, because we can see crazy shenanigans, and of course there are still teams that play to the utmost of their capabilities just for dignity's sake, right? You don't want to crash out down and out in the bottom 16 where you probably might look to point fingers at your teammates by the end of it all. You don't want to be that kind of guy. Of course, they've been working hard all together, and everybody walks away with a little something, right? Bare minimum, you get $600, treat each other for dinner or something, and call it a night. So it's been a great run so far. And of course, I want to also touch on to some of the teams that have made their debut into Phase 2, which I definitely have to commend them, because back in day 1, names like Enter Force 36 got chicken dinner of their own. Russell Esports was also hauling in some points, seemingly like they could be one of the top contenders out there. But of course, the inexperience kind of shows halfway through the tournament, with all these Thai teams eventually taking over. Whereas, I could say the same about X Stadium on that notion, because these up-and-coming Vietnamese teams probably will need to take a little bit more time to refine some of the things that they will have to do as a team, and maybe it'll be a better run for them. Same goes to 𝐏𝐿 Esports.
Yeah, I was going to say shout out to 𝐏𝐿 Esports. They put on a really great performance and looked very competitive. Maybe not so much on day 1, but coming into these last couple of days, they've looked very good. And I could hardly pronounce half the names on that team. I look at those names, I'm like, I'm not even going to try it. But they've been playing really well. They've been doing really good things. I've loved what I've seen from some of them. I love the macro play that they had back on one of the Erangel games, and I think I remember being specifically impressed by them in a couple games yesterday. So they've done some great things, and they were mostly unfamiliar to me coming into this lobby. So you want to shout out new teams coming into this phase that you're not necessarily that familiar with. I think 𝐏𝐿 is at the top of that list.
Yeah, and of course, we have seen, great capabilities coming from Enter Force 36. Unicorn Cyber is still up and running. That's the good news. So, of course, even these veterans that have tried for so many of all these seasons, I felt like they're just trying to really get themselves into the right tempo of play, which they didn't manage to even get any footing at all. DZX, we've seen them back in their prime days, they definitely have a whole lot that they could have actually salvaged in certain moments of time. But hey, day 3, 𝐷𝐶𝐋 absolutely had some pop-off moments where they're still up in contention, I would like to say. But once again, we need that crazy run for them to be able to back those points to compete up against the current number 8 squad for Natural Gaming, and we've got the timer being set. So this is going to be our final party of the night.
You know, it would be crazy if we get an island circle to finish off the play-ins. That would be unbelievable. Unlikely to happen, but I'm certain almost every circle you could possibly get on Miramar, we will still get chaos as we head into Game 6. The plane path probably has to be quite fair as well. I'd like to see a fair plane path. I'd like to see a path where everyone gets to go and loot their ideal drop spots. I think that's going to be the best way we get some competitive action. So, yeah, final game of the play-in stage. We've gone through 17, but now we finally end. Everyone has had ample opportunity to make their case here in the play-in stage. They've all had ample opportunity to try and qualify through to that top 8. It is a generous top 8, and if you aren't there by the end of these 18 games, then you simply didn't deserve it, and that's the truth.
Yeah, that's the nature of every single tournament where we're only looking for the cream of the crop. And right now, every Thai teams have definitely stood tall to the testament of their strength. And here we are, having the flight paths starting from the northwestern end of the field to be cutting fairly into the corners of the party. So teams can absolutely take their pick. Force tends to opt for the first city that they see in the map, and they just love those rotations that sees them cutting from the edges. But they might be bound to face up against some of these members of FW Esports that's currently fielded outside of El Pozo, or should I say inside, as a matter of fact. But take a look into Los Leones. There is a little bit of spread. RTL relatively close by against Reluctant Squad, but I would assume they won't be going for those early fights from here on.
Most likely not. Fair playing path. The only hot drop I can really see is 𝐷𝐿𝐶 Esports versus 𝐷𝐶𝐋 down there in Impala potentially, but even then I think 𝐷𝐶𝐋 is going their separate ways. Can confirm as well that SGD did not hot drop PMA. SGD have gone Picado both these Miramar games. No interest in ruining their countrymen's games. 𝐷𝐿𝐶 close to 𝐷𝐶𝐋, but a bit too far away at the exact same time. They could grab some... Is that a mortar?
I
believe that is a mortar.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that's like 2 to 3 shells being fired at.
Oh.
I guess like this is the way to just announce your presence, and also send some shock around the members of 𝐷𝐶𝐋. They're traveling on foot. They do have the Mirado to eventually look for a push. Shinsai should be going for a pickup with 𝐷𝐿𝐶 to rally on. Perhaps this could be a really good catch for DCE, as the members of 𝐷𝐶𝐋 are now scattered all across. But they got to keep in mind, Savior is not going to give them any form of easy time. There's only a mini 14 in the hands of 𝐷𝐿𝐶 from the looks of it. I'm thinking if he has the AR SMG, this could be a really good fight. But speaking of which, Shinsai have arrived to Longhouse already. Getting a glimpse, some damage being done. Just not quite enough. And it trades right back.
Oh, we actually vault out the window, but Upchen's there as well. Nothing that Shinsai could do, and they trade out the player at the single as well. 𝐷𝐶𝐋 on top of this one. They were the ones falling back as well, but they've since shown up to fight. The cover from Leo is fantastic. He'll get that flush as well. DCE. They could have made a run. They absolutely could have made a run here to reach that top 8. But I think it is incredibly unlikely now. One member up, always me, has to not only get this 1v4 off, but then continue to have a fantastic game. I just think that that is incredibly unlikely. The shots ring out. No one goes down just yet. It is the head just needs to be hit, and it is. Savior and the rest of 𝐷𝐶𝐋 completely decimate 𝐷𝐿𝐶 Esports. That is their play-in stage over.
Yep, we thank them very much for all these crazy highlights that they've managed to provide to us throughout the course of the 3 days. And of course, bowing out on 16 in the final game might feel a little bit sour on the tongue, But hey, that was a tough fight up against the rest of these DZX members. Now, could there be any form of potential now that DZX have been able to win out that trade with still quite a amount of teams that will be competing? They are now closing the numbers to PMA as well. But of course, much more work to be done as we will continue to follow the footprints of all the other teams. FW Esports, the current leaders of the pack. No pressure on these guys to play out in El Pozo. They start off here. Circle still pretty much the right center of the city. And while Forest Natural Gaming, despite being very close into that area of play, they're hoping to maybe drop into certain unplayable grounds for them to really leverage on getting plenty of points out of these surroundings. So hopefully that can be something huge that will form up for these Thai squads who really do need as plenty of points that they can get.
Just having a look at the map stream, locked in to see where PMA, Unicorn Cyber are, Forest are as well. Don't even need to look at the map stream anymore, it's on the main feed. Forest, Scappy, diving dangerously close to their competitor in Unicorn Cyber. 15 damage landed. Scappy put on notice, 6, 7, 8, 9, doing his best to hit these shots. It would be devastating if Scappy went down there, but he just survives. On top of that unplayable, that is a thorn in the side for Unicorn Cyber, and a thorn that they don't need. That is the team they're trying to overtake right now. And Scappy has put himself in a spot to ruin Unicorn Cyber's day. This is an ideal position for Unicorn Cyber to be in for the rest of the game. If this shifts away, then obviously Scappy's going to have a lot less impact, but right now he could ruin Unicorn Cyber completely.
Yeah. The moment that they manage to get the knock, and if that name appears on the screen, you know for sure that Unicorn Cyber will once again commit to this fight. But thankfully, Scappy stays alive. FW Esports also taking those high grounds to go up against X Stadium. This is by the outskirts of El Pozo, so they should be able to eventually conjure something with their game plan. Long K, I'm not too sure if this Panzer is going to be able to hit the mark from distance to hit anybody over onto the unplayables, but hey, you could only hope for something miraculous to happen in this very final game. And at this point, X Stadium, they're just out here having a fun day out. Up against FW though, but they definitely want to test out their strength on how they play out this close quarter combat. Nate's now sent out, and oh boy, that Nate dangerously close.
Almost takes down Long K. Still has that Panzerfaust in hand as well, desperately wants to use it. Look at Sixax. He could have taken down Long K at any time, but he just didn't peek in the correct direction. Long K opens that door, runs inside, and just stands completely still. This has to be a trade. Like, he's going to go out and take himself with him. Blizzard Grenade does a little bit of tick damage, and Long K luckily has another room to sit in. Playing this very interestingly. Being a bit of a nuisance here for FW. Allowing the rest of X Stadium to surround this long barn. Nades have to be good here for X Stadium. There's a little bit of a gap between the wood for Sixax, but he's so blind. Titus now makes the push. It's a pump shotgun. We've seen so many of them. Long K combines to take down Raze with that Panzerfaust, and X Stadium tear FW apart. 2 members just alive for them now. Tonke, Banana One arriving. FW have done enough to guarantee themselves in the top 8, but how much more can they get? How much higher can they put themselves in the leaderboard? No higher. FW go out 155 points will be their finishing position. They have fought valiantly across 18 games. 155 points is something incredible.
Yeah, they could basically be proud of taking down the top team currently in this lobby. So that's an early exit and early night out for FW, being absolutely happy with their performance for the run so far that they had for all 3 days. Meanwhile, Reluctant Squad now charges through, finds Mal Rush. Instant cleanup. No more nades required, and eventually Lockua will be the next one to bow out. Wow. A lot of all these early fights happening in the span of this match. Considering it's just pre-10 minutes.
Well, that's game 6. Not much on the line for a lot of these teams, so may as well take some fights. Reluctant Squad will bolster their point tally. Scappy, the thing here, about Unicorn Cyber and Scappy is that they don't know it's Scappy on that unplayable. At least I don't think they know that it's Scappy up there. They might have an idea given Forest's previous drop spots and rotations. And they might have seen Forest do this exact thing in a scrim or in another competitive game. But at least to me, they shouldn't know it's Scappy up there.
Yeah.
If they did, maybe it changes a few things, but right now it's just an annoying player sitting on top of the unplayable.
True enough. You might be absolutely right that perhaps some studies have been done on the rotations of Forest Natural Gaming, which is why they're holding into the spine of this hill. And there's no reason to overcommit at the very same time. You don't really know of the rest of the positioning members of Forest Natural Gaming, so it's going to be a risk to be taken by the rest of the Unicorn members out there. Whereas PMA still sees a little bit of an opportunity out there. Another emergency pickup now being deployed, and this spot of members of Reluctant Squad. So I'm guessing that the possible route that they're going for is the direct drop into El Pozo City, because there's still plenty of all these compounds where they can drop onto the high rooftops to slowly seek out other opportunities to maybe make their way across. But if it does go out of the city, it could be a little bit daunting of a task for Reluctant Squad to play this. But it's safe to say that that's a knock. XS popping off.
A knock and a flush. Unicorn Cyber now down to 3. Now down to 2, potentially. 6, 7, 8, 9 is not going to get res. There's a member of Unicorn Cyber up high on that hill as PMA go rotating through Scappy. Of course it's Scappy. Secures 6, 7, 8, 9. Forest now know for certain that Unicorn Cyber is in this vicinity, and they are right in the mix of all of these rotating cars. Whodat has one. He might be able to get that flush. He's secured it. There's only 2 up for Unicorn Cyber, and they are driving right into the remaining members of Forest.
They're just full sending it into the city, hoping to be safe for now. Whereas, what's taking place where that there's a real bad timing for that car to flip over, but thankfully it's reached towards the corners of the stadium. TMP now caught up by the rest of the Q confirm, but also having a little bit of devastation on their end. Quickly going for a pickup. Q confirm should be able to wrap this up in no time. That bowl's not going to give much of a cover for members of TMP, but they will make do so long as they can get that reset. Perhaps the trait is still what they could be able to pull up against the rest of the members, especially against the water here.
What the hell?
What is that?
What the hell?
I don't see that guy's name, and Q is out of that vehicle. Insane work from Noadra.
What? He's shooting at ghosts. He's killing ghosts on our screen right now. I think that was one of the players from these smokes who was just invisible for us, but either way, Noadra gets it done. Ketiga now with the, okay, he's got 2 at that rock. That's incredible from him. DZX couldn't get that 2v1 off, timed the peaks imperfectly. And that's the result. Well done from Ketiga. Allows E-Arena a lot more time to work with DZX. It might be the end for them. They are still fighting back up Chen, though, in the kill feed. Savior knocked to a different team at that. Down goes TMP. Their run here in the play-in stage ends. Upchen also down, and DZX is also over. E-Arena up against Reluctant Squad. We've lost 3 teams in the span of less than 30 seconds. That is game 6 for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Russell, there's only 10 teams here to play out.
Yeah.
Round that we've seen so far, even E36 just absolutely crush RTL the moment they arrive into these corner of the mountain. And boy, oh boy.
Well,
game 6 shenanigans.
I expected something like this, but 9 teams, 13 minutes gone. This is a little bit more chaotic than I expected. That, unfortunately, makes it more stressful for Forest, because they still have Unicorn Cyber and PMA in the game. And that's just less teams that are going to be in the lobby to kill Unicorn Cyber. Less teams in the lobby to kill PMA. And so this becomes more stressful for Forest, considering how close it is.
Yeah, with the 2 members of Unicorn Cyber lurking around the city, it's going to be hard for them to be picked off.
This is going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, but they're not too far off. Of course, they're kind of a couple of compounds away from Unicorn Cyber, so if the circle actually puts them directly in the center of the city, there are chances that there are the direct competitors to eventually seek out for perhaps some potential pickoffs, but I could only be hopeful for now. While the outskirts, we do see shots now triggered back between members of Stadium as well as SGD. That was immaculate. It does actually connect. Jervis trying his best to steer away from danger as he enters the danger zone. He flips! Oh, that's not the best timing. And that is quickly picked up by 𝐏𝐿𝐴. 𝐏𝐿𝐴's adding more points to the tally. And I'm afraid that 𝐿𝐶𝐁 𝐈𝐅 can do nothing to even answer back, to even to find any points to race up against.
No, then, I mean, you're right. They shouldn't really try to either. They'll see Forest in the kill feed, racking up all these points. Mings might be the next one, but he seems to have skated by danger for the moment. Straight into the, oh, never mind. 𝐾99 with the fadeaway. Of course, he snatches it up. Flushed out as well by Baron. Forest are now up to 3 kills, making that gap even bigger. 𝐿𝐶𝐁 𝐈𝐅, I thought they just got dropped on, but I think they have avoided it. PMA's on the far side. They're the ones who used an emergency parachute, I think? No. 𝐿36 were the ones to use an emergency parachute. They've ended up on the roofs. PMA was just kind of close by. Confused for a second. But both teams live. PMA, though, they've now got neighbors. They've now got people sitting inside their walls right now. 𝐿36 are on their roof.
Noisy neighbors at that. And Khan's got those beautiful angles. He just sees them dropping by. Barely enough room for them to actually take cover. All they really have to do is prone right now for RS in order to stay alive in this game. Forever United, they're going to be in a really good spot for now. No complaints whatsoever. And I guess in good tradition, we will always get an urban finish in one of these maps. And this is how we wrap up our final game.
Yeah. It also means it's harder for teams to take fights, right? When you're sitting out on the terrain, you can pretty much gun it at whatever fight you see, but inside the city like this, it's harder to justify that. Even though there's nothing on the line for some of these teams, it's still difficult to take these fights convincingly. And so this 9-team game might remain a 9-team game for quite some time. PMA probably not even going to take that fight towards 𝐿36 either. No, I mean, I don't think you can justify it. If you go out now, you just don't survive until the crucial time you need to. So that's Buram, by the way, on that roof over there. I know their names aren't registering. Is it Buram or Reluctant Squad? It's Reluctant Squad, sorry. Other way, zone shifts. Forest dead center essentially. Nice 2-2 split. It is looking difficult for 𝐿𝐶𝐁 𝐈𝐅 to come out on top of this one with only 2 members left and Forest in a great spot. I'm not sure it's going to be possible. PMA, similar situation. There's so much...
Mortar?
No way. Unreal. Pinpoint accurate mortar from 𝐾𝐿𝐴. Reluctant Squad thought they were safe on the roof. 𝐾𝐿𝐴 says hello. That's unreal shooting from him.
And it's from the bottom floor. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I kind of wish we get this mortar clips going, but it's definitely hard to spot out. Of course, we cut the slack for our observers. Of course, they've been doing a tremendous job throughout these past 3 days. But man, these urban settings, we get a little taste of everything. And another one. 𝐾𝐿𝐴. He's out for everybody on the roof.
How is he so accurate, man? I mean, I guess all you have to do is mark where the building is, and it becomes a lot easier as like this incredible point of view that you or POI that you have to aim at. So I guess it's a little bit easier, but still, that is 100% commendable. 𝐿𝐴 making the push. Oh, that's disgusting from 𝐿𝐴. Essentially a double headshot straight to Jervis's dome. X Stadium continue to put on a good performance here in the final game.
Yeah, showing up strong. They took out FW and now another one added to the list. On top of that, 𝐾𝐿𝐴 did manage to confirm Pure Boy at the very same time. I wasn't sure if that was just Pure Boy being left up to dry or he just managed to either connect another crazy shot. But that's been impressive out of Forever United. Maybe we need more urban settings like this to eventually get our mortar. So, better luck next time. But DRU, they played this out to perfection. They are the absolute kings over onto this far west. And it only seems like they've managed to clear up so much of that space. And now it's only some of these straggling units coming from SGV. They've been marking onto 𝐿36. Not much can be done by the Japanese side, unfortunately. Sophia, the last guy holding on, but they've gotten that 4 pointers off of that fight between RTL.
Whew. All right, well, deeper and deeper into this endgame. We lost one, surprisingly, because of the mortars. Reluctant squad end their run here in the play-in stage at 121 points. QC straight on that emergency parachute. Oh, they have taken far too much damage, or at least one of them has taken far too much damage to actually land safely. That's 𝐏𝐿𝐶 as well. They will come down, but they'll have the entirety of the city looking straight at them. I would be surprised if they all survive. 𝐏𝐿𝐶 does go down, but 2 of them live. Forest is now the one on edge. 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber ends up a little bit deeper towards the center. PMA also slightly fed as Lunlu knocks QC. Nawadra's down to 1 HP. These would be valuable points for PMA, but they just can't land those Dragunov shots. Now they know where QC is, though. That gets him off the res. It's a nade from Scappy. Who else? He's been ever present today. It was fantastic yesterday as well, making it even more difficult for the likes of PMA and 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber to actually make a run for that top 8.
Yeah, they're making this impressive deep run, and they've been always practically seeking out for all of this. What an interesting angle to be able to pop that blue zone grenade, and it actually does clip over onto Opons, but they should be able to be recuperating with Nawadra still left alive. So we'll have to set the scores later on, but we have SGD finding the markup against 𝐾𝐿𝐶, lurking up against him. So this is going to be a close quarter combat finally that we're getting, other than all these mid-range exchange. A little bit of tussle as mingZi tries to hardcore his way through this office building. He's got this off as well. He's absolutely up for something really cheeky here.
I mean, we've seen mingZ do some... is it mingZ or mingZi?
mingZi.
I don't know. You've been saying mingZi. I've been saying mingZ.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not quite sure. Who knows? Either way, he's been putting on a fantastic performance today. 8 kills in that Rondo game. Highlight after highlight from him. And you can tell he's been on point too. When you just watch his sprays from a couple of the previous games today, you know he's feeling it. Up against Dynasty, I mean, that's a tall task as well, don't get me wrong, but he's been on point. Forest, they find themselves on the edge. They find themselves 4 up, whereas 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber have only 2. 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber will be looking for third parties, whereas Forest will be looking to defend. Potentially even get aggressive against the teams pushing towards them. X Stadium, the immediate threat. 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber takes shots. I think Forest have crashed their car in the center of the road behind some form of cover. Can they actually make it to where they're going safely? One of them cops a headshot from this P90. It looks like they've done it, unless Metal D has something to say about it. He does. 1 down from Forest. Olympus, a valuable player. Forest will have to play the game out as 3 now. They've done well so far to gain as many points as they can to extend that gap between them and 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber. Finally, they've encountered some hardship, but still with an advantage over their competitors.
Yeah, if it does go further south, I think that they have a whole lot to play for. So losing 1, they're still pretty much up in contention up against all these squads, but 𝐿𝐴 𝐶yber will definitely feel happy to have a little bit more of that spacing to work with for themselves. The only problem is that there's going to be a lot more teams that will be journeying their way through. And oh boy!
Damn.
That nade just was a perfect toss coming from 𝐿𝐴. Flips over onto Nawadra. Fate sealed just like that. 𝐿𝐴 so far has been exceptional in his very final game. Look at him go. Already 4 points all by his own hands.
We've seen glimpses of this X Stadium throughout the tournament. It's unfortunately not resulted in anything spectacular, but they've looked good in a lot of fights. Just not good enough to put themselves in the top 8. Oh yeah, we finally do have another automatic Mark 14. Would love to see this have some impact in the end game, but who knows. X Stadium do have 4 alive. The only team in this final match with 4 alive. They've been doing a lot of work to make sure that this final game is as difficult for their competitors as possible. Dynasty sat inside the motel. His team's going to group with him now as well. They've come out from the edge. And PMA, had almost forgotten about them, but they are the other team in this endgame that need to make a run for top 8. They need so many points, though. I don't know I think mathematically it's still possible to overtake Forest. They get the win and many more kills, but I feel like as this endgame progresses, it's going to be almost impossible for PMA to breach into that top 8 without getting a bunch of kills.
I agree, because you gotta consider the factors within this urban setting. And speaking of which, Sophia will just make damn sure that that is not gonna be within their grasp, but that nade flown right by. And they don't really, did they actually claim that point? Because he got knocked by that vehicle instead as he gets taken down.
I don't think so.
I don't think that counts.
I don't think it counts.
So PMA kind of lost that point just like that. Unfortunate.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do.
Oh.
Well, unless they got 2 of E36. I don't know. They went from 88 to 89.
Okay, then I guess that works out for them at the very least. But cutting across against Diplomacy is going to be another challenge for him, as Diplomacy's got them pretty much lined up, trying to exit the town. Forced to deploy all these smokes, but he has also answered back with a couple of Molotovs, so they might be caught within line of fire. Whereas the rest of Brewer, I'm definitely put every single attention into this corner map. Blue Zone now chipping by. I don't think that PMA will have an easy task cutting across, but once they do, they could actually look for those kills. Speaking of which, Kodak finally finds something in return that she should now knock out on the ground. He's looking to claim this one. I don't think it's going to be for free. Yes, he's limping. Mingzi will drop that grenade. But it's going to be PMA now losing another one. Only one dragon managing to actually cut across. And there's still 21 on board.
What a poetic circle. Unicorn Cyber and Forest Gaming both alive. The Malaysian PGC slot on the line. Mings, not the same shotgun highlight as earlier in the night. Taken down immediately. Does put one dragon onto 9 HP. Dynasty through the doorway, also put on notice. PMA fighting tooth and nail to try and survive here. The flash successful. 𝐿𝐷 is here for backup though. PMA need to find another way to leave this motel if they want to fight for that top 8. I don't think it's going to be possible. Buriram have a chokehold on this building. PMA need to find an opener. They're looking for it on the outside. They're jumping out those windows. Dynasty's here, ready to greet them. No, the flash is decent, but not decent enough. Dynasty put down to 44, and as soon as PMA peeked that wall, 𝐿𝐷's there for the backup. Buriram playing this to perfection. Not... Oh, look at Khan on top of that roof as well. How impossible is this for PMA?
Looking near impossible, but they could basically go for the third side of the wraparound, but that will put them under threat from the crossfires of Unicorn Cyber. But I believe that there's X Stadiums now running across, and Long K has been caught up by Long X. Well, that has definitely been a little bit of a long trade between the two, but the rest of them responded well enough. Now it's only down to Who. This could be decided right here, right now. He's got to stay afloat. Just have a vision, and he's still fighting back. Looking for Titus. But this stadium fight, this arena, has such tight corners for him to wiggle around. It's not going to be an easy task. Who that is just happy to just keep himself alive for now.
All he has to do is live. I mean, it's difficult to justify that because Forest are ahead of them, and obviously Unicorn Cyber need points, but you cannot justify going for that fight. If you go out now, it's done. There's no chance you make top 8. So he just has to live. PMA still fighting as well. One dragon, a beautiful grenade through that window. That blue will go for that res and most likely get it. And Dynasty still locked into PMA. He's not happy that they got away from him. He is upset that they avoided his gaze. And he will try and remedy that. You can tell how hard PMA have been fighting as well. The broken vest on 21. That blue zone grenade lands as well. That's a re-knock onto Titus, and that gives PMA the confidence to push inside. But again, with the broken vest, it seems like it doesn't matter. One dragon has XS. Is this seriously where PMA do it? Is this a push that they can actually realistically make? One dragon down to 1 HP. He will get that heal off, but this is such an important 1v1. Flashes exchanged on both sides. One dragon sat inside this bathroom. The Molotov comes in, but it's short. He'll go hide in the stall. XS down and out. One dragon claims a kill. PMA will not fall, sorry. 21 does fall. One dragon survives in the bathroom. And we're down to our top 4. What a poetic top 4. An incredible top 4 here. Unicorn Cyber and One Dragon, both solos, both fighting for their spot in the top 8.
And it's really down for Natural Gaming as well as BRU to close it all out with this numbers advantage. Who that has been lurking around. I don't think that PMA knows.
That's it.
And there you go. One more added to the tally. It is still very viable for Unicorn Cyber to make the cut, but that requires him to put himself out there at risk in order to secure some of all these points. I say that, but he's already being exposed to the wrath of BRU, ready to take on the arena here inside the stadium as they swarm right through. How much time can be bought? Can he find some good opening pickoff in order to overwhelm this 3-man versus advantage that's currently BRU sided? And he's still being very elusive. And you take a look at the rest of the
that's it.
Set in stone. BRU crushes their hopes and dreams. And now down to play out for the final chicken dinner.
Our top 8 is set. It is done. Call it then and there. Forest will not fall out of the top 8. Unicorn Cyber could not do enough this game. Boomerang put a stop to him with a fantastic bounced off the wall grenade. And just before that as well, PMA fell, which means that PGC Malaysian spot is gone for them. Owned by SGD. A game that went down to the absolute wire. And now we finally earn it. We just get to live out this endgame in peace, essentially. Not much more to play for here, but bragging rights. 3 of Buriram up against 2 of Forest. We have a nice split. Dynasty taking fights through that window. Is Baron? Dynasty didn't spot him, I don't think, but certainly heard him. But what an end game here. What a final game to finish off the play-in stage.
Yeah, what a way to wrap up all the written chapters. And we've finally gotten our answers, and this is just beautifully crafted out. And BRU, a Thai team that also aided Force Natural Gaming when in need. So no matter how this ends up, they'll be certainly happy with the conclusion of the event. Baron, though, he's in an interesting spot. Relying on these smokes, he might be able to get a catch onto either Khan or even Dynasty. But there's one member on the outskirts that he has to be careful of, which he doesn't seem to have paid too much attention towards. As it closes directly to the center, Baron barely has any for space to get those covers. And here comes those snakes. TD does find Baron. Only one member remaining. 𝐾𝐿99 will do his utmost best. Not now. Tries his best, and this will be it. BRU takes the final chicken dinner home, and we will see all the Thai squads in the finals.
Couldn't have asked for a more intense endgame there. Every single team that we wanted to see fight for that top 8 ended up in that that final top 4. What a fantastic way to close out the play-in stage here. I was on the edge of my seat. I'm now sat firmly in it, ready to analyze. But yeah, fantastic stuff from all teams involved. It was so close. It was so hard for both PMA and Unicorn Cyber to try and get anything done that game. Losing members early, trying to fight through with only 2 people. It's just so difficult. And Forest obviously played that circle as best they possibly could. They secured themselves in the top 8.
I just love the fact that we did manage to get this urban ending to conclude our event in the best possible remaining teams to be able to survive the cut. And it started off with a lot of all these great fights taken by X Stadium, and although despite them not being able to fight for that top 8, they definitely have shown up to be a very strong team, which we hope to see in the future yet again. And this was Unicorn Cyber that was caught in the midst of rotation, which also sees them getting a couple points against PMA of all teams. But of course, it was happy signs for Forest Natural Gaming, where all they have to do is to take that corner of the city, and they just hugged it pretty tight till they play out the end game.
I mean, we saw so many different fights early on, and they were all very entertaining to spectate. I didn't even realize the significance of Mings up against PMA in that motel towards the end there. It didn't really have much of an impact on SGD's game, so I didn't really pay it too much mind. But of course, there was something to be said. This is the moment PMA lost it. That PGC slot is not going to be theirs. Unicorn Cyber, I mean, look, we got to see that grenade from Khan's POV. Fantastic. I loved it. You could see it was bounced off the wall, perfectly angled at who that. Yeah, devastating to fall that way. What a fantastic final game. Buriram take it. And I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of lost for words. Genuinely, throughout that game, I was rooting for obviously good action. I was rooting for 𝐿𝐿 Cyber and PMA to put on some form of good performance, and I liked what I saw from PMA. They were swinging the entire time. They entered that stadium and took the fight to X Stadium. Like seriously, with a broken vest, with barely any resources and manpower to work with, PMA still did their absolute best to fight through that end game. 𝐿𝐿 Cyber, they were passive the whole time, but I was rooting for. I was like, get some kills, dude. Make this exciting. Make it competitive. It just never happened. It is very unfortunate, but still fantastic efforts from all teams involved. Even if they didn't make it through to the top 8, I got my wish. I saw every single team in this lobby perform well. I saw every single team in this lobby hit some sort of stride, whether it was on the first day or whether it was on the last. And so I am a very fulfilled man right now.
Likewise, I just felt so happy with the run that these guys put through. And of course, with all these last-ditch efforts, even coming from PMA, who had some really hectic fights over on the north side, they had to deal with BRU and also X Stadium, like you said. But during those moments, UNC also sees a little bit of an opportunity where I was getting so excited to also see that one more point added up, but mathematically, by the end of that run, it really felt impossible. And BRU, we gotta give it to them. We've got water coming from Connexi that has connected into 2 teams, and it absolutely blasted off RS from that game, which we did not expect at all. So that's some hefty 18 points that they've been able to gain, and of course, will be at least feeling a little bit more confident on how they want to play out some of these matches in Miramar when they move into the final stage. And X Stadium on the second place finish, despite falling out a little earlier as compared to both PMA as well as Force. So that goes to show that they really have put everything they've got on the line for them to just be proud of their performance.
Yeah. Again, I'm kind of lost for words, losing my train of thought here. I mean, Buriram, again, to end this play-in stage with a win is the ultimate silencing of any doubters that were there on day 1. I never doubted. I think Buriram historically has been a team that warms up into these competitions, and they did exactly that. They'll take 5th. FW will take 1st. But of course, we are looking towards 7th and 8th. Reluctant Squad fell out, I believe, for a moment, but fought their way back. Forest were close, but no chance. They played, obviously, quite well. Secure themselves 8th position. 𝐿𝐿 Cyber and PMA so close. It looked for a second like maybe Dongchi and DZX would also have a run, but in the end, it came down to 𝐿𝐿 Cyber and PMA, and it just wasn't good enough. Not consistent enough to make top 8. And by the end of the competition, we have 9 teams on over 100 points. It's almost devastating to see 𝐿𝐿 Cyber at 107 and not be in that top 8.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive improvement if we do compare back in phase 1. You know, like some of the teams were not even close to a touching distance for us to eventually wrap up who makes it to the final stage. And now you see level playing field. Even DZX have got something to say in this very last moment of these matches. So I'm definitely excited to eventually get back onto the next APAC run. But hey, now all we have to do is to focus on the finals, because the 8-seeded teams are waiting for them. We've got Cerberus Esports, AG Global, TE, Daytrade, Turton 5, Tem Entertainment, Team Bliss, and last but not least, Elite Esports, and of course, the teams that have earned their rise to go in for the challenge.
That is a seriously stacked lobby. Like, that is unbelievably potent. That's a crazy final lobby. It feels weird. If you're SGD, Bleed, and Team Bliss, you're in and amongst the best that Thailand and Vietnam has to offer. We'll see if they can actually come out on top and provide some competition. But yeah, I mean, you just look at those names and you know how deadly that lobby's going to be. You put Twisted Minds in a lobby like this, and I'm sure they're going to have some troubles. It's going to be a hectic set of games to watch.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I hope that some of these guys have spent some time boot camping in Thailand prior to this, because now they're going to face a full bunch of Thai squads wherever they go. And of course, in the mix, majority of them also come in from the region of Vietnam. So I hope that they're battle ready. I know that the play-in teams are, but there's a lot more for us to uncover when we hit into the matches next week. where of course we'll have a couple of days break. So this is the wrap up of what we had for today, and it's 5 chicken dinners for Thailand. We start off with Irina and Dave Master also cease to, as a matter of fact, moving into these mirror runs. QC on match 14, FW with 15, and of course the only team that's not from the Thai region is Reluctant Squad that have regained their composure from that match 16. And wow, Extreme, we're finally done. I can't believe it.
We are done.
It really feels like I just want this to continue. Maybe if we give them another 2-3 games, the narrative could be absolutely different. But I think we're sorted here. This has been a great run so far from all the 16 teams involved.
Yeah, I can remember back on day one, we started out with some crazy action early on in the game, and it just continued. Day 2, we started out with a completely different playstyle. The tempo was very different. Everyone was playing a lot more seriously. But I think probably by the time we got to the end of day 2, it devolved a little bit. But it's good to see not only that we get a bunch of action, but we also get some really well-played competitive PUBG from a lobby like this. And then, of course, now we move into the final stage where we're just going to get more of the same. If this is the tempo that these lobbies want to play at, then I am all here for it. I'm very excited to get that underway. All these teams now have a bit of a break. If you made some mistakes, which I'm sure a lot of the teams in that top 8 still made plenty of mistakes, now's your time to sort them out. They have all the warm-up as well, going up against the teams that automatically qualified through to the final stage. I wonder whether that's going to have an impact. I'm very excited to see the likes of QC go up against the likes of Teraton 5 and Cerberus. QC being warmed up, Cerberus and Teraton 5 only having played scrims and MM. It's a different environment, so I'm very excited to see it happen. Any final words from yourself, Contra? All I can say here is that I have been very, very entertained.
Likewise, I've been utmost entertained throughout the course of the run. I'm really thankful to be casting alongside with you. You've been a great partner, and you guys watching back at home, you guys that has been hanging out throughout the course of these past 3 days. You guys are amazing. I hope you guys will stick around for what happens next week. So, of course, keep yourselves updated by dropping a follow, as well as keep up to speed with all the latest news of what happens here in the PUBG esports realm. Till then, of course, we hope you have a pleasant weekend, and we shall see you on the weekdays.